What's good with it? What's good with it? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? What's good? What's good? What's good? Child, you know what? Y'all, I looked at my goddamn calendar. I had all the damn appointments. This shit wrong and shit. I was supposed to be one place and supposed to be not be to another and all of that. So hey, listen, it is what it is. What's good? What's good? What's good? Well, let me get the chat call out the way. I made it in time for the 5 o'clock readout. Let's see. What's good with it, Atmos? What's good with it? Hey, Linda B. Hey, Danny. Hey, Danny. Hello, Danny. Hey, Uniquely Made. Karen J. You know what? You can never, ever, ever please Karen J. I swear for God, I scanned that document looking for the stuff I need to find to see if I can get, I'm trying to get a read on this goddamn man. And she said, well, you still need to go live to talk about it and explain. Girl, no, I don't. Y'all know. At this point, y'all goddamn paralegals at this point. Y'all know what it is. Hey, warrior. Hey, my warrior. Hey, my warrior. And everybody that's looking in the window, man. Yeah, so I don't know what to tell y'all, Team Kills. I don't know what to tell y'all. I don't know. But before I get into this, let me look at something on J-Bo's response to the PSI. Okay, let me look at something real quick because we're gonna figure it out. We don't have time to be waiting to no sentencing to try to figure out is they're gonna throw the book at them or they're gonna take a light on them or whatever. We're gonna figure this out because this old ass man get on my damn nerve. I'm just gonna be honest. So let me look at something real quick. Real quick. I have to use my girl J-Bo to see if I can find out what I need. Oh, before we get up out of here, remind me to talk about something that Trent called. Because listen, so we have to remember what Miss Margaret say. Read those damn footnotes. He called a footnote. I mean for the millennium. Okay, he called a footnote. Let me see what document was that on. What was he pulling up? He was pulling up, yes, the BOP email. So y'all remind me because I'm doing a million things, right? I'm doing a million freaking things. I'm all over the goddamn place, okay? And to be honest, that's why I'm getting in trouble. I don't have time for nothing or nobody else because I'm all over the goddamn place. I got shit to do. But he called so remind me, y'all type in the chat or something. Remind me to talk about them BLP emails because I got to put up a document to talk about that shit. So I got some time to spend with y'all today. Hopefully, the goddamn government will put in they shit. You know what I'm saying? They sentencing memorandum and so we can see what they really asking for. But we ain't got time to be waiting on that. Let me see something. Let me see if I can get a good idea. What she said. Okay. So 210 months is 17.5. Okay. So this is what I'm more leaning towards. Remember, J-Bo said that the government argues that the correct guideline range for his sentencing should be, as in her calculation, 135 to 168 months, and not 168 months to 210 months, as the government argues. I believe because 17.5 is kind of low. Well, Damn, I don't want to say that. Could it be a 20-25 year? Because I don't know if Illinois is going to mirror what New York did. I would think so, because that would make it kind of clean. Because those it's three of those charges is worth 10 years each, right? Okay, within a okay, I'm thinking about aggregate sentencing. Aggregated aggregate sentencing within the same case, same jurisdiction. You first supposed to run it. Is it consecutive or concurrent? You're supposed to run it concurrent. Oh yeah, you're supposed to run it concurrent, but they can still. Oh, he could. I don't know. It might be another 30. I don't know. I'm getting there. I'm in between 20 to 30. Unless he just, but I haven't read the whole document yet, so I don't know every piece of language he used to signal how he's feeling. Okay. Okay, because if they did, so if they run, so within the case, when it's within the same case, and it should be, you should do it concurrently. That's the first option. So if that's the case, then he got some 20s and he got some 10s. So I'm thinking between 20 and 30. Don't hold me to it. All right. And before I do that, let me catch that BOP thing real quick before I get into this reading. Yeah. Let me catch, because Trent caught a biggie with regards to that BOP. I wasn't minding my own business. I was. And he was reading something with regard to BOP email. So let me hit on that real quick before I forget. Because this probably gonna make some of y'all I tried to. I don't know where Levi is, honey. It don't take that long for no goddamn Valentine shit. What kind of hell kind of Valentine he on? It don't take that goddamn long for no damn Valentine. So let me take this down real. What do I need to take it down? I probably don't. Let me tell you that I don't know what idea I got up in this on him. Take that shit down. Wait a minute. Hold on, y'all. I hope y'all can't see my goddamn ID. Y'all, if y'all need y'all computer, remind yourself, if y'all need y'all computer to move faster, please, go into your history and clear. I clear, sometimes I clear check all three boxes, but make sure you definitely clear your cache and your browsing history, because my baby is moving faster. But let me pull up this shit by the BOP emails on it. Hold on. What number was that? Okay, motion to compel. So let me tap on compel. That's what it was. Okay. Was this the response to motion to compel? This response to Santiago. This response. This motion limine. Motion to compel. Child, this is Trent broke this. Let me find that footnote. Where is the one? Hold on, maybe it's under the motion to compare. Wait a minute. I'm looking for the one with all the exhibits and shit. I think this is the one. Hold on, because he caught this. Hold on. I'm coming, y'all. I just want to make sure I hit that person. Y'all don't heard the damn reading. Okay, where am I? Okay. View all. Damn. I mean, and then his old ass wrote the shortest ass response to that damn thing, to both those motions. But actually covered 3 of them. Hold on, let me catch it. I'm going to put it on the screen. Oh, okay, here we go. Right here. Let me put this up here. And if y'all want to kill somebody, kill Trent, because he's the one that found it. Don't come fucking with me. As Margaret said, read these things, the damn footnotes, and guess what? I don't do it all the time. I do it more now, since we was in one of them secret lives and shit. And she, a lot of times the legal assistants, paralegals, and she'll put fledged paralegal, but she had many different jobs and stuff, right? And of course, they talk shit to you when they catch something that attorneys don't catch, right? So of course, right? So that's when she made reading them damn footnotes a must, because they're there for a reason. Honestly, they're there for a reason. I typically don't have that many footnotes in anything I've ever prepared because I don't have time for all that shit. It's just, I try to cover it and try to word it as such where it's all up in the, the document, whatever. I don't have no reference point. So, listen. Y'all see what they say at the bottom? As set forth more fully below, a warning banner appearing on all BOP electronic devices states, users should have no expectation of privacy as to any communication on or information stored within the system, including information stored on the network. Hold on. Is there any more to it? I don't know if was there any more that went with it. So you heard what I just read? Now Trent, along with his big ass eyes, he the one broke that. I don't remember saying this. I could have, but I don't. So I'm definitely ain't gonna. Yeah, so I'm gonna give. That's the way the credit goes. I'm gonna read it again. As set forth more fully below, a warning banner appearing on all BOP electronic devices states users should have no expectation of privacy as to any communication or on or information stored within the system, including information stored on the network. So that's information on the system as well as the network, right? Network is what houses the different things and shit they be using to keep the data and shit contained in a location, right? Man, don't come fuck with me. Go over there and get Trent, because I this ain't what I'm just listen. Okay, so who put this in? I think I'm reading J-Bo shit. Yeah, this is hers. And this is and I'm reading that from the affidavit that Matt Lux put in, right? He's the affiant on this. So come on back around at it. Where y'all at? So now we got a whole new different meaning of what the fuck is going on. What's going to go down? All right. What's up, Sonya? So check this out right here. So now, so this is why I try to tell you about mandatory law, primary law, secondary law, so on and so forth, right? Now, but again, this hasn't, in my opinion, hasn't attached to anything that went on during the court's process, right? We're still stuck at the BOP. This is one of their procedures. Now, that changes the whole meaning of the goddamn game. Because it's telling you, you use core links, 1, at your own risk. 2, go before that. You have the option of using it or not. So what you put in there is hey, it's your shit. I mean, whatever you put in there, it's that's your fault, pretty much. And the fact that it got out, because are you arguing the fact that it did get out, regardless of what was contained in there? If you do that, if you go that approach to it, then they simply gonna come back and say, okay, it got out no matter what approach. That means, okay, if at most an indictment should be created for everybody involved in that particular situation. If your argument is that not the fact that it not only got out, but the contents of it somehow influenced a witness, now with that little thing, and they say it runs on the motherfucking core link, that what you put in here is up to your ass. That's your fault. Then now you bear the responsibility. Now they're pointing it back on you. You the one, so you shouldn't put the shit in there. The argument now changes. I knew that BOP argument was a bust. I knew it. Now it's a bust to bust. Damn. Yeah. That's true. Trent broke it. not me. Hey, Trent broke it. So that change. See, now it changes. And I like using J-Bo's word. We be over here piecemealing it, but we get it right. That's all that matters. So, damn. Now I'm saying, well, you responsible for what you don't want to put it in there. these people here, honey, they got more excuses than any. But hey, I mean, if that's what it says, that's if the banner is up, there's really ain't no excuse. Now they're gonna make you responsible. If they respond, if this ever gets, fleshed out or whatever, they're gonna put the responsibility on him. Because if they felt that it was important enough to put it as a footnote or include it in the document anywhere, it's gonna come out. My bad, y'all. I ain't catch it. Again, go leave your complaints, comments, and criticisms to Trent. He could be found at Opinionated, spelled a funny kind of way, grad school, and the rest of that shit over there, wherever he be located. Don't come bother me. Well, hey, I don't know what to tell you. Then they don't listen. I don't think they. I mean, I don't know if they give a literacy uh evaluation before they use goddamn core links. I don't know that. I don't think so. I mean, I guess if you can, I don't know who takes care of registration of the inmates or whatever. I don't know if that's something that's done as a courtesy process, or do they do it as how we have to do it, like when we sign up for Gmail and all that type of stuff, put in our information or whatever. But I'm thinking that probably some kind of administration probably handles that, and they just give them the access to use it. Maybe that's how it works with regards to the prisoners or whatever. Listen, that is not the BOP, and everybody's on the same umbrella, but you have to ask people that work in the BOP. But yeah, so that's that argument. So that takes care of that. Now, what I was saying is that the government is supposed to respond, turn their PSI, their response to the PSI today, right? So the judge came in. Hold on, y'all. So the judge, right, a literate test, right. So the judge came in and said, hey, because he could have responded to this shit on sentencing the morning of, like Judge Ann did. But J-Bo was firing off a lot of stuff. And so they had around, like probably around today or whatever, to also respond to that at last when she just put in with regards to the the restitution or whatever, because you only have a certain amount of time to respond to them or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But the judge went ahead and pretty much, and this is just my opinion, said, hey, whatever y'all response was going to be to that PSI today, because notice we ain't seen no nothing that says that they need an additional time. They haven't filed for an extension. They haven't filed for leave if it's too late to ask for an extension. They haven't filed for leave to file to ask to file an extension. Haven't done that. So I don't know. But he slips in today. We ain't heard him say shit in months. He comes in today on D-Day and say, hey, let me show you what I'm responding to and how I'm responding. This is just my opinion. And maybe y'all can kind of craft what y'all going to say, because maybe, y'all might be, I'm pretty sure y'all familiar with, y'all done been in my court, so y'all familiar with how I get down. Okay? Y'all familiar with that. So by the language I use, you'll know, hey, pretty much what you got to say, what your argument's going to be. Remember when Judge Ann Donnelly, right? Remember that time she jumped in when J-Bo was arguing what she was arguing? Oh Lord. The text messages and the health codes. Remember, the health codes wasn't done on a Rule 12, wasn't done pre-trial, right? And then, of course, whatever about the text message, it wasn't brought up at all. Remember when Judge Ann, nicely said, hey, I have an assignment for both sides. And I need your response. I need both y'all to respond. I'm going to ask you the question, but I'm also give you the answer. And remember when I said if I was the prosecution, because she gave me the answer, I would just would like to say it on my response. The shit she said, and when the response came out, it was in the first paragraph. Exactly what I said do. Hey, Judge, whatever you said, exactly right. We agree. So, this is kind of, one of these type of situations. Hold on for a minute, y'all. I want to make sure I'm not on. Hold on just 1 minute. All right, sorry about that. Let me put this up on the screen. So we need to. So I was listening to. I ain't gonna call the channel out or whatever, but they were saying that they feel strongly that ineffective assistance of counsel will be will be one of the appellate issues, right? And now that okay, because it is coming from R. Kelly, of course, that that would be so far fetched to where, because she would essentially be filing it on herself, unless she's claiming that she was rendered ineffective due to other something that went on, whatever. But that means that she's gonna be coming up off that case, so that she's not gonna represent him anymore in the rest along the way. So that's pretty much what, because if they have to have a hearing for that or whatever, I mean that would be done. So don't think I don't look to see that unless she finds some kind of crafty way to say that she was rendered ineffective due to whatever this that and whatever happened, whatever the judge, the other side, or blah 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 blah, and then make a strong argument why she should stay in place. But I don't know how that's going to work out. But I never say never, and I don't speak in absolutes unless I know absolutely that she won't do that. And I can't tell that. So anyway, let's get in this reading. It says order. It says before the court is defendant Robert Kelly's motion for a judgment of acquittal and two of Kelly's motions for a new trial. For the reasons stated herein, the motions are denied. A. Motion for a judgment of acquittal. Kelly moves for a judgment of acquittal under Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure 29C. A judgment of acquittal should be only granted when the evidence is insufficient to sustain a conviction. Case law. When it says the Seventh Circuit of 2006, when analyzing a motion for a judgment of acquittal, a court views the evidence in the light most favorable to the government. Meaning, since they had a burden to bring the case, right? They went through all the motions for dismissal, motions for discharge, motions for this, motion for that, maybe motion in limine, maybe a directed request for a directed verdict, all of that, right? Challenges to the sufficiency of the evidence, all of that went through, right? The government met all those burdens, whatever. So the law says that the government should get the nod, right? Because they had the burden and the case succeeded through to a verdict, right? So, and to undo that is, I mean, what can I say? To undo that is like kind of tampering with justice if it's not like in the interest of justice, right? So it says evidence in light most favorable to the government. A court may only overturn a conviction if the record contains no evidence from which a rational jury could have returned a verdict of guilty. Right? So remember, I always say, can a jury reasonably make a decision of a verdict of guilty, right? Based on what they've seen, what they were presented, based on the jury instructions, right? The jury charge. It says Kelly's motion challenges his convictions on all 6 counts. The motion can be divided into 2 parts. Kelly's convictions on the child pornography counts 1 through 3 and the inducement counts 9, 10, and 12. Kelly's motion states that he is challenging his conviction of count 11, which he was acquitted of, rather than count 12, which he was convicted of. Wait a minute, huh? Kelly's motion states that he is challenging his conviction of count 11, which he was acquitted of. What? Rather than count 12, which he was convicted of. Oh, this is going to be good. Oh, this gonna be good. It says, upon review of the motion, it appears to the court that Kelly is actually challenging his convictions on count 12. So the court will analyze the argument as to that count. Okay, so that's why it's good to have somebody to proofread your shit. But did the old ass judge call it? Or somebody to help him call it, So help him catch it. All right, number one, counts 1 through 3. Counts 1 through 3 of the superseding indictment were all brought under 18 U.S.C. Section 2251A. The statute penalizes anyone who induces a minor to engage in sexual conduct for the purpose of creating a visual depiction of the conduct. The statute also requires the depiction be transported or transmitted in interstate commerce. Here, counts 1 through 3 charge Kelly with the creation of video 1, 2, and 3. Each video contains a depiction of Kelly engaging in sexual conduct with Jane, a minor at the time. Kelly argues that the government did not prove each element of the statute at trial. We all know about the elements. Specifically, Kelly argues that the government failed to show that Kelly enticed minor Jane into sexual conduct with the purpose of creating a video. Kelly also argues that the government failed to prove that the videos traveled in interstate commerce. In the alternative, Kelly argues that the government failed to prove that Kelly knew that the videos would be put in interstate commerce. All right. Again, if I'm not mistaken, that isn't something that the government has to prove. Okay. So a lot of times an attorney, and such as J Bo, and I'm not speaking for whatever, she likes to make her argument sometimes based on the human component of everything, right? Pulling on your emotions and your heartstrings and shit like that, as well as logic, as someone logically looking at it. Like, not so much as what the law states that the government must prove, right? And it could be something as simple, as, hey, we didn't say he had to know that when he produced the videos, he produced them with the purposes of creating a visual depiction that will travel, via interstate commerce. No. But that he created these visual depictions. And that's one part of it. And then two, the other part of it, that it traveled via interstate commerce by one of the facilitators, right? Either a phone or computer. Somebody took it across the state lines, blah blah, squash, right? So let's see. The government failed to prove that the videos traveling. An alternative, Kelly argues that the government failed to prove that Kelly knew. Okay, so J Bo, when she says knew that the videos, she's talking about intent. She's talking about the mens rea, right? Levels of intent. As the court disagrees with Kelly's argument, first, there is ample evidence that Kelly induced Jane into sexual conduct. I'm scratching my eyes, y'all, so I can't see. Okay, let me reread that. The court disagreed with Kelly's argument. First, there is ample evidence that Kelly induced Jane into sexual conduct. Now, that is his opinion. Okay? Those are words from him, meaning he's lock and step with what the prosecutors presented. He says ample evidence. Jane testified about how Kelly gradually persuaded her into sexual activity with him. Jane described how Kelly induced her into making videos 1 through 3, and that Kelly positioned the camera and told Jane exactly what to do and say while having sex with him. Those are his takeaways from the trial. it's very important that you pay attention to what he is highlighting, because it's going to tell you pretty much how he feel about the crimes. And it tells me kind of sort of how he's going to feel about the sentence. Second, the statute does not require that the sexual conduct be for the sole purpose of creating a video, was what I just said, right? He didn't have to know of what I've said over and over again. He didn't have to know that, well, I'm not going to get there yet, but anyway, he didn't have to know that, and he didn't also have to know that by creating a video that it was going to travel the interstate commerce, right? He could have just got hit with, it probably been one of the elements probably would have been reworded differently, right? Based on the actions, right? The actus reus, right? But in this instance, they're talking about the statute does not require that the conduct be for the sole purpose of creating a video, meaning the conduct itself was enough. Okay, that's one part. The video comes in, that's part 2. It went to interstate commerce, that's part 3. And anytime, and if the government in any element, or if the government, state, whatever document you ever read, if they have all of that as an element, right, they must prove those things, right? Because that is the jury charge. That's ultimately is going to be what the jury must convict by. Did they prove each of those things? Okay, not each of them. When you're saying inducement, enticement, coercion, they ain't got to prove all of those. But that's the statute. The elements are something different. The elements is what I just read off, pretty much. That sexual conduct with the minor, then a video was created, and then interstate commerce. Those 3 different elements. And not to say that of course, the statute itself is also going to be incorporated in the elements, but it's going to be as plain language as the law of the law, right? When you read it. Okay. So it is not enough that creating a video depiction be for a purpose of sexual conduct. It need not to be the sole purpose. Okay. So I think J-Bo's argument was that she was saying that the government didn't say R. Kelly created that video for the sole purpose of whatever. You know what I'm saying? For traveling across state lines or whatever. I think that was her argument. He is coming back to saying, and he's using case law to support what he's saying. So let me reread that. It says, it is not enough that creating a video depiction be a purpose of the sexual conduct. It need not to be the sole purpose. Okay, so I think J-Bo's argument, if we think way back when she was objecting to this, that she's saying, hey, she tried to say that the government said that it was the sole intent purpose of him, having sex to create a video. And they're saying that's not exactly right. So the judge is agreeing with the prosecution at this point. So there's the case laws, blah, 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 blah. Says the Fourth Circuit of 2020. Kelly also seemingly argues that there was no commercial purpose associated with the production of these videotapes. The statute does not require that the video be made for any commercial purpose. So remember, I just told y'all, right, how to kind of separate the statute and then the elements that's contained in there. That because the elements are, the behaviors, actus reus, what they're saying they allege that the defendant did, right? So you see how he separated it? The statute does not require that the video be made for any commercial purpose. So that's the statute. So that's the the little plain language when it says, and I'm just going to give an example, the inducement, enticement, whatever. It's not behavior specific as to R. Kelly. It's just saying, hey, he did one of these things, one or two, or whatever they deem that you must, that they must prove with regards to that. But when it comes to his behaviors, that's when you start getting into the sex with underage girl, allegedly, the video, the production of the video depiction, as well as the interstate commerce shit or whatever. Well, interstate commerce, I think that's part of the statute as well, if I'm not mistaken. But it also, one of the behaviors of what happened. It's what happened. Okay. So let's see. Where are we? Okay, let's see. Another case law. It says Congress has unambiguously indicated that a defendant does not need to have a commercial motive to be liable under Section 2251A. Again, that's just reinforcing what the judge believes the law states. Does not need to have a commercial motive to be liable under Section 2251A. Third, the government presented evidence showing that the images on video 1, 2, and 3 traveled in interstate commerce. Kelly argues that the government was required to show that the physical videos were transported in interstate commerce. Okay, so remember, I told y'all a long time ago when we went through this, a facilitator could be your phone, could be your car, could be the computer. But apparently, and I don't remember all of it, but apparently the judge does. And she's saying that it was transported, that was physically transported. And I know damn well she ain't say that. Now wait a minute, hold on. Because he must be paraphrasing or at this point assuming that that's what she meant. Said Kelly argues that the government was required to show that the physical videos was transported in interstate commerce. Now, you know damn well that ain't. Now, by the very definition of interstate commerce, the legal definition of interstate commerce does not state that something has to be literally physically transported, required to show that the physical, that like the physical video itself had to be transported in interstate commerce. I see what she tried to make. If this is true, I see what she tried to make the correlation, right? But to say, because it doesn't, the law doesn't make it that complicated. It can be transmitted, not physically, like, up and moved, to another location. It could be transmitted. Huh. Damn. Hold on. Okay. Kellogg said the government is required to show that the physical videos transported. The term visual depiction, as used in Section 2251A, is defined in 18 U.S.C. Section 2256(5). There, visual depiction is defined as data capable of conversion into a visual image. Bam! What I just said. So it could be transferred. What I just said. Transferred. Not physically moved. Wow. And data which is capable of conversion into a visual image that has been transmitted by any means of, gone girl, thus transportation of the data on videos 1, 2, or 3 would satisfy that the statute, right? Regardless of what medium housed that data. The government produced testimony establishing that the data from video one traveled across the country, specifically Betty Allwang from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, testified that NCMEC received a series depictions called the Panel Room series from law enforcement agencies across the country. Wow, I remember reading that. Ms. Allwang also testified that she compared the Panel Room series with Video One and that she concluded that the Panel Room series was from Video One. Kelly argues that the government's evidence that Video 2 and 3 traveled in interstate commerce was insufficient. The government put on testimony from Charles Freeman, Lisa Van Allen, and Keith Merrill, establishing that videos 2 and 3 traveled in interstate commerce. Kelly argues that Charles Freeman and Lisa Van Allen's testimony was rejected whole cloth by the jury. Kelly's evidence for this assertion is that he was acquitted of counts 4, 6, 7, and 8 of the indictment. Now, I don't know if she right here listening to these motherfuckers in this sector or what, because I remember people saying that argument around here that just because unless they went back and stored in their head or reread what she previously wrote and said, you know what, just because he was acquitted of these certain counts or whatever, somehow that makes the counts in which he was convicted on that was connected to this Charles Freeman, Lisa Van Allen, somehow incorrect. So but just make sure so y'all understand, within the statute, the requirement is not that it be physically moved. It can be transmitted. And interstate commerce it has several different there's several different ways with for something to be considered interstate commerce, right? Says Kelly argues that by acquitting him on these charges, the jury necessarily concluded that the tapes acquired by Van Allen and Freeman did not contain child pornography. This argument does not hold water. That's when I seen that. So that's what he was talking about. Right. Okay. See how I'm talking to y'all through it, and how like some parts where I'm trying to make sense, it makes sense, and some parts it doesn't. That's why he said it doesn't hold water. By the very definition of interstate commerce with regards to the law. And then the logic, they're talking about just because he was found innocent on certain counts but guilty on, that don't even make sense. That's why he said that. Like counts 1 through 3, counts 4 was brought under 18 U.S.C. Section 2251A. Counts 6 through 8 were brought under 18 U.S.C. Section 2252 and charged Kelly with conspiracy to receive child pornography and receipt of child pornography. For a jury to convict under either statute, the government must prove each element of the charged offense. What I was just telling you. Like if somebody's under 18, blah, 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 whatever. Under this one's probably that they received child pornography or that a conspiracy ensued to receive child pornography or whatever the elements would actually be. I don't remember. It says, if the government fails to prove even one element, the jury cannot convict. When reading its verdict, the jury did not explain why it chose to acquit Kelly of counts 4 through 8. It did not explain that it was acquitting Kelly of those counts. So I promise. Let me see if I can see where he's going with this. By him saying that, this is what I think. He's saying that so she cannot J-Bo cannot therefore say that just because he was found innocent on those counts, that he wasn't guilty of those counts, because the jury did not specify. It could be something simple as that they found him, they couldn't prove that he committed one of the elements. So therefore they had to acquit him on all the entire account, right? But let's see. Because it found that video 1, 3, and 4 did not contain child pornography. In fact, it is quite the opposite. By convicting Kelly of counts 2 and 3, the jury communicated that it found that videos 2 and 3 contained child pornography and were transported in interstate commerce. The court finds no reason to disturb the jury verdict now. Okay, so he didn't think what I just thought. He didn't I think what I just thought. Okay. In the alternative, Kelly argues that, well, I'm going to put it like this. He thought something like I was thinking, but he didn't express it. I'll put it like that. Because you got to look at what they point out, what they highlight. Okay. He went through, the motions to point out that, hey, if the government fails to prove even one element, a jury cannot convict. Meaning that, hey, J-Bo, you don't know why he was found innocent of those charges. So to say that, hey, if he was found innocent of those charges that had something to do with Van Allen and that dude, then he shouldn't be found guilty of those other charges, because she's trying to say that the prosecution didn't meet its burden when proving those other counts. And here's the thing, which another way to squash all of that is that the elements on those other counts are different. That's another way to say that. The counts that was proved innocent of are going to be different than the counts they are different than the counts he was proven guilty of. Plain and simple. It's okay. In the alternative, Kelly argues that he was not aware that the videos would be transported in interstate commerce. This argument fails. He shredded this to pieces. 18 U.S.C. section 2251A is clear that knowledge is only one of the ways the statute may be satisfied. Actual transportation also satisfied the statute. Here, the government proved that the video 1 through 3 were actually transported in interstate commerce. Thus, Kelly's knowledge is irrelevant. So he's saying that when J-Bo is talking about mens rea, the intent, his knowledge, him knowing that he had no way of knowing that this was going to go across state lines, and then he didn't do it to produce videos. He didn't engage in this kind of conduct to produce the videos, is irrelevant with regards to the statute itself. Okay. Kelly's motion for a judgment of acquittal on counts 1 through 3 is denied. Number 2, counts 9 through 11. Counts 9 through 11 of the indictment were all brought under 18 U.S.C. section 2422B. And section 2422B prohibits the use of facility of interstate commerce to induce a minor to engage in criminal sexual conduct. So, again, facility, it's a phone, computer, shit like that. Kelly was convicted of using the telephone to induce and entice 3 minors, Jane, Near, and Pauline, into criminal sexual conduct. Kelly's argument on these counts is twofold. First, that he did not use a facility of interstate commerce. Second, that he did not induce the minors in question, Jane, Neal, and Pauline, to engage in criminal sexual activity using the phone. First, the telephone is a facility of interstate commerce, even when used in an intrastate fashion, right? So intrastate means within the state. Interstate means from state to state. If you had anything to do with the 1984 divestiture of AT&T, you would know that language if you had to study it. No, so that's neither here nor there. So it says, there's some more case law. It says Seventh Circuit of 2003, citing some more case law. Ninth Circuit of 2008. It says the interstate telephone calls involve the use of a facility in interstate commerce. There's some more case laws. It says starting that intrastate use of a telephone would qualify as interstate commerce in a different context. Meaning, if you're using the phone intrastate, okay, with regard, interstate means within the state, but if you're using it wherever you are and you're doing whatever they say, say breaking the law and affecting interstate commerce, then that's the different context they're talking about. So they're trying to make sure that the word intrastate and interstate what don't have the same meaning, but shows it the connection, if y'all understand what I'm saying. Meaning that somebody sat on their ass and I'm not talking about R. Kelly, nobody. I'm just saying anybody who sits on their ass. I'm talking about with regards to the case law that they're citing. Somebody sat on their ass within whatever state, used the phone, broke the law, and it affected interstate commerce. Okay, so that's what they're trying to say, that hey, the telephone was the facilitator. They were in state, but they broke the law. They didn't move. It was intrastate. They didn't move from where they were, but they broke the law affecting interstate commerce. Okay. Second, the government provided ample evidence to show that Kelly used the telephone to induce Jane, Pauline, and Nia to engage in criminal sexual activity. The Seventh Circuit has found that child sexual abuse can be accomplished by several means and is often carried out through a period of grooming. Ooh. Case law. It says the Second Circuit of 2011. Here, the government elicited testimony that Kelly used the phone to groom Jane, Pauline, and Nia into committing illegal sex acts with him. Jane testified that her telephone conversations with Kelly that started innocuously but progressed into more sexual topics. After some time, Kelly persuaded Jane to have phone sex, which then led to physical sex. Nia testified that she and Kelly had regular phone calls, which led to Kelly enticing her into sexual conduct when they met in person. So he's showing the connection from how it started, okay, which, kind of hints that the law was broken then, to that was a facilitator that broke the law later when they met in person and had sex if she was underage, right? Said Pauline testified that she had regular sexual contact with Kelly, all arranged over the phone. Again, the phone is the facilitator. Says looking at the evidence in light most favorable to the government, meaning they had the burden, he's saying that they proved everything. The court finds that there was enough evidence to sustain a guilty verdict on all 6 counts Kelly was convicted of. Kelly's motion for a judgment of acquittal is denied. B. Motion for a new trial. Kelly moves for a new trial under Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure 33. If a district judge believes that a serious danger that a miscarriage of justice has occurred, that is, that an innocent person has been convicted, he has the power to set the verdict aside. So remember, when I was talking about different errors, right? Reasons why they bring things to the appellate court. Procedural errors, structural errors, so on and so forth, right? Remember, I used the the wording, the phrase, a fundamental miscarriage of justice. I also use the term in the in the interest of justice, right? So when and I also explained to you when attorneys write their briefs and shit, when you use the phrase a fundamental miscarriage of justice or miscarriage of justice, that's strong, right? Because that supports what the law believes. Right here, you see that what it says that a serious danger that a miscarriage of justice has occurred is that an innocent person has been convicted. He has the power to set that verdict aside. Now, that can go into a whole different set of tests, right? When deciding whether a verdict can be overturned, right? One of those errors, the test is the person actually innocent or guilty? And is the argument sufficient enough to overturn that verdict, right? Will it be in the interest of justice to overturn that? But if you find that the person is actually guilty, irrespective of most things that can happen, then the verdict should stay where it is, right? Let's see. Okay, it says a Rule 33 motion is not to be granted lightly. Kelly argues that he is entitled to a new trial because the government violated its obligations under NAPU versus Illinois. NAPU stands for the principle that the government may not knowingly use false testimony to obtain a conviction. A defendant is entitled to a new trial under NAPU if there was false testimony, the government knew or should have known it was false, and there is a likelihood that the false testimony affected the judgment of the jury. More case law. Seventh Circuit of 2016. It says the false testimony must bear a direct relationship to the defendant's guilt or innocence. So that's what I just said. The false testimony must bear a direct relationship to the defendant's guilt or innocence. Meaning, is that what happened? Does that, if the person is actually guilty, do you come undo it based on, her argument as it's written? Or will it be in the interest of justice? Because in the interest of justice, it cuts both sides. Kelly makes two separate motions under NAPU. First about Dr. Daryl Turner's testimony, second about Jane's testimony. 1. Dr. Daryl Turner. The government's expert witness, Dr. Daryl Turner, testified that his hourly rate for the case was $250. Now remember this. This came in a long time ago, but he waited until today, wink, wink, to what? Address it all. This one came in a long time ago. Shit, by Dr. Daryl Turner, about $250, that's really $450 or whatever. Shit, what? It says on October 27, 2022, the government sent a letter to Kelly's counsel informing them that Dr. Turner's rate for the case was $450 per hour. Dr. Turner's letter, much for a new trial, blah, blah, blah. Okay, the government should have known about this discrepancy as the contract was executed prior to trial. Thus, the question before the court is whether Dr. Turner's testimony about his rates directly related to the jury's decision to convict Kelly on any of the 6 counts. Watch for the breakdown. The court finds no likelihood that Dr. Turner's testimony about his rates affected the jury's decision to convict Kelly. In Kelly's motion, he states, had the jurors known that Dr. Turner's actively misled them, the jurors would likely have rejected his testimony outright. Kelly does not explain how he reaches this conclusion, nor does he cite any case law in support of his position. Okay? So when you ain't got no mandatory law to support what you're saying, you ain't got no primary law, do you have case law? And apparently, she didn't. I don't know what the fuck is going on. It says the law in this circuit does not support Kelly's position. There's more case law. The Second Circuit of 2011 affirming a district court's decision to grant a new trial when the government star witness testified falsely. The government knew about it, and the government relied on the testimony to secure convictions. More case law. It says the Second Circuit of 2017 affirming a district court's decision to deny a motion for a new trial where the government did not rely on the false testimony to secure a conviction. Ooh. Oh, okay. Go ahead on old ass. He pulled it out his ass. Okay. It says the Seventh Circuit of 2010 affirming a district court's decision to deny a motion for a new trial where the false testimony did not change the outcome of the trial. Ooh, okay. So there, he's given a lot of options, right? In the way of case law, saying, hey, he got supporting case law, how the Seventh Circuit has ruled, and I think it's mainly the Seventh Circuit, yeah, have ruled on similar circumstances. And this is how he should apply the law, right? Or this is how he should interpret it, and this is how he should apply it. These cases show that a court should only grant a new trial under an appeal if the false testimony directly leads to the defendant's conviction. Now, this doesn't mean that maybe upon appeal or later on that she could, well, see in the pew. It pretty much kind of be like would be a constitutional violation, like Brady, Giglio, what have you, right? So she was trying to make that distinction. So I was going to say, if she uses something else to try to make her argument later on appeal with regards to this, she can use that. But I mean, it kind of the judge has given different case laws to where that argument kind of falls flat. So she would have to redo this in a way that I mean, if she uses an appeal, I don't know, to still make it a constitutional violation. I don't know. Let me keep reading. Here it is not clear to the court how the false testimony about Dr. Turner's rape bears on Kelly's guilt. Dr. Turner had no personal involvement in this case. He was not familiar with Kelly or any witnesses in the case. Dr. Turner testified generally about grooming and victim behavior. Dr. Turner did not express a conclusion about whether any of those practices and behaviors were present in this case. While Dr. Turner's testimony may have provided helpful background information to the jury, he never tied that information back to Kelly. Whoa. Ooh. Damn, he good. Old ass is good. Damn, he good. Meaning he's still saying that it has no bearing on his guilt, right? He didn't tie it into R. Kelly or anything like that. He was just giving his expert testimony on whatever the case is. And if he spoke in a general manner like that, it's going to be hard for her to make a cohesive argument after this pretty much scathing goddamn order. Let's see. Okay. While Dr. Turner's testimony may have provided helpful background information to the jury, he never tied that information back to Kelly. As such, there was sufficient evidence to sustain Kelly's conviction even without Dr. Turner's testimony. Oh, God. The government's case was mainly based on the testimony of the victim witnesses who testified as to Kelly's actions, his actus reus, right? 2. Jane, one of the victim witnesses, testified that she was undecided about whether she was going to seek restitution. Kelly argues that this statement is false. In support, Kelly points to Jane's private attorney's billing record, which contains 3 entries discussing restitution. So again, prosecution don't have to respond to this. It is not clear to the court which, if any, of the NAPU requirements are satisfied here. Simply because Jane and her attorney considered the possibility of restitution does not mean that she lied during her testimony. Jane's testimony was that she was undecided. Her testimony was not that she was not intending to pursue restitution. Kelly alleges that the government knew that Jane's statement was false because Jane's attorney discussed restitution with the government in 2020. Again, nothing in the record suggests that Jane was going to pursue restitution, just that it was a possibility. Ugh. Kelly argues that this false testimony was directly related to his convictions because it goes to Jane's credibility general, right? Meaning that she was denied, and the further explanation, as Jabo did, that she was denied the opportunity to challenge Jane's credibility, right? Without, because she didn't know this information. Kelly fails to specify further, only stating that Jane had motivation to share her story in ways that were not entirely honest because she stood to gain significant restitution, which could have affected the judge. Hold on for a minute. Sorry about that, y'all. Somebody always selling some shit. Damn. Hold on for a minute. Damn. Hold on. All right, let me get back to it. What the hell was that? Okay. And this is what was that? Okay, it says Kelly argues that this false testimony was directly related to his convictions because it goes to Jane's credibility generally. Kelly fails to specify further, only stating that Jane had motivation to share her story in ways that were not entirely honest because she stood to gain a significant restitution, which could have affected the judgment of the jury. Okay, so now to me that's a little opening for her. That's a little opening for her because it says Kelly argues that this false testimony was directly related to his conviction because it goes to Jane's credibility generally. Kelly fails to specify further, meaning she didn't go into it, didn't give any other argument, only stating that Jane's motivation. So if she can rework this, hey, she might can, continue this argument, right? It says the court finds that Kelly has not met the requirements of an appeal, nor is this a case that requires a new trial in the interest of justice. Remember, I was telling you that language. There was a reason why I told y'all that, a few lives ago, because I know it's going to come up. Because that's strong language of the law to firmly stand behind, a person's, not a person's, Lord have mercy, either the judge's order, his decision, his opinion, or whatever, what the prosecution may use as their argument or uses in their response, and vice versa for the defense, right? That's strong language. Strong language that you have to overcome, all right? And it says, for these reasons stated herein, Kelly's motion for judgment of acquittal and Kelly's motions for a new trial are denied. So ordered, Judge, let me see. Let me see if anything else come out, because we are still expecting to see something with regards to it. He also denied. Okay, so the judge also denied the government's calculation of restitution, right? Remember, they wanted 30 days. He denied that as well. He also says that the court will consider restitution at defendant Kelly's sentencing hearing. The court notes that the possibility of restitution is slim, considering the amount of unsatisfied judgments and the IRS liens against defendant Kelly, right? So with restitution and liens and all that other stuff, whatever, they go in an order. The money gets applied first to maybe the liens first or the fines first and things of that nature, right? And then restitution is, in the back end. Now, if I'm not mistaken, and I have to go back and look at the appeal, but there should be a couple of different pockets of money, like as in New York, right? That the victim witnesses or the victims or whatever you want to call them, the accusers or whatever you want to call them, can benefit from, right? With regards to a RICO, you got civil RICO, they could benefit under that. They can benefit under a specified amount for as restitution, things of that nature. They could benefit from Victims Act. So it doesn't mean that they'll, that they may necessarily not get anything. It just depends on what pocket of money it'll come out of. All right, I'm right here in the front. I'm right here in the front. Let me look at something real quick. Let me holler at a few people. Where we at? What up, Fresh? Hey, Angela Jackson. What's up, girl, Melanie? Hey, Jason. Shaw. Hey. Time served. Yeah, right. Hey, Mo. Who somebody said, can't you refile? Who said, can't she? No, she can't refile because you have to have these things in at a certain amount of time. Now, she can file, again, she could file a motion for leave, right? Meaning that you're going to do something that's outside of the normal procedure, the normal time, the normal filing limits, right? And say maybe she has a supplement or she's had something additional or whatever. At this point, we're about 2 weeks out, I mean, less than 2 weeks out from the sentencing. That's highly unlikely. But so these matters mainly can be taken up at the appellate level or on a 2255, right? Let me see. What's up, Mo? J. Taylor and chat. No surprise, these motions was denied. They are rarely granted, but it's more procedure than anything because they. But yeah, so I want to say, I mean, yeah, they rarely are granted because the burden is so high. The shit is, I mean, is astronomical. You know what you got to prove, right? To to um to jump over this. But just keep in mind, though, the appeal is a whole nother procedure. Okay, of course you're gonna go through this. Go through post conviction motions because you want to make your last appeal to the trial court. But now you want to take everything that is on the record, kick that up to the appellate court, and let a judge of three, a panel of three, you know, and hope you get a dissenting judge or somebody, you know what I'm saying, to help your ass along. Maybe if they deny it, then you can ask for a review. It just goes on and on. But eventually it stops. Okay, it's not like a capital murder, capital murder case or whatever. So let's see. So y'all, what y'all think? Like, what y'all think, y'all? This is hold on, I want to look at the different pockets of money. Hold on, let me look that they could, because he already talking about ain't nobody going. He already talking about he gonna be tight with the money. Boy, Judge Old ass don't be playing, honey. He's on $13 million. You crazy? Hold on, let me see what Judge Old ass say. Look at this. Okay, trying to see. in the right shit? Is this the right goddamn? I think I'm in somebody else's file. Is this for R. Kelly? Oh, okay. Child, we done read. That's a damn shame. We done read so much shit. I done forgot what I done read. Did you read this? I done cleared out the whole goddamn entire cache. Let me see. Did I read this from New York? Use a substance. Hold on. Supervision. Oh, talk about the money. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm reading something. So, just for traffic crowd. If any interest. Okay, so you got. Oh, okay. So you're gonna have that assessment. Probably gonna have that fine. You're gonna have that victim's fund. So yeah, so the restitution gonna be last. That's gonna be because they will benefit from under the victim's fund first. So yeah. So he was like, "Listen here, I ain't trying to make your ass rich." Hey, quoting JT Money. I'm trying to see what order it goes. The money get applied first. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, assessment as follows. Unless the court has a special order judgment if due to all crime monetary federal defense receive payment and case now the defense should pay Constitution. Okay, let me put this in the chat and I'm gonna put this on the board. Put this in the chat and I'll put this in the board. Now, what's good with it? 312, what's good with it? Keep. Now, probably a little different in Illinois because I don't know what the victims fund assessment, what the actual name of it's there, but that tells you how it's applied. All right, so it's applied in the following order: assessment, restitution interest. So the assessment is, hold on. So the assessment one Assessment 1 is the regular assessment, and then okay, assessment. The AVAA assessment and nothing by that. Oh, okay, so that's the Amy, Vicky, and Andy Child Pornography Victim Assistance Act. So, and he don't have to pay nothing towards. I'm talking about the New York stuff. I'm trying to give you an idea how they will probably. So wait a minute. So what kind of restitution? Okay, so that restitution. So assessment, restitution, principal, restitution, interest, assessment, fine, principal, fine, interest, community restitution, assessment. We got to get our hands on one of those forms of how they divvy the money up in Illinois to see what comes first, because he talking about the restitution gonna be slim. I ain't trying to make your ass rich. So we got assessment. He got that other assessment in there. Also, that comes in number 8. So that's after the community restitution or whatever. At the restitution 7. So where did I get that from? Plea amount. Plea agreement. Nope. Didn't come up under a plea agreement for restitution. It came under. What's the restitution ordered? So. I think the fine comes from before the fine. Damn. So anyway, here my claim. Right. So, and it's the different assessments, the different funds and shit. Each state is slightly different, right? So, but he is already saying that restitution is going to be something. Now, should we be nosing and see what Chicago or how Chicago applies its fines? That's the trap. That's not. I'm pull out traffic, not trafficking. Shit. Hold on. Chicago. But wait a minute. But overall, it is. But they're using the victims' funds from this. So the order should remain the same. The funds, the assessment should be different. That's the only difference. And he's saying he ain't with all that. So I put the link up there, but if Arcade does not speak at the sentencing after those jailhouse interviews, that also confirms that he was full of shit. Ain't no prosecutor gonna pull that up by he ain't speak at no damn on the jailhouse. He spoke on the jailhouse phone and he ain't speak in the thing. They not as petty as you been. And I'm gonna do all that unless they trying to use that to advocate for a goddamn higher sentence in some kind of damn way. Let me look at something else. They need to go. Government, go and put the damn paperwork in. Hell, the judge done helped your ass out a little bit. Go on, put the paperwork in so we can read it before I get off this damn live. You know, I be sleeping. I need to pull that back up. Mm-hmm. I'm reading something, y'all. Sorry. I'm trying to pull up something about them ranges. So, hold on, y'all. I'm trying to pull this up. Okay. Because they made. Okay. So, okay. Does anybody remember with them other charges he has? Does anybody remember those other charges he has? Well, what's good with it, Joe? What's good with it? Does anybody remember what those other charges he had? What was the time? Because I know it was 3 for 10, and wasn't the other ones got to be 20, 20, 20, right? So that's 60. Yeah, that's gotta be right. Because that's total 90. I can't call it, y'all. I'm saying between 20 and 30, but then it's just in the back of my head with all the people from Chicago saying they call him the lifer. They say he give you life, life, life. He gives you, oh, you know what we can do? Let me see if I can see what his ass be giving people. Hold on. Let me see what his record is. Let me see if I can get that up. Hmm. Hold on. Well, Judge Alonzo got caught in Marvin between Jeff Bartels versus the partnership. And then, let me see. Where your ass at? Let me see. I ain't minding my own business. Where you at? Oh, let me see. Child on February 22nd, his old ass has got 17 cases, child. Telephone card, status center, telephone card, telephone. Notice of a mo. Who is that? Let me see. See if we can find. Let me see. Um, motion schedule. Pretrial order. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I'm being nosy, trying to see. Let's be nosy. Let's. So listen to what his preferences is with his old ass. His pretrial orders. This is what he requires. His final pretrial orders materially differs from that required by the local rules. His pretrial order requires a statement of the case, a statement of damages, witness list, stipulations, trials exhibits, depositions, and other discovery material to be used at trial, expert witness information, and proposed findings of fact and conclusions of the law or jury instructions. Copies of the pretrial order forms are available upon request from the judge in Weber's chambers. This is White Andre reading. That's from White Andre. Yeah. Mm, 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 mm. Let me see. Cha. His old ass. So I can't find. Let me see. I'm trying to get a sense of, because he just can't give everybody the stiffest possible penalty ever all the time. Damn, he don't get nobody no slack. I find that troubling. That can't be true. Oh, get out of that and look at it this way. I ain't minding my own business. Okay. Oh, look at them. Um, I'm coming, y'all. Y'all ain't gonna convince me that this man only throws the book at everybody. I'm not gonna be convinced of that. Okay, that's civil. Let me see what it did. Hold on. How much was the time this dude sentenced to? Okay. Pleaded guilty. Conspiracy. Sanchez admit that. Confidential source multiplication. Sanchez government count to oppose a country pre-sentence. Okay. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. I might got something. Sanchez and the government agreed that the safety valve provision of the sentencing guideline applied, which would allow the court to impose a sentence without regard to the statutory mandatory minimum sentence of 5 years. Probation disagreed. According to the pre-sentencing investigation report, Sanchez had participated in the conspiracy while under criminal justice sentence for driving under the influence of alcohol. This resulted in a high criminal history category that renders Sanchez ineligible for the safety valve. At sentencing on June, the court resolved this issue, ruling that Sanchez had not participated in conspiracy while under criminal justice sentence, and that the safety valve applied. Okay, he cut somebody a break. Sanchez, category 1, criminal history offense level 29, resulted in guideline range of 87 imprisonment. Uphold the sentence. Well, he cuts. Wait a minute. Now, y'all see, y'all be talking that bullshit. This man cut people break. He cuts people breaks. Hold on. Hold on. Damn. Now I got to recalculate how I think. Listen to y'all ass. Y'all get a hound that damn shit all the time and be putting shit in my head. Along with the damn reality shows and shit. Let me see. Okay, a level 29 resulting guideline range of 87. So he was on the guideline range of 87 to 108 months. Ultimately, the court imposed a sentence of 40. So he went 40 months below the goddamn guideline. Yeah. You know what? I ain't listening to y'all asses no more. I'm just gonna listen to the damn reality shows. And listen, ladies, hey Marietta Jones, ladies, listen. Oh, ain't everybody no damn suspect. Listen, ladies, according to the reality shows, they all cheat, child. They all cheat. They gonna steal your money and beat your ass, child. That's what they gonna do. So I'm just trying to let you know before you go through it. Mm-hmm. I'm almost listening. Man, I got a whole goddamn 2 other seasons to look through. But y'all, he cut people slack. No, he don't get no time served. That ain't gonna work out. No time served. So I'm thinking if the probation report says about 17.5, what's good with it, trouble? He coming here to speak to JoJo, not nobody else. Dark-skinned people always stick together. They start shit together and everything. They stay together and start shit together. So, what made me rethink this thing? Yeah, but he got to take up for them goddamn prosecution and shit. He got to take up for them. So man, I'm still stick with. I'm gonna go, and this is good. This is a wide range. I'm gonna say maybe between 17.5 to 30. His calendar his calendar is off the chain. 17 cases. I mean that's kind of normal for what he's doing. Doing a lot of status hearings and telephone conferences and shit, but still. James, ain't nobody, and I ain't got no hitters tonight. Nobody want to hit it. Nobody want to hit it. The link is up there. I'm just trying to figure out, did I lose you? And again, with that BLP shit, go cuss Trent out. I ain't got nothing to do with that. He the one found it. Go cuss his ass out, not me. Uh-uh. So that man, he don't, he do okay with his little sentences and shit. Let me see if I can find something else. How old is he? Child, he got his law degree in 62, long before any of us was born. God damn. Let me see if I can find. Oh, y'all, he was put in there by Ronald Reagan. Mm. I'm trying to see. Y'all, I can't, yeah, I ain't finna listen to y'all no damn more. Y'all got me thinking this man finna throw the goddamn book to shoes. Not saying it might not happen, but he do cut people slack though. Let me look at this. District. There ain't no easy way to look at this. This crazy. That's Texas, California. Well, let's see. Let me see if I can find Illinois real quick. I'm nosy as hell when it comes to this shit. Okay, Illinois. Nope, not him. Not him. Not him. Do y'all think that they're gonna wait till the last hour to put in their sentencing submissions? This is ridiculous. Y'all got it ready now. I'm almost halfway through this list. Nope, not him. Not him. Not him. Here we go. Let me see. Okay. Okay, so. Okay. Okay. Man, that man don't be killing people like that. Y'all ain't listen, y'all asses. No, wait a minute. Hold on. I might talk too soon. No, he don't be doing. No, 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 no. There's way more judges that be uh killing them like that. He is. He listen. He. I ain't listen y'all ass no more. That's what I'm not gonna do. That's what I'm not going to do. Got me thinking, man. Ugh, you don't kill him. Damn. What is this? Hold on. Wait a minute. I'm reading something. He even wait a minute. A motion for relief is granted. He done motherfucking adjusted somebody's sentence from life to 360 months. Hold on. God damn it. I ain't listen, y'all. How many goddamn years is 360 months? Probably still like that's 30 years. That ain't life. I ain't listen to y'all no more. That did it. I ain't listen to y'all asses no more. No more. Not with the R-E at the end. M-O. And he went against the government with this one. The government said if he decides to so shit. Wait a minute. Hold on. Team Chaos, wait a minute. Don't go nowhere. Hold on. It ain't over. Hold on, y'all. Wait a minute. Let me look this up real quick. So what caused him to answer this? It's 2582. Hold on, let me see. It's granted the court hereby just prison from like okay, what happened? Retroactive amendment to the sentencing guideline laws the sentence right to refuse offense from life to no more than life and less than 26 months. Based on his eligibility for release, he was actually just percent to minimum available to 30 years. Stipulate that except under circumstances present in this case, the court should not reduce the defendant's term of imprisonment to a term that is less than the minimum of amended guideline upholding nature of the release sentence. The government, on the other hand, requests that okay, so in determining whether or not it should lower the petition and incarceration term, so how much if the court consults 18 U.S.C. 35 3. Okay, providing that the court may reduce the term of imprisonment for the eligible prisoner after considering the fact set forth in section. This section of the penal code obliges the court to impose a sentence sufficient, not greater than necessary, to punish the offender to deter future. Oh, he goes by the. Wait a minute. This section of the penal code obliges the court to impose a sentence sufficient, but not greater than necessary, to punish the offender to deter his future criminal activities. Okay, he already caught up on a motherfucking 30 in New York. And J-Bo probably did her homework like I'm doing to know that he considers that language. So, and that's why in her recent filing, she was saying stuff like, a sentence in her PSI, in her sentence submission, nothing greater than whatever. What the fuck I just said? When I get excited, I get motherfucking tongue tied. So, okay, to deter his future criminal activities, i.e., provide specific deterrence and discourage other would-be offenders, supply specific deterrence. Deterrence, I'm sorry. It also specifies that the court shall consider the policy statements of the Sentencing Commission. Pursuant to the relevant policy statement, the court takes account of the petitioner's post-sentencing conduct in assessing his request for a sentence reduction. Ooh. So his ass gave somebody a sentencing reduction. Huh. Let me come on right now. Uh-huh. Oh, shut up, JoJo. So listen. Child, I don't know what Levi had, honey. Like I said, don't take this long to deal with no goddamn Valentine shit. Valentine is over. Yeah. So this is great. So listen, this man give breaks. Yeah, boy, I ain't listen to y'all ass no more. Hold on for a minute. So now we gotta rethink this thing now. We gotta rethink it. Gonna give him something. It ain't gonna be no 10 years. That means he have to run all that shit with. It's more likely he might do 20, being that 20 is, at the highest for one of the charges. It's gonna be considered to run all of that shit concurrently. It might come out to be 20, y'all. We got to look and see what the PSI, what the government asks. But it might come out to be 20. Mm-hmm. Now, the thing would be, will he run it consecutively or concurrently? Now, that's going to be something to see. When the damn sentencing, when is it? Is it the 23rd? Because this is getting on my damn nerves. Let me see, because y'all just want to argue and fight with each other in the damn chat. Let me see my own goddamn self. Uh, 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 uh. When is he going to be sentenced? Is it the 23rd? I know you in. You should know that. It's the 23rd. Okay, thank you. What's good with it? The Mexican Muslim, what's good with it? So it ain't that long, but god darn. So he might do 20 though. That y'all think y'all still get a break. Yeah, me thinking they gonna throw the damn book, the gavel. But not saying he's not gonna do. I might not do it. All depends on how he wake up that morning. But I like how he slid in and ain't even let the government even answer about that restitution by Jane. But notice what he said with Dr. Daryl Turner, and I'm probably sure that the same goes for Jane, right? He said that the government should have known. Okay, so he did kind of he pointed it out, and of course you got to cover your own ass. Okay, he got to cover his ass too because he got the answer for his order, his judgment, right? His ruling. Got to answer because he know, if he don't know, he will know that if J-Bo gets a light, she gonna think she see Jesus coming through the door. Cause she gonna write it up and she gonna be like, listen here. The law said this, but I think it can also mean this. The law mean, and I can see Leonard was probably sitting there. I'm trying to stop time, trying to hope they put the paperwork in, cause honey, when I go down, baby, I charge to the game. But listen, Lord, not Pookie and Ray Ray. Lord have mercy. What Pookie and Ray Ray uncle at? Pookie and Ray Ray uncle, say something. Hey, Pookie and Ray Ray uncle. Pookie and Ray Ray uncle, say something else. Pookie and Ray Ray uncle. Oh no, it's Man Man and Tay Tay. I'm sorry, Man Man and Tay Tay. I'm sorry, wrong uncle. But listen, hold on. I'm tired of people knocking on the damn door trying to sell something. They always bring their ass out here and trying to sell something. Right. To me, this is just my opinion, okay? And it just makes sense, and it echoes it echoes our human rights, our natural rights, and our legal rights, right? No matter what color or whatever, and it goes for anybody. You do the crime, you should do the time, but with some, but depending on if you're a repeat offender or if you the first timer, they have, you should be given some type of consideration for that, right? The rehabilitation, all that. It doesn't matter who you are. That is true. It doesn't matter who you are, but the law does have certain things built into it to ensure fairness. So that's supposed to ensure fairness. Let me say that. No, that's not how it always works. But it's supposed to ensure fairness. And it is what it is. A lot of times, what I think gets lost is that when sentencing someone, the judge is supposed to consider, somebody that got the same sentence. I mean, with the same, pretty much same type of charges. You're supposed to kind of keep the sentence. It's kind of, similar to theirs. You can't, like one person, and I've seen in cases where that hasn't happened. You've seen that all over. Now, they gave that man Kiefer near 120 years. The hell? What's good with it? That, oh, no. Listen, you know what? This is just me. When it comes to stories like that and just all kinds of old crazy shit, talking about talking about she R. Kelly dog, whatever. No, you not. I'm not finna. I'm not finna set up a live to talk about none of that. That's ridiculous. Some shit to me is just not worthy of me hitting a button, several buttons, to come up here and to talk about this. What can I add to that or take away? I'm not that girl. You ain't that man, damn daughter. You don't look nothing like none of them. You look like your mama. That's what we look. You look like your mama and your daddy. You ain't. You don't look like R. Kelly. Shit. You think so, Miss V? Girl. You know what? I am. I'm looking to be surprised. Because I'm like, listen, I had to sit up and expected the worst. The man gonna make sure. I ain't saying he won't. But I wasn't leaving a door open for Jesus to come through. But now the door is open for Jesus to come through. I ain't got time to be dealing with nobody talking about you R. Kelly daughter and a Leah daughter. Since when? Where you been all this other time? I feel more better about that dude that ran around here and saying that he is Bill Clinton's son from the black lady. Yeah, he looked more like Bill Clinton. And I ain't lying to you. But listen, to get to that, honey, you got to be willing to view some spooky shit about the Clintons. Now, here's the thing, right? Now, I love me some Bill and Hillary Clinton. That's just me. I don't give a fuck what y'all think. I ain't got nothing to do with all that other mysterious shit. But when I discovered that JoJo has also been privy to that little stuff, whatever, about them Clintons and all them people, I don't want to say what I want to say. Oh, listen. Now listen here. Now look at one or two motherfuckers, okay. But a whole goddamn, huh? No, no. Hell no. Yes. What's good with the rocking? Yeah, that, I don't know who daughter that is, but it ain't his. It ain't his. And she should have, and that's where that mental health come in at. She should have common sense to look at the picture. You can look at R. Kelly with got that vibe, how the song go. And then a car ain't supposed to be a car. A house ain't supposed to be a house. Rain ain't supposed to be sun. And the moon ain't supposed to be one. Here, you can look from all them R. Kellys from that point to where I just sung to. And you don't look nothing like that. And you don't look nothing like Aaliyah. Or her brother, sister, mama, or daddy. Even the uncle. You don't like Gladys Knight and the Pips. Of course, you wouldn't have that blood, but I'm just saying. You know, I'm going with this. Something is wrong with you, lady. I'm just saying. That don't make no damn sense. She done got out here. Where's your mama? Let you come out here and trick all these good white people. And you know, white people take your word for it because they're good white people. They're going to believe you on, the first time you say something. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry to hear that about your mama. I'm sorry. I remember that when that happened to your mama. Just talking to her just as crazy. Girl, that ain't her damn daughter. Go ahead on, Sir Miguel. Sir Miguel, y'all, let me tell y'all something, right? I think I've told y'all this before. But when, and I don't know if y'all did this or not, but I'm gonna tell you I did it. So when I first started, watching videos on YouTube, I'm gonna tell you how discernment and the spirit of the Lord guides you. Certain videos I wouldn't click on. I was terrified. Something told me that it wasn't right. I used to see videos talk, and it'd be like Illuminati this and Illuminati that. Something about that name. I ain't look it up or nothing. I was like, something about this ain't right. I'm not gonna click on these goddamn videos. My child had to tell me that it was okay. Hey, so when she told me to click on the video, I said, okay. And so I was, I wasn't doing nothing. And one day I clicked on one of the videos and I heard one of them people with one of them men with that far off voice and like he in a tunnel some motherfucking way. I said, hell no. That's why I don't fuck around shit like this. I don't click on nothing about no omen. I don't click on nothing with no omen presence and shit. I don't do that. Nope. don't be trusting that goddamn uh, I don't be trusting that goddamn shit. What Dana doing? Yeah, I don't be trusting that bullshit. Yeah, they can track you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, y'all weren't scared to click on the videos, and you click on there and you be like, oh my god, hey, hey, and don't sit up there and listen to what they saying. Just the fact that how they sound like he in some faraway tunnel and shit. He's somewhere scared with his life, scaring your ass. Nope, nope. I ain't interested. She needs some help. Girl, you ain't R. Kelly daughter. She would have come out better saying it would have been a little closer if she would have said that she was Drea's daughter with R. Kelly. But him and Leah, and see, R. Kelly got a a particular shape when it comes to his mouth. So maybe some of y'all don't break shit down like that, but I goes into your lips.
Hey, what's going on?
What's good with this story? What's good with
Hey, I got 2 seconds. I was looking at y'all talking about this disclaimer. I'm about to be in and out. Hey, chat. That disclaimer doesn't mean a damn thing. Um,
Huh?
any type of email or website that you go on, they're gonna always have a disclaimer, you know.
Yeah.
So it comes down, same thing when um you go into a paid parking lot and they put the little disclaimer up there, the sign that says we're not responsible for any of the items that are in this car. And that's
Reflect.
incorrect because they are. Once you pay somebody money to receive your car, they're responsible for your car. So I'm saying the disclaimer is just what it is. It comes down to negligence and liability. So I just want to be clear on that because I heard y'all talking about that.
Roll that back. Roll that back. Roll that back. Roll it back. Now, in certain situations, if somebody break into your car, if you got a signed disclaimer and this, that, and the third, whatever, and it goes through all the motions and checks off every letter of the law, whatever, then you on your own. But then in some cases, depending on if if they if the place is in like a bad spot and all this here, and a pretty good attorney can fight that, hey, can get you something up out of that if you lose something with regards to that. But what I'm saying is, when you have a disclaimer, generally, and this is why they use them for most purposes, I put it like that, is that it puts the responsibility on you. It makes you share in some of the liability, if not all of it.
Right, but that's what it
So,
tries to do. Same thing for when we put in our description, all commentary is alleged. It still comes down to your negligence and your malice and your intent. So I'm saying, but back to the car thing, if you pay somebody, I'm paying you to park here. You see what I'm saying? But you always are gonna see that sign that says we're not responsible for your items inside the vehicle. It all comes down to negligence um and liability. So the just by having a disclaimer up there doesn't mean anything. They were still negligent in the fact that they had somebody go into their system and release his information.
but
So they could put whatever disclaimer they want. I could put up a disclaimer that, let me see, you come in here and I'm gonna do this and this and this to you. Just because I put up a disclaimer doesn't mean, for one, it has a legal basis, and it doesn't mean for two, you can act on it. You see what I'm saying? It's gonna always be parameters to that disclaimer.
There
So
is
I'm
parameters,
saying,
but you
huh?
didn't hear the rest of what I. Apparently, you didn't. As you Chicagoans do, you reject the
What?
other part of it. I said, so you are responsible for what you put in the motherfucking email. You're responsible for it. They ain't just put that as a footnote and not going to have some kind of legal argument behind it. They're not going to put that in there.
That makes
And,
sense.
and so,
But you are responsible too for making sure the information doesn't get leaked. So it's a double-edged sword. I'm not saying that you're wrong in that regard, but I'm saying when people are talking disclaimers, that's not. It doesn't mean because they put that disclaimer up that that's the end all be all. That R. Kelly should have known not to type nothing in there. That's not how that works. It comes down to negligence and liability. So now they're giving you a warning to say,
it won't come down to negligence and liability because negligence and liability has already been established. It won't come down to that. It'll come down to does it have any bearings on his guilt? Does it have any would it change the outcome of the case? And so
well,
on and
that's
so forth.
separate.
Is it a
I'm just
miscarriage of justice? Blah blah blah. Yeah. So it won't
yeah.
come down to I mean negligence and liability has already been established. They've already done that part of it. And
Yeah,
again,
I'm just talking about the disclaimer. I'm not talking
yeah,
about that part of the case because I have to go back and finish watching, but I'm just strictly speaking about disclaimers. When people put disclaimers on things, it is what it is because it still comes down to if either part mishandles the situation, that's gonna be the way the teeter talks. You see what I'm saying? It's not just the end all be all to anything. That was all I wanted to say.
but it also goes back to the governing body. Where did it like? Okay, on YouTube. YouTube, you know, is a loose operation. We can throw
Mm-hmm.
a disclaimer up, okay, but this disclaimer, someone comes and sue you for their content, you're outside of you going through the YouTube channel, somebody come and sue you for their content, they can, even though you put a disclaimer up. So
There you go.
in that respect, the disclaimer don't mean shit. You know what I'm saying?
That's
But
what
that's
I'm saying. A
within the
disclaimer is a
governing.
disclaimer.
But I'm talking about listen to within the governing body. That governing body is over there to that BOP.
Uh-huh.
That, that that's different. I'm just trying to show you over here. We put disclaimers up all the time. Shit get hit, and it is what
And
it
see
is.
that, and that's what I'm saying because I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's the Secretary of State. I don't care if it's Chase Bank. You could when you go to Chase Bank, it's a disclaimer down there. But you best believe if somebody hacked their system and steal my money, they could say, "Oh, Scott, you better be careful putting your money in here. You have no privacy. Don't expect privacy. Don't expect whatever." But trust and believe, I got a legal stance if somebody hack your system and take my money. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
that's a governing body. You got FDIC, governing
Yeah.
body. And so that's what I'm saying. It's totally different. I mean, that's of course I'm not saying like that. Just because of disclaimer, boom, that's whatever. That
Yeah.
disclaimer is in there because they're gonna fuck around and say, hey, you should have been more responsible for what you put in that email. And just because you don't put some shit in there, it done got out to the public or whatever to your girlfriend. This is your argument. You want to blame. You want to say this shit should be vacated because of that.
Well,
And
see,
on
the connecting all that is going too far. You see what I'm saying? That's too far of a connection. I'm specifically talking about disclaimer. You see what I'm saying? When you want to take it all into the legal aspect
but that's what
of
we
the
was
case,
doing. That's what we was doing. We know disclaimers. I mean, depending on where you are, who you are, what is dealing with, don't mean shit. But we're talking about legal because that's what we're talking about. It's in the BOP. It's in that legal paperwork, and this is a legal argument.
but
That's what
I'm
I'm saying.
saying
That's
it
why.
stops at the point of where you say it. To me, it stops at the BOP. The question was, how were they going to take that information and attach it to, like you saying, the rest of his case, because they are negligent for letting his information out. That's understood.
Yeah,
Period. Point blank. I don't care what the disclaimer say. They are liable for that. Now, in regards to trying to take it to how that might get his charges reduced or anything like that, that's something totally different. But I'm just want to make it clear that people understand this one disclaimer is everything has a disclaimer. I don't think there's anything on the website that you are going to log into that doesn't have one. But just so they understand what that disclaimer is. And I mean, when I can go on Secretary of State, it's a disclaimer. But trust and believe, you mishandle my personal information, my accounting information. You see what I'm saying? That's where tables turn. I don't care what your disclaimer say up here, you know. But I see what
so
you're saying though.
in that case, he could probably maybe sue the BOP. If
Right.
that's the case, he could probably have a legal claim. But see, it parses different ways. It breaks different ways. So we weren't
Yeah.
saying that disclaimer. We just wasn't using the say, hey, talking about disclaimer as a basic. No, we're talking about the disclaimer as relates to the BOP emails and shit, because that's what the document was on the
Uh-huh.
motion to compel, and how it relates, and what she's trying to use the motion to compel and as an effort to get him free. That's what we're talking about. Of course, we know, what disclaimers, this disclaimer, that shit. I, you know,
No, you and
I
I
put
know that. Other people will be thinking that that's the golden
no.
that's the golden wall.
But I'm saying, but in this particular situation, as far as what her argument is, we're talking about as far as how it it poses a problem against her argument. We're not talking about just okay, just because it's a disclaimer, and we know that. I mean, hell, it shit. Let
I
me see.
don't look. I don't know.
I was gonna use a food allergy, but I can't use that because hell. Well, I can't guess I
And
can't
you
use
right, because
that.
they might got some type of, when you go in a restaurant, they probably got some type of disclaimer somewhere. Like, it's privacy warnings and all type of stuff.
Yeah,
Everything, every business has some type of liabilities disclaimer or privacy clause. They have to actually by law, ain't it? Because when I was setting up my
uh-huh.
website, they told me I had to have a what was it? I think it was a privacy policy and then some type of return policy, some crap I had to have. Like they force you to have
Yeah,
that.
because again, it depends on the body. So it's the web. If you got a website, you selling shit. Um,
Mm-hmm.
some I don't think you have to have you don't have to have a money back guarantee. You don't have to have that, but
Mm-hmm.
it's certain things that you have to have. Let me read this. Let me see what numbers that is number two. So let me see what their court responds to, what point they're trying to make. Because I'm gonna read this goddamn disclaimer again. What is this? Is that one? Shit, I can't see. Hold on. Okay, one. Okay, one. Okay. The attached affidavit in support of a search warrant application provides several examples of how defendants' confidential information communication stolen by the BOP officer was provided to Tasha K almost immediately, was broadcast publicly on her YouTube show. Okay, so then that corresponds to what I read about the goddamn disclaimer. It says although the government maintains that attorney-client, no, hold on, no, sorry, wrong footnote. Okay, here we go. Okay, one. Okay. All right. So I have also reviewed email communications that Officer A sent or received from Officer A's official BOP email address. These emails exist on the BOP network, and the BOP provided law enforcement with the emails. BOP network and BOP provided law enforcement with the emails. Okay. So it says, as set forth more fully below, a warning banner appearing on all BOP electronic devices states users should have no expectations of privacy as to any communication or on or information stored within the system, including information stored on the network. Also, when you read it again, also it also depends on the language of the motherfucking disclaimer as well. Just thinking about that, because
Mm-hmm.
all disclaimers, because you got generic disclaimers that people use that's easily to be, to get a bag off of in a civil court, but
Mm-hmm.
it's also the language.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
So it says users should have no expectations of privacy as to any communication on or information stored within the system, including information stored on the network. So that can be worked and hit a bunch of ways. What I'm saying is, to me, it's just to me, with that being said, and if they have it on there, whatever, it's saying, hey, you got a responsibility of what you put out, whatever. And at most, if something happens, and just say, put it like this, just say if his emails got out, right? His email did get out, and what was in his emails was saying like, yeah, I got $1 million on my commissary. I'm just using a crazy amount. If somebody got hold of that, then if somebody was like, what the hell is, oh girl, I didn't know what the fuck that was. I heard that sound. Like, what is that?
No,
If
I gotta hop
somebody,
off but in a second, but
okay, go ahead. No, if somebody was saying was like, beating him up or bullying him for his money and shit like that, I can see
uh,
more of a claim or something with the cause of action behind that. But how we were talking about that disclaimer as far as how it works into this case, how it can be worked into this case, or how it is because it's on the record. I mean, it's on the paperwork. How it's worked into
yeah.
this goddamn case, and
Eh,
as an excuse.
I mean, it's a statement. That's what I'm saying. That's what disclaimers are. Same thing with contracts. I could put in a contract certain language that's not even legally enforceable. You know what I'm saying? But it's still something that I have in a contract. So I'm saying I understand what you're saying, but I just wanted to put on the table that disclaimers, they're not the end all be all. There's still it still comes down to negligence and it comes down to liability. Of course they put that in there as everybody's gonna have a fail safe to throw some back. You know what I'm saying? That's in every
Yeah,
single contract, everything. But just people just need to be sure that they understand what it is, and I use the example of, the car. When you take your car to a parked parking lot, they gonna have a sign up saying, this is you if somebody we're not responsible for your stuff, whatever. Everybody gonna have something to say, but it all comes down to negligence and
yeah,
liability.
but that language is usually generic too. It's just like, hey, like
Yeah,
the dog warning. You can have a sign out there that said beware of the dog, but that dog
there
bites
you
your
go.
ass, you can take their ass
Yes,
to court. But
there
it
you
depends
go.
on the circumstances. So the
There you go.
circumstances around it and all of that. So yeah.
That's
So
that
yeah,
part
but
right
we're
there,
talking
Angie.
about specifically as it deals with BOP fucking email.
It don't matter. It could be a bank. It could be whoever. It still comes down to uh what's the word you just used? I like that word. Um
What?
uh the word you just used.
Oh, I don't know. Comes down to
Circumstances. It comes down to the
circumstances. Yeah.
circumstances, negligence, and liability. But let me get out of here so I can heat my food up. But I'll come back and talk
You
again.
always doing some shit like, oh my
No,
god.
I'll be
Okay.
back.
God damn, it could be 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh, I got my get my food. Like what?
Right.
Well,
I have to eat, child. But I'll
yeah.
be back, so we'll chop it
That's
up.
God. I be okay. Shit, you
Okay.
around
All right.
the clock. I'm trying to wait for the people. The people don't seem like they're gonna drop, and see, it's gonna fuck up my schedule. Okay, because see, once I call it today, I can't. I gotta do better than this. So. And once I call it today and shut it down after I get off here, oh, I can't do nothing else. I'm rendered useless, and I gotta get out of there. Cause there's so much shit I could do. Excuse me. What's good with it? What's good with it?
Hey, lady, how are you?
Hey, I'm fine. What's going on?
Good. I wanted to ask a question. I was saying it in the chat, but I know y'all was talking. But I guess the part that gets me with these BOP emails and the argument that people try to present, which I try to wrap my head around, and I just never get where they are with it, of how civil and criminal are separate, correct? So
Right.
I don't understand why people are looking at the BOP emails and thinking that, suppose, his rights definitely to privacy were violated in some way,
Mm.
shape, or form. We know that. But at its worst, that would have resulted in a civil, award, correct? It would. I don't understand how people are saying that just
Civil
because
award.
his right to privacy is violated, that then means that he automatically would receive criminal relief. Can you help me understand, like, where did that come from? That because his right to privacy was violated, that he's automatically supposed to receive, a get out of jail free card because of that oversight. I'm having a hard time, and I've had it since people started talking about these BOP emails. While I think it is wrong, and while I definitely think his rights were violated there, but I mean, are they just trying to use that violation right to say that the prison was, an inhumane sort of environment for him to be in? Like, I don't, if that's the case, we violate a lot of people's rights. It's not right, but that doesn't mean that all of these people get out of jail free. And what I put in the comments, we got our shows, but like on Love After Lockup, right? That dude, Chris, that's a little crazy in the eyes and got,
Yeah.
yeah, you can look at him and I say, yeah, you popping something still right now. You could tell, but he got those crazy eyes, right? He's
Yeah.
all crazy and he talking all funny. He don't blink. I don't know what's wrong with him, but he, he got that settlement, Angie, right? He said that he got
Yep.
beat up by an officer in the prison and in the
Uh-huh.
prison, and that they awarded him $150,000, but he was still held in the prison. They didn't let him out of jail just because he got beat on. So if they're not gonna let
Right.
somebody out of jail because they got attacked by an officer, which I think, quite frankly, is an even greater violation, and
Yes,
then
I
you
love
but
that. I love that analogy. I love that.
why would you get out of jail for that? He came out of jail on the show and had sent the $150,000 home already. Why? Because those two don't relate. His crime had nothing to do with his rights being violated inside, and they still felt like he needed to fulfill his sentence. And that's what physical violence, towards
Yes,
an inmate.
I like
So why
that.
would somebody's emails do that? Can you help me? But that was the only thing. And my mind went straight to my shows. I said, let me think of another show, another situation that can make. But isn't that on the show? Don't you, for people who
Yes.
don't
Yes, those who don't watch, you're talking about Chris and Gabby.
listen
We
to
all
old
don't know
crazy
what I'm talking about.
Gabby?
Chris and damn Gabby. Girl, did Gabby, did they say they divorced?
Yeah, they never got married. She got on Instagram and said that it was just production that had them walk around the corner and pretend like they were married. Legally, they were never married
Girl,
in the
stop.
courts.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
she
ain't
said
know
that.
I ain't know
Yeah, she
that.
been telling all kind of stuff. She's still crazy too, but
I
she been
can't
on.
I don't like
She
her.
come on every week. She comes on every week, going off about this person and this person, going at his mama, going at his sisters,
Mm-mm.
all of this. But she said that like they were definitely in a relationship, but they did not walk, which I thought it was weird anyway. Who was walking around the corner of the bus station? She also said that they didn't, when they went off in the bathroom and they got kicked out, she said that was a person from production. They just told them go in the bathroom and make the noises. And then somebody from production came in and act like they was kicking them out. But she was like, they never did that either. But I can't really believe her because she's crazy too.
She crazy. But I sure hope Monique getting chased in that car wasn't something from production, huh? Because I laughed.
I told my boyfriend, because we watched it together, I laughed at her because she was crying and carrying on so bad. And I'm like, what are you so scared for? What's going on? She was scared. I'm scared. But my thing is, if it was production, they didn't tell her because she was scared for real. Derek didn't tell one way or the other for real. He tried to act like he didn't know who it was or whatever. But I felt like he was onto it and she wasn't. She was really beside herself. But I do think that was production because, you get some crazy people, but like the way the whole situation happened, if nothing else, he would have said that's the old CO. Why would he have had to keep it such a secret?
But because he was seeing, remember, because he was seeing the CO. So he couldn't say that because he said he was talking to the CO when he was in jail, when he was messing with Monique.
Yeah, but he could have told any kind of lie in the car. Okay, suppose you getting chased around, whatever, your girl scared, production and jumped up in the car with you, whatever case may be. And they said, do you know who's in that car? Why wouldn't you say, it looks like one of my old COs, she crazy like that, whatever, and keep on going. You can work out the stuff with Monique on the back end because she gonna stay regardless. But I don't understand why he sat up there and try to act like it was, the goons was after him or that he was owing the mob.
I holler.
Monique was all told, I'm scared. And they said she, her and Chris be going live on Instagram after each show. Not Chris, her and what's the little short man name? What's her boyfriend name? Derek. Is it Derek?
Artist?
Derek?
Who talking about the one that married the tall girl? The taller
Monique.
girl?
No, Monique.
Okay, so Derek.
Yeah. So Derek and her goes live and they booking podcasts and all kinds of stuff now. But she said that she had actually just got her license a week before. She never had her license. So while he was in jail, she got her license so that she could come and pick him up. So she was like, she never had experienced nothing like, nobody chasing you or nothing. So she was
like my friend, my ex-friend, when the guy that kidnapped me for almost 2 days, when I got mad at him at the theater on Regency, I called because I didn't know how to drive. And I called her to come pick me up. She came and picked me up. I slipped out the side door. Somehow in the hell, he caught us. And I was laying down in the back seat. And he was riding all up on the side of her and trying to run her off 20th Street Expressway and shit. I'm in the back seat laughing, hollering, just telling her to drive. And she hollered, oh no, I just got she had restricted license. Back a while ago, you know what I'm saying? Restricted license, hey, good as license to us. But so I didn't know how to drive. I didn't learn how to drive till I was 19. And that crazy ass nigga was chasing us all off the road and shit like that. He'll dip down off 20th Street, come back up, child, like one of the most scary killer cop movies. It was terrible, huh? He crazy as hell. And ended up being a cop. His crazy ass. But anyway, so listen. So, okay, so with the BOP, what I was trying to explain to people with the BOP emails, right? J-Bo had to get that whole situation to make it some type of constitutional violation, right? Mm-hmm. So that's why she invoked the names of Brady. It was a Brady violation, meaning that the prosecution, it wasn't turned over in discovery. She tried to make it a prosecutorial misconduct. She tried every way, that made sound before somebody come and get your license to see if you okay. She tried, her best to make it one of those types of issues, right? Mm-hmm. And what I was trying to do is phases, and there's tests, and there's all kinds of stuff that's built into the law before somebody goes and overturns that verdict. So even if they would have made it to make it a prosecutorial misconduct, okay, fine. Does it rise to the level of does it pass all those tests? Does it,
Mm-hmm.
would it be in the interest of justice to overturn it? Does it have any bearing on his guilt? Does it just do all of that? Right? Are you going to overturn 12 members who decided you're members of, um Lord have mercy, you know what I'm saying, members of his peers or whatever that
Mm-hmm.
ruled in his guilt, all of that. So it goes to a whole line of bullshit. You know,
Mm-hmm.
what is it
Mm-hmm.
considered? What kind of error is it considered? All of that. It goes down a whole list of shit, right? So
Yeah.
before we can get there, but the fact of the matter is, if it you can't say just because his emails got out and it was shown to the girlfriend. If this is what happened, so I'll just go with the story. It was shown to the girlfriend, and it made her flip. That is not because, listen, on the prosecution end, that's exactly what they want you to do. Flip.
Yeah.
A better word is cooperate.
Yeah.
That's the word.
Yeah.
Cooperate. So that's what they want you to do, and they're going to bend the law, maybe, but not break it in order to get you to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand, because I understand where they were trying to go with it. I understood that, but that's why I always kept saying, but this is not going to work because it's just not isn't there. It's not there
No.
yet, and
No.
I don't know what route it was going to take to get there to make it a prosecutorial problem. I don't know
Yeah.
what
You
you know.
wouldn't
What
you
I'm
have
saying,
to see, to me, for that to be the case, I would have to almost see direct intervention between the prosecutors and Azriel.
right, right.
That's what I would have
It
to
has
see in
to.
order to meet that
Yes.
standard. And there's nothing that has suggested that ever took place.
Right, right. And then did it start with the evaluation process? Well, did would that happen? Did it cause this to happen? Could have made a difference in the outcome, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have to, as the judge pointed out. Then it says, then you got to ask the question: does it have any bearings on his guilt? You have to ask.
Mm-hmm.
Depend on, hey. And I ain't got shit to do with that.
Yeah.
So, and they judged that by the evidence that was presented and what the jury ultimate outcome was. So,
Yeah. The other part,
I don't know, with these, I think it's just a lot of hope, you
yeah.
know, um, looking for anything.
Yeah. Because, like, for
And
me, whenever I look at the R. Kelly, not your cut, but I want
go
to
ahead.
get back into what you're saying. So, like, when I look at the whole situation, I also try to look at R. Kelly and sometimes try to go, okay, is the side that's supporting him truly believing this, or are they actually asking for preferential treatment for him? Because my first thing I do when I think about the circumstances, I go, okay, what if it wasn't R. Kelly and it was just a street dude? Have I seen or heard of situations where a girlfriend flipped or whatever the case may be that's even closer tied to that? And I'm like, prosecutors all the time offer girlfriends immunity or whatever the case may be if they testify
Mhm.
and those girlfriends take the stand. That's not a violation for them. That's not even close to what you're trying to allege took place here. So if it doesn't flip for a regular street dude who his girlfriend flipped because they offer her a get out of jail free card, then just some emails passing through some hands and getting to your girlfriend and she flipped. Like, I can't see that. To me, the other version is much more of a direct intervention if you were going to say there was any sort of prosecutorial misconduct, and the law doesn't see it as that and allows that to happen. So certainly it would not pass muster just for some emails getting to your girlfriend who then finds out that you two-time it and leaves you. People
Yeah.
flip all the time.
When and you got to prove this when, and here's the thing, right? And I don't think nobody ever brought this up. She already know you got another girlfriend.
Yeah. The fact of the
So I
matter is
don't
you were
know.
away. Anything could have, you were away at that time. So
Yeah.
there's always that situation. When you're behind that wall, that's a big part of the anxiety. Anybody who's been locked up will tell you is that that once I'm on this side of the wall, anything could be happening on the other side. My secrets could be coming out. My clothes could be burned. Somebody could have stole some money that I had stashed somewhere. All kinds of stuff can be happening. The world is still moving on while you're inside. So with you gone, the relationship as he knew it between Joy and her was going to be changed anyway, because you're not there to be the constant intervention, or the middleman. Their relationship, based upon what we've heard, is more like, no, they didn't get to each other except through him. But now you're gone. So I can get direct access. I can hear all kinds of stuff, all kinds of access to stuff that I didn't normally have when you were out come into play. That doesn't mean that I just don't get that. I don't get that logic. And I keep trying to wrap my head around it, and I don't get it. And I'm like you.
They argue it very vigorously, but I always stand my ground because and I try to take out the fact, okay, well, maybe it's a knowing the law thing. So I take that out, and I'm like, okay, all right, let me think of it without knowing. Okay, I see. So then when I take it out without knowing the law, I see the point, right? But here's the thing, right? I see the point, and the point is they're saying it's all under one umbrella. Okay,
it's the government.
Like, so the BOP and the trial process and all of that is all under one umbrella, and so it's all connected together.
As long anything that is connected in any way to the government, if there's corruption there, that it automatically impeded upon
it automatically
seems
like it could be a constitutional violation of some sort. If there's not one, then maybe we can make up one, but it's one. So when I think of it like that, I see what they're saying, but it's hard to say behind it. That's more based on the premises of what you think or what you feel, your emotional ties. That ain't how it's going to work.
Yeah.
Because how it's going to work is this. They're going to be like, so that I'm saying, so nobody will come get her license. that argument is just a piece of some small arguments. As she's trying to build up a whole set the stage for like, hey, all these things, these violations that happen in Mr. Keller, whatever, because she gets to argue in front of somebody else that's not the trial judge. So okay. Yeah. So I can respect her gangster and going along with it. Okay.
Yeah.
But she knows damn well. I can say it now. You know damn well. Come on, girl.
Yeah.
Come on, baby, with them BOP emails now.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and then the whole thing about it all. But now you're going, because if you think the prosecution is going to sit up there and let that travel on paper to where it need to go and not make you prove it, because now you got to prove that Jane Doe read some emails and say, yeah, I'm gonna tell on his ass.
You gotta prove that intent. Okay.
Yeah, you gotta prove that. Okay. And here's the thing, with that. If she just say that happened, she read the emails or whatever, and said she changed her mind and decided to cooperate, right? Because you might call it with the defense when it has something to do with defense, they'll call it goddamn witness tampering. The same kind of scenario. The prosecution call it cooperation. Okay.
Yeah.
So, and just say that did happen or whatever. What's the crime? Because if somebody allegedly snitches on you, flips or cooperates, however you want to say it, and if it is found to be true, and that benefits the government's case, then that is legal. So you with that argument, you run into too many blocks, and maybe that's why right now she hasn't, pushed it. We don't see it coming out on subsequent filings she's made. More argument, because she will take one argument. She'll hey it like she did with the with what the one that she just put out, was that the recalculation of
The delay. I thought it was
her,
a
yeah.
delay in the sentencing or something.
Yeah, she didn't. Yeah, she was opposed to the 30 days the government was asking for the recalculation of the restitution, right?
Yeah, yeah,
She took
yeah.
her argument. Yeah, she took her argument that she just put in for a new trial for Jane and the restitution and all of that, saying that the government knew about it and they didn't, and they still didn't correct her or whatever. And they definitely didn't warn them about she was seeking restitution, whatever. She still took that argument and continued on with the argument with the 30 days. You know what I'm saying? Her
Mm-hmm.
opposition to the government getting additional 30 days. So we do know she will carry on an argument. She does that a lot. But she ain't do them BOP emails like that. We ain't heard
Mm-hmm.
nothing about that, and that ain't
Yeah.
come up no more.
She
I'll
left
go
that.
back and look at it. Huh?
She left
Maybe,
that. She left
hey,
that one to
maybe,
the side.
hey, maybe Ashley in the office said, "Baby, they want to come get our license if you keep on."
You keep playing around. Oh my gosh.
Baby, they come to get us. They gonna
Yeah.
come get us. They gonna say something ain't right. They gonna make us
Yeah.
take a fucking psych fit test or something, because this ain't gonna work
Yeah.
out.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we ain't, I ain't heard to, because she takes every opportunity to get that's why she is crafty with that. She'll take boom, 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 all her points or whatever, and
Mm-hmm.
put it in the next document.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
and weave it
So it
all
seems
together.
so from now I think I get at least that perspective. I still don't agree that that's the way that that's the appropriate way of viewing this particular situation, but I think I understand it now, in that they see it as pretty much there's these broad violations of the Constitution, the most basic and profound components of our law were violated, and then they're just trying to stick extra little sticky notes on the board for each one of them, and this happened and that happened and that happened, seeing if you can maybe build up enough to say
Uh-huh.
there was something so significant that there was a constitutional violation, which would be the first the easiest way to argue that the trial is illegitimate in some way, shape, or form.
Right. Yeah, and Jackson, I'm glad you said girl, man, the girls lied on the stand. That's another example of basic procedures. I don't know what else to label it as, because just say this. Just say they lied on the stand, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just say they lied. All of them lied. But if the defense wasn't able to render their testimony to be not credible, then and the jury considered their testimony, then it's fair game.
Mm-hmm.
If they lied on the stand and the defense was able to show maybe some kind of supporting document, something, right, that was allowed in the evidence to contradict what the defendant says or whatever, then that way that person who's ever on the stand, maybe they'll get hit with perjury or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then the
Mm-hmm.
judge can then instruct the jury to either, don't give either part or all of their testimony any consideration, right? So
Mm-hmm.
it's just a lot of ins and outs and this and that and whatever, and hey, baby, I've been in
Yeah.
3 trials in my whole life. I don't do that. So
was
that,
good on that.
I don't do that.
Yeah.
I'm an
Yeah.
office. I'm an office Negro. I don't do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
I work it so we won't have to go there. But
Right.
so if that's
Right.
been so if that's been the case, see, so it's so many things, right? And so, and I think the thing about it is, a lot of them like to view this whole process as black and white, black and white.
Mm-hmm.
If this happens, automatically that should happen, and
Yeah.
that's not how it works.
Mm-mm. No, there's a
If
lot of
this happens,
bureaucracy in between. There's a lot of bureaucracy in between there.
right? It's a lot of well, then well, let's go do the test. Well, but let's do this here. Let's figure this out. Let's blah blah blah. And the last thing they want to do is overturn a just verdict
Yeah.
that represents the law, right? And the most favorable light.
Mm-hmm.
It does the thing that a sentence is supposed to do, protect the public, and so on and so forth. We done went over that a couple times. So, yeah. I don't know, let me see what this person said. I'm okay with the score. I'm just reading what my students say, so give me a minute. I'm okay with the
Mm-hmm.
score. Not entirely. Oh, I did better than last week, but it's good. On the flip side, this week's assignment, I know we discussed whichever one had the price. Oh shit!
What
Wait
was
a minute.
that?
Kidnapping warning.
Oh,
Yeah, what the hell is that?
yeah.
Oh, right. Ooh, them little students, baby, you breaking my nerves, honey.
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
They
I
work my
stopped teaching
nerves.
for a while because you need a break every now and again. They do the most.
Yes, they work my nerve, especially the ones that really. I'm trying to tell you now. This is me. This is not something I preach, but as an adult, back we can bring as a child we can bring a C home, CLO. Oh, you finna be
Mm-hmm.
in trouble. It's gonna be
Mm-hmm.
some problems, okay?
Yeah.
But I was so happy to so I carried on that mentality, right? Through the first 2 degrees, right? Till I got my bachelor's, right? I was okay. But when I was a certified adult and I had a baby, I was all right with a C. I was all
Yeah.
right with a C. Now you got some students that you know they want an A.
Yeah.
And they were
They
gonna
don't even
raise
want an
your
A
ass,
minus.
huh?
They don't even want an A minus.
No, they trying
Yeah.
to get that
Yeah.
A. You be
Yeah.
like, oh my God,
Yeah.
leave me
Cut
the
it
fuck
out.
alone all through the night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then it's one of them. Of course, I got to count the words and shit because the words.
Mm-hmm.
It, you know how it work. I ain't got to tell you
Yeah.
how it work. Count all them damn words and shit. Keep record of. I'm tired. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't care.
Yeah.
They want to know, well,
Yeah.
what can I do to get, I'm all right with the score. I'm like,
Yeah.
well, be all right with it. You got an
Yeah.
AA.
What are you emailing me for then if you're so good with it?
Yeah, but
Move
they
on.
want more. So I put out extra credit
Mm-hmm.
little projects, 3 of them,
Mm-hmm.
to where they could, if you want extra, then do that. Don't harass me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tight up on your writing.
It's
Don't harass
already a
me.
remedy. Yeah.
Harass people.
Yeah. I can't. And it's
Yeah,
also,
that's
I'm gonna tell you, I don't care what the profession is. Your GPA matters in no field that I am ever aware of as
right.
far as work. Who cares? Like getting so caught up in that. Now that said, I'm that person that had graduated with 4.0 the last 2
Oh
degrees.
wow. Oh
I'm
wow.
that girl, right? But I was not. It was not because I was pressed on it. You said I'm saying it's not like because I was going like for me, if I gotta be, I will never gonna think again about it. Move on, if I was
Mhm.
getting something low, but I never got anything like that. So I always had very good grades, but at the same time, it's like my degree is the same thing on the wall. And like I got a 4.0. Everybody else I graduated with might have had a lower one, but guess what? We got the same job.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna
Same.
ever care. Nobody ever cares. But they put it
Right.
like
Right.
when they're in college now, especially it's about trying to get every little, accolade, every little this, that, and the third, and
Uh-uh.
it doesn't pay at all. And I
Yeah.
don't have
And
no
it don't
problem. Why you annoying me to get it? You can't annoy your way
exactly.
into an accomplishment. Leave me alone.
Leave me alone. Like, are you serious? If you don't, boy,
Yeah,
like, well, what can I do to? Oh my God,
yeah. Work your
what can we
nerve.
do? I don't know. I'm
Yeah,
tired.
yeah,
I don't know. And it's like,
yeah,
oh my gosh.
yeah.
Are you familiar with Microsoft Teams?
Of course.
Oh my God,
Use
girl.
it every day.
You do.
All
Oh
day.
my God.
Yeah. We're a teams organization. So everybody's on teams constantly shooting this, files here, files there, ping this and ping that.
Yeah. And I'm like,
Hmm.
ping, ping. I can't stand it. I don't like
Yeah,
be looped in and harassed like that. It's harassment.
yeah, 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 yeah.
I don't
I
like
just
all
don't
that.
like you feeling like you constantly have access to me because you don't. I don't want anybody or any situation like that you constantly could just reach out and grab me all the time. That's the thing I don't like about it. Like, what about the good
Right.
old email days where I get to it when
When I get to it.
I get to it when I get to it? I see it. I can put you to the side. But when you pinging me right on the spot and you going off of, I see you're available. I see you this. Don't worry about my life. I'm over here
Mhm.
working.
Exactly. And I like the only thing I like about it is it provides a 24-hour open office type
Yeah.
situation, right? So
Yeah.
hey, I can get to it. I roll other than
Uh-huh.
that,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
with this, oh, wait a minute. Jason Meisner, chiming in, y'all. Y'all want me to do a
Oh,
Twitter real quick? Jason Meisner chiming in. Let me see what
yeah. I
he got
want
to
to hear
say.
what he has to say.
Mm-hmm.
And I have another question about that what
Oh,
we was
go
talking
ahead.
about before, too. No, after you read Jason.
Okay, let me see if he got something to say. At least he's still keeping up.
Yeah, yeah.
He ain't
He gonna
shut it
ride.
down.
Sound like he gonna ride it till the end.
Yeah. Oh, come on. Let me put this up on the screen. Okay. Jason says James talking about the only A's was in his name. Okay. Oh, he ain't have much to say. Let's see. He says, Justin, judge rejects R. Kelly's motion to overturn his guilty verdict regarding allegation that victim Jane misled the jury about restitution simply because Jane and her attorney considered the possibility of restitution does not mean she lied during her testimony. Let me see um what was this? Oh, 8 hours. Here's the background on all of that. Kelly is set to be sentenced a week from today. February 23rd, he faces between 10 to 90 years. Meisner's getting hard writing from 10 to 9 years. He hates the poor R. Kelly real badly. Boy, listen, what did I tell you about them goddamn R. Kelly people? They don't fucking play. Then I tell you this what they do. They don't give a damn where they at or whatever. What they say right there, free R. Kelly.
There it is.
Shit.
There it is. They
They don't
show
be
up and show
paying.
out.
Yes.
My
Boy,
goodness.
that's how they do. You could be reading shit. I'm just reading something. Okay. Oh, there go Tawana Cameron and something. If she says that he did have sex with her, and why did she make marking on his body? Do you think she
What?
was involved? I don't believe her, huh? Who was that?
Who is
Okay,
marking
there goes.
somebody's body?
I don't know. Johan needs to be impeached for his prosecutorial misconduct. Oh Lord, and the miscarriage of justice regarding to occurred with him, allowing false and misleading witnesses' testimony and evidence with the courtroom and challenging the language of the amended indictments on free R. Kelly. You know, Tawana. Okay, you've been listening. You've been listening. You got about 85% okay on him. Okay, I'll give it to you. Y'all love using these bad pictures of R. Kelly. That explains a lot about y'all because y'all aren't any better. What is this now? God, I ain't got time for this.
They come with it every
Where
which
you
way
get
they
this?
can. Oh my gosh.
This is hilarious. Y'all crazy.
Yes. They come at every angle they can come. They gonna
Y'all
ride
crazy.
for
This is what be going on.
Yeah.
Hey, right, baby. I like it. That should be fun as hell. I'm trying to told you, y'all. You could be just minding your own business. And you could be over there somewhere in finance, and let me put a word that don't go together. Finance and logistics. They'll be in there. Here you see somebody free R. Kelly. Like what? That ain't got nothing to do with it.
Nah, they just come out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere. What?
They come out windmilling out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere. That should be funny, baby. I'm like, baby, they don't care. So what was your other
Sis said,
question?
if all else fails, y'all even gave him bad pictures, and that's the problem. Oh gosh.
Right. Bad pictures of them.
She
Lord have
said,
mercy. That'd be so funny. They ride. I like it though. They
they
trip me
do, they
out.
do, they do. But I was gonna ask as well. So back to the whole thing you were talking about with the whole, the constitutional laws and all that. So here's my thing, even with the whole argument about, well, Azrael wouldn't have flipped if it wasn't for the BOP, whatever, right? Okay, if that's what Bon Jean and R. Kelly at that time believed, and then because the whole BOP email thing and all that it was out. Why was she, when she had Azrael on the stand and cross-examined her, they did a very intense, couple of days on the stand and cross-examination and everything of her. Why then, or would it have ever been appropriate based upon what we knew to ask her, why are you no longer in a relationship with him? And get that on the record.
Let me see at what point could they put that, could they ask her that? If the prosecution brought up anything about them meeting and they're breaking up and what, maybe what caused you to testify against something like that, then that would be opening the door for that line of cross. So yeah. Now what another, go ahead.
No, because the bigger question I have is, wouldn't that have been a more, I guess, if you're trying to lay out that there was some sort of, improprieties at play, wouldn't you want it to at least be questioned so she can say something on the record about how it came to be, or whatever the case may be, so that then you could say, see, she said that she saw some emails he was telling, what I'm saying, like that would further prove that she's saying that that's the reason why she's taking a stand, and not because I just am not with him anymore, I realize I'm being abused, whatever the case may be. So that's the bigger question, is why would, or I guess what circumstances would lead to you not putting that on the record, or is that's that question wasn't asked because they know that the answer would not have been, I got some emails from while he was locked up. Does that make sense?
That's more likely would have been the answer, but if I'm not mistaken, this happened, this whole BOP, not when it happened, but this whole idea of the BOP email thing, I think that motion got put in after the trial, right?
That's when the motion got put. That's when the motion got put in. But we knew about the investigation and all of that during the trial.
Right. But if it got put in, I think what I was saying, to speak to her credibility, that this was an afterthought. So maybe that's why she wasn't able to ask her those questions during trial, because this whole idea, or let me go take a shot with these BOP emails, after the fact. So of course the trial had already concluded by then. So she wouldn't have had a thought to ask her about it. But what the prosecution did also say, which also won't make it a Brady violation, is that if the defense knew about it, it also would make it a Brady violation. So, if they say they knew it happened, or somebody knew about it, if that's what they're saying. I don't know if they have any evidence to prove somebody knew about it on the defense side, but it did come out in the paper, and it doesn't go. I don't think it reads that they knew about it or should have known.
Well, at least passively, he knew about it because he knew he was the one who she broke up with. He talked to her. He even has been saying in these new interviews and stuff he's been doing that she was talking about she confronted him about at rapid succession about all of these different things and hiding money behind the couch and so on and so forth. So he knew that the only places that he had talked about that was within those four walls. So he also knew somebody was leaking something. Someone had access to information that he said he couldn't figure out how she had it. But also, what y'all did. You know that. So it's not a shock to you.
And if you remember when I heard that Storm call, and I said, "Ooh, you don't ever say dates, R. Kelly. Don't say dates. Don't say dates, because dates will kind of, blow your,
box you
what
in.
you're trying to do, kind of box you in. You don't say dates, because if you knew about it, now they can come back. So, hey, if you knew about it, you the one. You should have told your defense team about it, or whatever. Or if they knew about it, then they ain't put in a line of questioning. I mean, what you want us to do after the fact? Right. That's what I said. Don't quote dates.
Yeah.
Dates.
So that's what I was kind of thinking when he was even saying that. I'm like, well, if this is your argument, I don't think you should be saying this stuff because because part of when the prosecution responded to the whole thing about the BOP emails, they said, well, it's information that he's already privy to. Like it's nothing about that gave us an unfair advantage. You all still you were privy to the information because he knew it. So that's when you come back then and say on the record, well, I talked to her and she knew all this stuff. And, I'm not sure. I was wondering if anybody had listened or whatever he said, something like that. Then now you're admitting that around that same time you were aware. So why didn't you talk to your attorney? Why didn't Bonjean push this issue more? To me, it feels like a back end issue. And if it was so significant, I feel like they would have wanted to put it out on the front end. No?
Right.
Why let him go through all of that if you thought that truly this leak of information, which you knew about, you would have never let him get sentenced. You would have never let him you would have brought that up at the forefront.
And another thing, what a lot of people don't understand, and I'm not being mean or, but you know the landscape around here. A lot of people that just have terrible comprehension and understanding. Well, some people don't think comprehension and understanding the same thing, but they have just a whole it's not there, and think that just because an attorney puts it in a filing
Yeah.
that it is the truth
Gospel.
and it
Mm-hmm.
is the law.
Yeah.
And and sometimes I be forced to use legalese. I don't want to. Sometimes I
Mm-hmm.
have to hesitate sometimes to try to transform it to where they
Mm-hmm.
understand, like, on the
Mm-hmm.
streets, because if not, that's why I try to tell it is a persuading brief. It's
Yeah.
meant to persuade somebody. It does
Yeah.
not mean that everything that's contained in here is
Yeah.
can be proven. I'll put it
Yeah.
like that. You don't
Yeah.
supposed to flat out lie, but
Yeah.
don't mean that what you say can be proven.
Yeah.
A lot of it is what you think,
Yeah. Or a
given.
theory that you're just at least trying to implant in the back of the judge's head
Right,
so they think a little, that they at least consider that option
a
or that
theory.
possibility. Mm-hmm.
You said, when did Blondine start working on the Illinois case? Where she became, I think she filed her her notice the same time she filed it with the New York case. So I think it was sometime after the New York case concluded. So it was during the time of that post conviction phase with New York. So during that time.
Because Greenberg was still on Illinois for a good while there, and then towards the end, when he stepped down, she took over.
Right. He was on the state for he stayed on the state, but the
Mm-hmm.
Illinois then he removed him. Get it? Then he get
Yeah,
removed
he removed
early
himself.
on. I don't know.
I don't think he did early on because for a while there, I remember him. He would even, when the trial was getting going or whatever, he would still be sometimes popping on the news and saying, "Well, I still represent him on this, that, and the third." And I
For
thought
the
he was
state.
still on that. And then quickly thereafter, she took that one too.
No, he was still saying he was on there for the state.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, he was like, yeah, I'm on it for the state, because they would say, oh, you still turn a record for the state. He said, well, I'm for the state. Um, but a lot of so it just and a lot of them just, oh well, she said so. I'm like, okay, but here's the thing, right? Because I'm gonna need you to think on another level. If everything they say is the gospel, then why do
Mhm.
they get denied?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that I cannot, I cannot. Sometimes I'd be like, and I heard somebody say, well, she said about the BOP, and that's what I'm gonna have faith in. I'm like, okay, all
Yeah.
right. See how that turn
Yeah.
out.
I look
Mm-hmm.
at whenever you get any emotion, either side, you're listening to the most skewed version of the facts.
Right.
And because you're listening to it from only the perspective of, like, me and you with debate. We know you got first affirmative, and you got first negative. They're only
Right.
giving you the facts from that angle. They're not going to deviate from that particular, that ideology at all. There will be no deviation. If you get to the point that you got to deviate, you just stop talking. So
Right.
when they hear it, knowing that that's just the theory that side is trying to put forth, it does not mean that it is actually the truth. It's no different than YouTube. Anybody can get up here and start spinning theories and saying things and have no evidence to back it up. They're just telling their thoughts, their opinions. That does not mean that that's accurate.
Right.
That's how all
Right.
these people are spinning all of these conspiracies and things. And, there's people who literally think that JFK is still alive, Elvis is still walking, all these people who would be hundreds of
Yeah.
years old. And it's, what I'm saying? They still believe that these people are, they believe that all of the political figures are actually just actors getting makeup every day. All of these
Mm-hmm.
types of things happen because some people get to spin just out of theory that in their head that they made up, and then
Right.
people are jumping on it because, oh, that person said it. So now I'm just going to blindly start following it. And then I create this echo chamber to where the only things I hear, or the most prominent things I hear, are things that reinforce that same narrative. That's not actually engaging in civil discourse, nor is it actually critically thinking about the situation at hand.
Right. Exactly.
Like,
You're
some people,
exactly
you
right.
hear the stuff that they say about R. Kelly, right? And they'll swear up and down that it can't be possible. And then when some of the rumors about some of these people on YouTube have come up, they use those same exact arguments to justify why it has to be accurate in that person's case. So it's not that you don't understand the concept, it's just that you don't want to apply it. You just want to apply it one hand over here and another over there.
Yeah, I guess it goes to who you support. You know, and who
Yeah.
you support. I'm sorry, y'all got this down. You stop talking while I put it down.
Oh, my bad. We was trying to get you
I
some
thought I
eat.
had time to chew on this. I got
My bad.
one of those bar size Tootsie Rolls, girl. I was like,
Oh
tear it
my
up.
gosh.
And you stopped talking. I'm like, oh Lord.
I haven't had a
But
Tootsie Roll in I don't know how long.
girl. But and I support the arguments and things of that nature. But just know that, listen,
Yeah.
it's only so far that some of these theories are going to go, and normally it's going to end up in the trash because it doesn't have the legal argument, standard, or rules applied to it. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. And
Yeah.
and a lot of people won't accept that, depending on, and then you got some people on the other side like, hey, he's gonna this is the final frontier. Nothing else can happen. Uh-oh. 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 He's back from off the Valentine. He's off the Valentine, y'all. He's off the Valentine. What's up, Levi?
Mr. Levi.
Lord, let me make sure it's him. Hold on.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, it's him. Oh, Levi, I can't hear you.
Yeah,
He's
he
back
must
off
not
the
have.
Valentine. We can't hear you.
I challenged Mr. Levi earlier, so I'm interested to see what he has to say.
Don't come and cuss us out. Levi, we can't hear you. I don't know what he's doing.
He might have to go out and come back in.
Mm-hmm.
Is he still there?
Levi. Levi. That's him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's him. Oh, Levi, I'm gonna remove you so you can come back in because I don't know what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what he's doing.
Might be in a place of bad service or something. Who knows?
I don't know what's going on, but
Yeah, but these conspiracy theories are people who just don't like. It's to the point now that I found myself kind of almost leaving that kind of let me understand it place and kind of going, okay, you just don't want to understand. Because like some of the things like I saw in somebody's chat earlier, I think this week, somebody was still saying that there were no videos. I'm like, how can you believe that with the conviction, the transcripts being read, these other people, reporters saying that they heard it, all of these people who say they heard it, saw that videos do exist. Why can't we at least agree on basics? Like basic facts. Now it just becomes, okay, well, if I don't like a fact, I'll just say that it doesn't exist with no justification, no accountability. I'm just gonna yell that out.
Levi, James.
What?
Man, get your stuff together.
Yeah, I got my Karen J sweater on, baby.
Straight out of Grambling.
Yes. You gotta buy you one.
Buy me one. For what?
Yeah. See, they ain't for free. Did the crack dealer, when he came to your house earlier, was he selling the crack for free?
You know, all you do is start trouble. You know, it was a guy that wanted to do bug service and stuff like that and couldn't understand. And I told him that's all included, sir. It's all included. When the bug service on the lawn. I'm like, sir, it's all included. If they do it, I don't know. Shit.
Well, I ain't gonna hold y'all up. I'm just letting you know. Go buy your sweater from Karen J straight out of Graham. Forget all the other college, they don't matter.
Did you even go to Grambling?
Don't tell nobody, but I got a degree from Graham.
Oh, you
did? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was your degree?
Criminal justice.
What? That's how you ended up over here.
No. You had to major in something to play sports. I don't want to be no nerd.
I'm done. I'm so done with you. And you know, I hear that all the time. All them jocks, they be coming up with all kind of goddamn majors. You be like, what? You make them what?
Yeah, hospitality. They had a major. When I went to college, that was the major. Pretty much all the athletes who were just there to play ball, they all majored in hospitality. And for the life of me, I do not know what they were supposed to be getting a bachelor's degree in. And none of them was doing anything. Yeah, PE too.
None of them do PE, so they can coach.
Yeah. PE and.
But I ain't gonna hold y'all up. Go buy your Karen J sweater.
All right, Mr. James.
Okay. And my people do physical therapy. I got a lot of physical therapy babies.
Mm-hmm.
I got a lot of them physical therapy. Yes. Yeah. I mean, you know what? The government can really do us a favor and drop that paper. I know it's ready. Like, why are you doing us like this? You know, we sitting here waiting. Drop that pen.
What's due from them? What are we waiting on?
They are supposed to. They're supposed to have their response, their sentencing submission in today.
Oh.
Yeah.
So that's gonna come in late tonight.
It could, you know, I have had stuff coming in the 11th hour.
Great.
So let me see. Let me check the tracks, the holes. See if anything is there. Let me see if anything's there.
You know, and of course they're gonna come in super high, wanting 200 years if they can ask for it. But I think we gotta go with what's more realistic based upon what we're looking at. But the way Lennon Webb was talking, it's no telling.
This sucks. It still ain't in. This sucks. This is pissing me the hell off. Hey,
so
is
this the last thing that would have to come in before the sentencing? Because I mean, it's getting close.
He got his mitigation report to come in. Mm-hmm. They have the government have their objection to the, you know, I'm assuming it's going to be objection to the sentencing report. I don't know if they're asking for more time or whatever, but and then they have their aggravating factors. They have, they have a couple things that need to come in that we need to figure it out. Now everybody had me convinced that this man was gonna get this guy, this man $1 million, and that's not the case. He's back.
Yeah.
Levi. Levi. Is that you? I hear something.
Yeah, I heard
Levi.
something too.
Jesus Christ.
There
I
he
hear
is.
you.
Let me change my. Can y'all hear me?
I can hear
Yeah.
you now. Can you hear us? You are in a city, not the goddamn sticks. What is going on with your situation?
It seems like a mic issue though, because at least
1
he's
second.
connected.
Oh, okay.
I
I just heard somebody.
Okay.
I hear you
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Hi, Mr.
Yeah.
Levi.
Levi, what you doing? Child, he done been on that Valentine, honey, and he ain't got his stuff together, child. He been on that Valentine. Wow. Child, they gonna put all that stuff in teams. I ain't got time for that.
Oh.
Levi. Is that you, Mo, or him?
It was him.
Levi, I don't know what you doing. Here's the thing, right? The men, y'all have way too much shit going on y'all connection, y'all connectivity. It's always a problem. It's always some kind of buttons and shit they over there hitting. Wait a minute, let me do this here. Let me hit this here. Like all of them. I'm serious, all of them do it. Like we keep it so simple.
Yeah.
All that going on.
Yeah, they got radio stations set up over there. We just use the cell phones.
Yes, like oh my gosh. Levi, what is the problem?
He'd come back in for a couple seconds there, and then looked like it got worse.
I don't know what's going on. Levi, you there? Levi, I'm gonna go get my crab cakes.
I had some crab cakes on the Super Bowl. It was so good.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, I had crab dip and crab cakes. And
oh man, what kind? You had that pinkish, peaches looking dip, or white dip?
For what? For my
crab
crab dip? Yeah, is for the crab cake.
Yeah.
No, I don't do any dip on them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not much of a dip person on them anyway. As Mr. Levi would say, I'm a purist.
You're purist. Now he done bounced off again. Lord have mercy.
He's trying to get it together. He's trying to get his thoughts together because I told him in that chat, I said, I know that this decision, this should be all weekend. I said, I need y'all to talk this thing out because, I mean, it was making all of the arguments that he's been touting for so long, again, got thrown out of the window here. So I wanted to hear his take on it. He got to say something.
And just to go to show you how we can be so wrong, Attorney Kersey said, like R. Kelly needed a new trial. The girl lied up on the stand about the restitution. And I said, okay, now this might get somewhere with this. And that man come and shot it down like a goddamn missile. Shot it down,
He barely let it get off the ground. He barely let it get off the ground. Yeah, but I mean, You know, she's planning to appeal it anyway, regardless. I mean, that was already a given. This was just, quite frankly, a formality. So that she could say that she had, checked all of her boxes and doing what she had to do to get him there. Her best options, I think, she's hoping for on appeal. But I hate to say that even that's beginning to sound more and more bleak as they keep, all these theories that have been on the board for so long on that side, just one by one kind of getting picked off. It kind of makes you wonder what angles will they even have left to legitimize an appeal option.
Well, she can expand upon her arguments and she can come up with some new stuff. Now, Sky. Oh, okay. Let me perspective. Okay, so Scott, now what you say was unfair. What did you say? What you think was unfair? Now, and you got to keep in mind, because I know a lot of y'all like to conflate the two. Unfair about the process or unfair about all of what the women did and all this and whatever, in and outside of the court. Because I get kind of confused when you guys talk about the unfairness, because if you're talking about the procedure, then let's go with that, but if you're talking about what the girls did and surviving R. Kelly and all that, blah, 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 that's external factors, right? Remember I gave y'all a new name, external factors. Levi, you got it together now?
testing 1, 2, 3. It wasn't me, Miss Walker. I think it was you.
No, it wasn't me. No, you was on that Valentine.
I know.
On that Valentine. How long does the Valentine gonna last?
I know. I take full responsibility. It was my device. See what I said, Miss Mo?
What you mean with the devices?
We quick to blame a woman. That was you.
Oh gosh, can't take accountability for nothing.
And I watch the reality shows, and it's always y'all. As JoJo pop up, JoJo said, "Those reality, you can watch the reality shows. They be getting in your head. You just think the reality shows. Boy, that should be happening. And it be happening. I'm telling y'all right now, all these men cheat." They ain't back.
Hey, I used to. I had to stop. I had to stop. I used to cheat. I ain't really. To be honest with you, I ain't even cheat. I was just hoish. I wasn't a cheater. I was just hoish. What could you do? How you guys doing though?
You could have done a whole lot.
So you had 10. You had 10 willing participants instead of one girlfriend and 9 willing participants, right? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, there's always going to be 1 or 2 that's not willing. They'll come on as a willing participant. Then after, you feel me? After you stroke them down a few times, all of a sudden there's a problem. Wait, hold on, shit.
Oh no!
Hey.
That's why I be telling people, you got to be careful when you end up in them closed corners and confinements and all them traps and shit. Because listen, you thinking, I just do a little kissing and a hugging, whatever, but I ain't gonna give it up. I'm trying to tell you, that man, gets to the man nature, and y'all, it's only you in there. He is depending on you to help him go back to the regular position he was. So don't even go there with that. I'm telling you.
Absolutely.
I'm trying to tell you, it's your job. It's gonna be your job to help him out.
I didn't apply for no job. I didn't see a contract. I didn't see
Then don't even start the process, because I'm telling you, your job. He's gonna be looking at you to help. You to help him.
Look,
you all of a sudden got hired.
I didn't come here to work.
I tell you this, hey, listen, y'all. When I started calling each of them different, other ones names and shit, I said I gotta stop this shit now. When I start calling them the other one's name, like out loud, you understand? Tracy, real loud, come, hey Tracy, bring me. She said, "What did you just? Who you just called me?" That was it. I said, I gotta stop this shit now. Enough is enough.
Yeah,
Somebody
know,
must have flashed me. Somebody must have
should
flashed
your
your
house
tires
and
a
your
time or
car.
two.
They should
God-
take your house and your car.
God always give you warning signs, right? I said, let me stop right now.
Mhm.
However, I came on real quick to say that, Ms. Walker, I told you that this was a game of inches. And there's no doubt in my mind that the judge, Lena Weber, plans on giving my cousin the max. I'm a spiritual man. I can see into these things. And if you listen to his language and his order, his response order, it kind of tells you where his head is. And you're dealing with a lot of things. His legacy, he's older now. And, however, I've never been one to argue the inarguable. I've never been one to try to go back and forth with that that can't be argued. His decision was very factually and legally based. Oh yeah, I got to give. See, this is how I've always approached this. See, the problem with those who profess to advocate for R. Kelly, well, no disrespect, but most of them they're not legally savvy. They're not, whenever you are defending someone and you take the position that everything that the other side does is wrong and everything that this side does is right, you find yourself at a disadvantage. You always concede to that which is concedable. You just, you say, hey, it is what it is. You feel me? This is why from day one, I've always said that I totally disagree with most of his moral decisions, but I'm challenging this legally in my mind. But I wanted to say, Ms. Walker, as these motions are being shot down one by one, I would think that what I have proposed over a year and a half ago and what I have constructed is kind of like, I said to my cousin, I said, it's like Noah's Ark, and as it continues to rain and rain, 40 days, 40 nights, which we had about 30 days now. I told him, I said, you'll see that what I have proposed is the ark. It is the only legally sound vehicle that I believe in my heart and in my mind is going to produce real results. Now, I'll never understand it. Miss Walker, she and I, we spar a lot over this, but she's very legally savvy, legally astute. Miss Mo, you yourself, you've been here. You've seen it all. Shit, you've seen it all. We all have. We've seen it all. We've seen it all. So please make me understand, or make me to understand. Check this out. How can anyone discount Levi when Levi says, as we have all been spectators over this? I pointed out 2.5 years ago, really 3 years ago, I said, if these attorneys continue to do what they're doing throughout this entire process, this is definitely going to be a textbook case for ineffective counsel. But the problem with the R. Kelly people and the Oak Cove Team Truth people, see, the Oak Cove Team Truth people, they get what is called selective amnesia.
Oh, they're coming to get you, baby. They'll be in here.
Oh yeah, Atmos, Larry, Ty, Tears, all of them. They have what is called selective amnesia, where they don't want to remember because they know that Levi's on point with this thing.
Baby, they finna get you, and somebody's gonna peek in and say,
talking about? You
say something to your ass in a minute.
It's the truth. However, the R. Kelly people, 70%, and I'll say this openly because I don't give a damn, are terrorist followers. terrorists and terrorist followers. 30% of the advocates, those who truly advocate for R. Kelly, decent, sincere people, they are the silent majority. But the ones who follow after these terrorists, 70% of this entire pool of people are followers of terrorists and lovers of terrorism. I'm trying to tell you what it is. Listen, I'm giving it to you straight.
Lovers of terrorism. Oh my God.
So I don't expect for them to in any way approve of what I'm saying or what I do. But I tell you this, as these motions continue to be shot down, it's going to be so apparent, and I can't believe Ms. Walker, who is the absolute consummate legal authority on the YouTube R. Kelly sector, where you really don't, you can't, you seem not to be able to grasp what I've been saying for a year and a half to you, and that is this.
What?
When you have a defendant, a prominent defendant, a celebrity, whose attorneys outsource that defendant's case to YouTube bloggers, to individuals who are violating laws, breaking laws, individuals who are doing that which is antithetical and counterproductive to your client's progress, like openly, overtly forming relationships with individuals who, whether they're overzealous or just straight out criminal minded, when you have attorneys who are willing to get in bed with these types of individuals, and you see these terrorists that the attorneys are colluding with or forming relationships with, allegedly, when you see the terrorists showing up in the paperwork, and it becomes obvious when the prosecutors openly say, look, this man has a group of individuals on social media that's doing his bidding, knowing, being absolutely apprised and privy to every single act of alleged witness intimidation, potential witness, federal intimidation, harassment, threatening, doxing. You run down the damn list. The prosecutors and the federal authorities were absolutely aware of what these people were doing. Now, if you want me to itemize it, I can itemize it. Because when I sit down and I write and I construct, I'm very detailed. I have it all. So how can anyone say to me in the face, especially Ms. Walker, of all of these motions being shot down, and you're not willing to revisit what Levi said and say, wait a minute, hold on.
Yeah,
Levi
I'm gonna revisit it.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Yes, when I come back from this kitchen, I'm gonna revisit it because I'm going to tell you again. We got another other point, y'all. We got to go back to something else, y'all. Here we go again.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hey, this baby born Gene up here. We got to go to another point. God damn.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But at the end of the day, what was done in the case of R. Kelly as it pertains to these bloggers and their what's the word I'm looking for? Their them being allowed to hijack and infiltrate his cases. It is unprecedented what took place, but the problem is that, and I really fought Oak over Team Truth and Larry and Atmos. I fought them more because they were right there, saw it all. They know for a fact that the potential witnesses and federal witnesses in Robert's cases, their families were contacting the federal authorities, such to the point where it rose to a certain level that I contacted them directly, giving them names, dates, places, times, breaking it down. I'm not no nigga that sit on the phone and fucking talk. When I speak to people, I say, look, give me your email address. I prefer to express what I have to say to you in a literary form than sitting here on the phone speaking with you.
Mm-hmm.
When they got it, Miss Mo, there were two of them on the phone with me, and I have the emails to confirm it. And she said, one of them said to me, the female agent, said, I don't get it. If you're for your cousin, and I believe you are, why are you offering up information on people who are protesting and fighting for him? I said, no, back up. I asked her on the phone. She had another person listening. I said, when Dr. King and the civil rights workers were protesting and fighting, that's why I said to the woman now, I said they were fighting for civil rights. Did they engage in terrorism? She said, no, they did not. I said, did they use methods that were illegal? It was called civil disobedience. She said, no, they did not. I said, so if I'm for my cousin, should I not be upset with people who are doing that which is counterproductive to the outcome? All I want the man to do is have a fair shake, a fair trial, another fair trial. At the time, the state case is on the table. I said, even another fair trial. But when you say to me, why am I speaking on individuals who you say are for him, but you should have said, this is how I speak to him now, Ms. Walker. Understand, Levi. Listen to me. I am definite and authoritative when I speak, because I know when I know what I know and it's true, I don't give a damn. I'm going to speak directly to these people. At the end of that conversation, she said, you know, we were sitting here at lunch discussing this, and now I understand. I get it. I said, exactly. I said, I told the agent, I said, I wasn't raised like that. A grown-ass men attacking women, calling them dog-head bitches and talking up under their clothes, and I'm going to do this to you, I'm going to do that to you, I'm going to sodomize your goddamn kids. I said, it's called a civil society. And that which you work under, that Constitution and everything that it represents, is designed to maintain law and order in a civil society. I believe in Robert's innocence. I really do, from a legal perspective. But Miss Walker, we about to fall out. Miss Walker about to fall out because I don't understand how you could see what I see. Maybe you had a different vantage point, but if it's a tree, it's a tree. Now, you may say, no, it's not an apple tree, Levi. It is a, pomegranate tree. And I said, no, that's an apple tree. That's fine. But it's a tree. And Miss Walker, Miss Mo, Skylight, everybody listening to me and everybody that's been into this YouTube thing for all these years, you saw these people violating federal laws against the people who were poised and positioned to testify against my cousin and against those who oppose them openly like myself. You all seen it. And in addition to that, and I'll be quiet and listen to Ms. Walker when I say this, you run down that list of what the prosecutors refused to release my cousin on. No, we can't release him because he will dox, threaten, harass, bribe. You run down the whole goddamn list, and no one can deny that these people on YouTube were doing exactly that. When Faith Rogers' father, doing that impact statement, sat there and looked at my cousin and told him all the shit that he had to go through, that was the first time that Rob understood that his cousin was telling him the 100% absolute truth. because that man was not fucking lying. But Robert had to sit there and endure that as if he was behind it. So the problem I have is that y'all saw the people doing it, but most importantly, don't tell me that the screenshots and video footage that I have is not real. Don't anyone tell Levi that the super fan who is facing prosecution, who is currently indicted for alleged threats against the 3 prosecutors in New York, don't tell me that I don't have video footage of my cousin's attorneys sitting talking to that son of a bitch. I have it. Y'all saw it. A lot of y'all have it. He was sitting on his channel talking to him. These attorneys were sitting, forming relationships with people who were committing crimes in Robert's cases. And I mean federal goddamn crimes. Ms. Walker, less than a year ago, when she was reading it, it said they are attempting to intimidate the witnesses in his case. And I asked Ms. Walker, I said, well, isn't attempted federal witness intimidation a crime? And Ms. Walker said, yes, it is. I heard Ms. Walker, but I don't come on YouTube that much, so I got to speak it real. Say, referring to the harlot in Georgia.
Wait a minute,
I heard Ms. Walker say, no, hold on. Ms. Walker said, well, she's been doing a good job. Well, Ms. Walker, you know and I know that the woman secretly recorded a goddamn federal witness in Robert's case. You know that's a crime. You know that's a crime.
How?
She just recorded Demetrius Smith secretly.
Is Georgia a 1-party or a 2-party state?
Whether the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's a potential federal goddamn witness, and you're doing it at the behest, allegedly, of his attorneys. That is witness tampering.
She said the attorneys told her to record Demetrius?
I'll put it to this way. Allegedly. That's who she was doing it for. Allegedly, that's who got it. Allegedly. Because them motherfuckers ain't gonna sue me and take the few dollars I got. So
Yeah, don't compromise yourself.
No, I'm just, hey, Miss White, everything in my sister's name, so I don't give a fuck. But and we're not married. So every time when we get married, I say, you don't want to marry me because somebody sue you and take all your shit. But listen, but I want to get serious, Ms. Walker. You saw the crimes. You saw, as a legal professional, you saw his attorneys form relationships with people in your profession. Anyone in your profession would scoff at the idea of attorneys sitting, speaking with, meeting with, holding private meetings with and shit. He told the baby killer, we're going to talk tomorrow offline in private, right? He said, yeah, we're going to talk in private. You're doing a good job. Man just went up to Devontae Cunningham's job to intimidate her, walked to the courtroom asking for Azriel, illegally recording, and R. Kelly's attorney says you're doing a good job. So I'm gonna close by saying this. Listen, call it whatever you want to call it. But that legal art that I built, that I don't speak my business. I don't let people know what I'm doing. But the legal art that I built, you watch as it rains more and more and more. It is going to be the only vehicle, legal vehicle, that carries my cousin across the Red Sea, because it was wrong. It was unconstitutional. It was and is a textbook example of ineffective counsel under the damn Constitution. They scattered like rats when I started to speak about it. Anybody you want to question me, go Google the 2 attorneys on Court TV. When they asked them about the terrorists, they tried to pretend they didn't know the terrorists. Even though they had met with the terrorists, they were sitting on phones and dealing with the terrorists. They tried to sit there and say, oh, no. They're just, outside protesting for R. Kelly. And then I got the motherfuckers on the thing. I got the thing and a thing with them basically saying, yeah, we crossed the barricades. Yeah, we wanted, they wanted press. They wanted to make the shade room. So they went up there to try to incite a fucking riot at the MCC. All these things that they were doing were illegal. And the prosecutors and the federal authorities knew it, and they know it.
Mr. Levi,
I'm gonna be quiet.
May I ask a clarifying question, perhaps? So your claim is that it's unheard of for attorneys to work in conjunction with, pretty much fans or just people, regular citizens and lay people who decided to try to interject themselves, or, if she felt like she was soliciting, she was going to solicit this information from him, and then she was going to pass it over to the attorneys or whatever. I actually would argue that it is not at all an uncommon thing, especially in today's day and age. And I say that because I'm also a true crime person. Okay. And I follow a lot of different podcasts and, different sorts of things. There are podcasts that solely devote themselves to one case, and it's nothing but two random Joe Schmoes and then whoever their listeners are. And they start pretty much being homegrown PIs going and investigating this case in detail. And oftentimes they do get in contact with those individuals' attorneys or what have you. And what we see even on the news and on a lot of these true crime channels, if you're familiar with them, and even a lot of documentaries now that have come out in recent years, is they applaud when these podcasts can help solve a case or gives attorneys information that ultimately the attorneys then take before the court and get, cases heard again or charges dropped or whatever. And it's because the attorneys have formed relationships with members of this podcast or what have you that have been kind of just taking it up, from an interest lens, but then have actually found information that is either help or help to convict a person. So
yes,
I guess it's how do you speak to that? Because that was something that we talked about way before you got on. Is I said I oftentimes when people who are supportive of him speak, I'm trying to figure out, is it that's truly what you think it is, and that you only believe that this is, you call it unprecedented, so it's unprecedented and only has been seen in the R. Kelly case, or is it that you feel like it should be taken under some special sort of advisement, or he has special circumstances because of his celebrity in addition to that? Because I definitely know and listen to all these shows and stuff all the time where there are tons of people. There's a whole show on A&E about people who, learn about a story, get engulfed in it, and then they, ultimately help solve the case, or they vow to continue to work to help solve the case. And almost all of those situations, there's at least an attorney talking to one or two of those people because they believe that, quite frankly, it's free PI work for their client, and they also are trying to look for ways to free them but don't have the time or resources to do so. So
yes,
can you speak to that or clarify that for me?
Yes, ma'am. First, what we must do is categorize and compartmentalize what I'm saying. What you just spoke about, I've seen it also. In most of those cases, you have bloggers. Some of them I tune in and watch sometimes. You take the shooting of Takeoff. You have several bloggers. Some of them are very intelligent, and they would play the tape back, and they would try to piece together exactly what happened. Now, in the case with the young lady who was killed in Jamaica, same thing. Yes, ma'am. A lot of bloggers were gathering information on that case. However, what we cannot do is erase history and not categorize it of what it is. For one, in most of those cases, an assailant, suspected those who are suspected of committing the crime was not caught. In most of those cases, it was in the inception stages where they're trying to figure stuff out. And yes, a lot of times they'll shoot stuff to the police, they'll shoot stuff to the attorneys that they may have seen that they didn't pick up. And I applaud that. However, what we cannot do is erase history. Missimo, you know, and I know that the effort put forth by the majority of these bloggers in the R. Kelly sector was never an effort of trying to get down to what really happened or trying to basically gather information that could help him. You know, and I know, and everyone listening to me know, 80% of the effort was to attack, berate, besmirch, threaten, and harass his accusers. Now, did I just speak the truth or not? Yes or no?
I don't want to get in the middle.
Yeah, see, you see what I'm saying? Come on. And that's the problem when I speak. Y'all scared the terrorists gonna attack y'all and shit. I don't give a fuck. You feel me? Well, I don't, you don't have to qualify what I said. I know it's true.
Yeah.
That it's a difference between, wow, I wonder if R. Kelly was at the Dolphin Hotel, like Larry was doing. I will say that about him on the opposite side, who was trying to gather information that was condemning or in condemnation of my cousin. He was doing it from an analytical perspective. Now, and certain members of his group on the R. Kelly side, it was, if our methodology is to work, we're going to attack Drea Kelly. We're going to call her bitches and hoes. We're going to attack Azriel Clary before she testified. We're going to attack Faith Rogers. We're going to attack every single, when we find out Geronda Pace is poised to testify against them, we're going to attack her. We're going to talk about how she was on Section 8. We're going to attack Javante Cunningham. We're going to attack their families. We're going to attack. So no one could ever convince me, wasn't no analytics going on, goddamn it. Wasn't no analytics. It was a bunch of goddamn low-life, criminal, third and fourth grade education motherfuckers.
Oh.
Non-productive individuals. No. Homeless people and shit. Homeless niggas. Some of them done raped their own goddamn kids and beat their kids' mama for 19 years. Criminal records, long as your fucking street. Excuse me for getting upset. Mm-hmm. But I want to answer without being emotional. Here's the deal. The perfect case that I can compare my cousin's case to is the case of Young Thug. Now, I've read one book and several articles, up-head pieces and stuff from law professors confirming that the Justice Department for the last 10 years have been grappling with and wrestling with that free speech versus social media. Social media, as you know, being a relatively new construct. Mm-hmm. However, since the advent of social media, when I say unprecedented, you've never had these kinds of people. Listen, and what makes it noteworthy is the fact that the ones who were vicious, the ones who were derelicts, the ones who were lowlifes, I'm talking about the bloggers, the ones who were the most cutthroat, they drew like a magnet those who were just as cutthroat, vicious, low down, they gravitated towards those who were just like them. Listen to me, Miss Mo. You cannot call yourself a woman and sit and embrace a man, a so-called man, who could talk up under young ladies' clothes and call them dog-head bitches and hoes. I'm sorry. Newsflash. There's not a woman in my life that I've ever met in my life that would lend themselves to some shit like that because they're real women. The women that I've dealt with all my life wouldn't even buy weed from them niggas.
Oh.
I'm telling you the truth, how they look and how they dress and how they carry themselves. I ain't buying no weed from that nigga. We've been out of town and needed weed. I don't smoke weed, but my girl needed some weed. We roll up or something. I ain't buying none from them. So let's not try to erase history. There's not a decent woman in the world who could see grown-ass men who don't give a damn about their... see, listen to me. If I were to voice my criticism towards an Azrael Clary or Javante Cunningham, if you know, which I have, but even Javante Cunningham, she's never been upset because of how I approached her. I questioned what she said she saw on the tour bus with my cousin earlier. I questioned that. And I said to Miss Cunningham, I said, this is no disrespect to you. I'm just speaking legal. And she said, I understand. I asked her, I said, well, have you ever reported that to the police? Anything? You know, it's how you speak to people. It's how you approach things. That's how I was raised, right? So when you have these people, women calling themselves doctors, but when it comes out that the man that she's with, the man that she's joined herself onto, the man that's part of her terrorist ring, when it comes out that his own daughters say that he violated them, she covers for it. She pretends that she don't hear it and she don't see it because she's the same thing as that fucking lowlife. These were lowlife individuals, but I don't want to get off. I know I've been talking long, but here's the deal, Miss Mo. I want you, and you're right. A lot of bloggers have contributed to solving cases. That's a fact. But I want you to contact Young Thug's attorney tomorrow and say, you know what? No, call him tomorrow. Call him up and say, you know what? I'm going to secretly record one of the witnesses in your client's case. He's going to call the goddamn federal authorities on you. He's going to turn your ass in. And he's going to tell you, miss, if you call my phone again, it's going to be a problem. Do not call my phone again. That man, Young Thug's attorney, gave a press conference when the young people on social media started to attack people who they thought was snitching on Young Thug. That woman, female prosecutor in Georgia, those sheriffs, they went and rounded niggas up. Go Google it. People were arrested over that shit. And the prosecutor stood in front of the courthouse steps and said, let me tell you something. I understand that y'all are fans of Young Thug, but if you contact any of us or even think about intimidating a witness, your ass is going to prison. Young Thug's attorney got in front of it and said, what y'all are doing is really jury tampering when you're out here in the public doing this kind of stuff because it's going to influence the jurors against Young Thug. If you really love Young Thug, mind your goddamn business and leave this shit alone. Let us handle this. So, once again, let's not get amnesia. These people were not sitting with pen and pad trying to solve a case concerning R. Kelly's innocence. And how we know they were not, because half of them can't read and fucking write. Half of them can't read or speak, or they don't know how to write a fucking sentence. They were criminals, lowlifes, and they committed federal crimes. Now, did I answer your question now?
No. because here's the thing. Okay, let me Angie or Mr. Levi, have either of you seen the show that comes on A&E called Accused, Guilty, or Innocent?
No, man.
Have you ever seen it? Everybody who loves this R. Kelly stuff, if you like also a little bit of the true crime side of it, we would all love the show because it does exactly what we've been doing for years and years about R. Kelly with other people's, like everyday people's cases. And actually the new season just started. The new season just started. It's on like 2 episodes in. So pretty much you get to see, you get introduced to a person, their lives, all of that, and then you find out that they are waiting trial for something. But as you hear the story, each of the stories are different, but it's always one of those like, you could be innocent, right? Like, or things that don't make sense. So one of the ones that ended up creating one of the biggest podcasts that's still out there right now, and she actually is getting a retrial. If you look up Angel Bumpus, she's an African American young woman who she was accused of, at the age of 13, going into this person's house and being a part of a robbery, and the person ultimately didn't make it. And the only evidence that they had was a half a piece of her fingerprint on the back of the tape. They had, her brothers were on audio talking from within prison, and you could hear them pretty much saying, like, in street terms, like, Angel didn't do that. How did she get arrested for it? Sort of stuff, all of this. But all they went off was this little piece of tape. And her grandfather said that when she was little, she would often go in, and you know how some people will just pick the tape up and smooth it back down, pick the tape up and smooth it back down, that she would do that sometimes while he was working, and he was a maintenance person and actually did work at that place. And so pretty much those fingerprints could have been from the tape being at home and then later coming in. So all of this to be said, she ended up getting convicted. And that story rocked everybody, because if you watch this episode, I don't know a single person who's watched it who looked at it and said, no, I think she did do it, because they timed stuff. Like, she would have had to have walked like 2 or 3 miles in like a very, like 2 minutes worth of time in order to even be there at the right time and all that. So there were other evidence that didn't, but those 2 little pieces of fingerprint is what got her convicted. And 2 people, after seeing that episode, started a podcast, and it is still one of the most popular podcasts in the world right now. All they do is they literally, and they go to these places, they interview these people, like they are legitimately taking you on the PI ride that they just homegrown did. Now they didn't reach out to her attorneys ever. But some sort of way her attorneys found out about it, and there were pieces of evidence that they had gotten that she wanted in order to help defend Angel. Well, they ended up getting that overturned, and now she has been released. Someone who from the podcast actually paid Angel's bail. Again, all of this is off of people just seeing something on TV, jumping and going with it. Now, where they said it was different is if the attorneys are telling you should go and do, as opposed to people out here that just go, I do it because it's the love of the game. I'm doing it because I want to do it. No attorneys directing me, whatever. But if I find evidence, I turn it over to the attorneys.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So that's very different. And just to mention it as well, the Menendez brothers got a retrial because of a podcast. Scott Peterson got a retrial in part because of a podcast, all of which, again, connected and later worked with the attorneys. Like, as they get information or new evidence, they just forwarded it along. Kind of like, I believe it was, what's her name? Miss Sylvia. She would just say, well, I just forwarded, or Dana would sometimes say, he got it such and such. He just sent it over. If there's evidence that they have, they just send it over, but it's not at the direction of the attorney.
Okay.
But at the same time, the attorney's not going to turn them away.
Okay.
They're coming to them saying, hey, this is something that could help your client. And I guess that's the same argument that could be had in this case. But I guess how do you continue to justify saying that this is the only case where an attorney has connected in some way with someone from the outside and then have used that or been a part of the case, because this person is doing it on their own, but they happen to stumble upon things that actually would be helpful. It's not unprecedented.
Yes, ma'am. You're mischaracterizing it again. I'll say it like this, and I apologize. I tend to get emotional when it comes to this, and I do get off track. Listen, allegedly, directives were given. Directives were issued. Okay? When an attorney...
I never knew that.
I got the video footage. I can send it to you. When an attorney says, well, we're trying to find out who the Jane Does are, and commission some people to find out who the Jane Does are, that's unbelievable.
You have
listen,
an attorney telling someone you need to go find out who the Jane Does are?
I'm going to say it again.
Wow.
I don't lie on people. Not wording. You need to go find. No. This is what we are grappling with. This is what we need. Okay? For one. For two, directives were given, and I could send it to Ms. Walker. She could share it with you. For one. For two, most attorneys will have an investigator. And when people submit or deposit that kind of information, it doesn't go directly to them. It goes to their investigator. Most attorneys, and I've worked for them for several years, are very, 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 very careful not to violate ethics. Now, herein lies the problem. Herein lies the problem. When you, as an attorney, say to someone you're doing a good job, and that person that you're saying that to is sitting on their YouTube channel 24/7 attacking one designated potential witness, Miss Mo. And I'm gonna say this because maybe you don't know it. And you say to that person, this person's engaging in federal witness intimidation, basically. And you say you're doing a good job. That's for one. For two, this is concrete. One particular attorney, I had one opportunity to speak with him, and it wasn't something I initiated. But since he was on the phone, I asked him, I said, hold on. You know this guy who you sitting talking to, are you aware of the fact that he sits and berates one of the potential witnesses in my cousin's case? Are you aware of that? That attorney said to me, am I aware of it? Yes. Do I agree with it? Nah. But do I really give a damn about that girl that he's attacking and her family? Do I give a damn about them? Hell no. That's what the man said to me. Understand something, Miss Mo. I was raised Muslim. And I understood what that white man was saying to me. What he was saying is that if these niggas want to attack Azriel Clary and call her bitches and hoes, that's what y'all do. That's how y'all get down. I don't give a damn if he call a young lady a bitch, a dog head hoe, and I want to sodomize you and fuck you and that. I don't give a damn as long as he don't do it to a white girl, a white woman, one of my nieces, one of my goddamn little cousins. Do you understand, Miss Mo, that you're speaking to someone who is very meticulous in what I do? And when I see something, I don't call it just because I see it. I first investigate it, and then I'll call it. So to answer your question, once again, yes, directives were issued, for one. For two, and I'm sorry I didn't clarify this, but those bloggers that you speak of who gain notoriety, everyone that you have spoken of, I don't even know them, but I can tell you this. None of them, and correct me if I'm wrong, not one of them were attacking witnesses in cases. None of them were violating laws. I guarantee you that. I don't even know who they are. But if they have gained the respect from the YouTube audience and from attorneys and things of that sort, they had to conduct themselves in a professional, noble way. Now, would you agree with that part? Did any of them attack witnesses and call them names and call their houses and shit?
Actually, I will say that for both the Scott Peterson case and the Menendez brothers case, that was a component of it because they were reaching out to family members. So with the Menendez story, the accusation is that the father and the mother being complicit to it knew and were the abusers of those two boys who then turned on them and did what they ultimately did, right? Well, what these people were doing, they were like, well, the answer has to lie with another family member who saw things, heard things, so on and so forth. And they did make a very determined effort to keep making contact with family members who were pretty much like, get away from me. There were people who were threatening, to get restraining orders and different things. And then also in the Peterson case, it wasn't so much the people on the podcast themselves, but then it's the followers of the people on the podcast who would then start doing things. And some people did actually get at least some mild charges that I'm aware of in that case, because one of the fans of the podcast started trying to pretty much help in the investigation, similar to as it is on YouTube. You get the person on the channel and then you have people who follow them and really defend them. And so there was a situation where there were at least a few of those people who started trying to go to the court and not go to the court, try to get to the jail and trying to get to him, try to sneak him stuff and all kinds of stuff like that. And those people did actually get into some trouble because of that. So it's similar circumstances, not nearly as extreme as what I've known to happen in this sector. It's easily, I think, one of the most uncouth, is the best way I can say it, sectors that I have ever followed. But at the same time, my point is that to say that it's never happened or that it's unusually happening for R. Kelly, and therefore he was not given given a fair shake because of it, is not 100% true. Because again, we've watched it play out. It's just may not be in our individual orbits, but for instance, I'm very aware of it because those are very big in the podcast space. Those are very big podcasts. And so it's like, is it true that something about this case is unusual to R. Kelly to such a point that he should get a new trial? Or is this just the sword that we want to fall on to say, hey, give him another trial? Because it has happened in other situations, and in both cases, in its own right, all three cases that I just discussed, the Bumpus case, the Menendez case, and the Peterson case, they all got new trials. Now, as we know right now, 2 out of the third, I really do pray that the third one is overturned in trial, but at least 2 of them were retried and were both convicted again a second time, actually, even at the second bite of the apple. So again, like, I guess for me, I have a hard time sometimes when you say that, because I'm like, well, it's happened plenty other times, and quite frankly, with white people, you know what I'm saying? It's not, and people who were not even famous, it has happened to. So I guess it's hard for me to look at what those things, and even some of the things that you talked about with the attorney, for instance. And then I know you originally wanted to talk to Angie, so I'll
no, fine. I'm enjoying this. Go ahead.
But when you talk about the attorney's involvement or whatever, Miss Leva, I don't take this the wrong way, because I don't think that any of this is appropriate, and I wouldn't have done it if I were him. But I will say this: some of what you're describing as him giving a directive, like, those are things that I've definitely heard people say on these, like, attorneys, when they're like, yeah, we need help with this. They're not saying we need you to do that, but you're throwing that out there, knowing that, quite frankly, they're going to end up doing it on their own and taking those matters into their own hands. But they're talking more so as a legal team. We're looking for that evidence and we need that, or what have you. So that part, and then even what he said about Javante, which I find to be, just a disgusting comment. But what you're describing to me sounds more like being of poor moral character, or having poor character, which is not the same as prosecutorial misconduct. Angie might be able to answer this a little bit better, but even what you were saying of, like, do I know they're doing it? Do I approve of it? But do I care about that witness? No, I don't. I don't know that could be seen as prosecutorial misconduct. To me, that's just a really, he's a jerk. You know what I'm saying? But is an attorney responsible to say, to care for people, Angie? I guess in general.
Before she speaks, I would like to clarify my position, Ms. Walker, please, because she got it kind of twisted.
Go ahead.
Just allow me to clarify it. First of all, Miss Muller, what we're talking about and what I specifically said, I speak how I write. And I'm very specific and detailed when I use words. For one, I said that this is unprecedented involving a prominent defendant who was a celebrity. That's what I said. This is unprecedented. And it is because, like I said, the advent of social media is fairly new. It's not, social media wasn't around 20 years ago like this. That's for one. For two, the number one descriptive word that you have to remember when I speak about this is witness. And I think Ms. Walker would agree. In our system of justice in America, the two most sanctimonious key figures in American justice are witnesses and jurors. You play with them and you in trouble. Witnesses, potential witnesses, and jurors are of the highest protected class in our system of justice. So I'll say it again. It is not so much that these bloggers were doing these things to just citizens or people who were involved in our R. Kelly case. No, these were witnesses and potential witnesses. And that is why the prosecutors mentioned it. They didn't say these people are out here doing this to Levi. They said these people are out here attempting to harass and threaten the witnesses in the defendant's case. You feel me? So that word witness, remember that word witness. That is a no-no. And this is what they were doing. Now, as far as when you say, well, maybe it was his statement was low moral, like he just doesn't have a lot of morals. No. What I described to him was witness or potential witness intimidation. And he admitted that he was aware of it, i.e., a crime. And I'll say it again. The only way Levi's words could resonate with most people, if these same people were to do what they did in my cousin's case, had they done it in the Harvey Weinstein case or the Jeff Epstein case, then y'all would say Levi knew what the hell he was talking about, because all their asses would have been arrested. That's a fact. They would have been handcuffed quick. You don't play with witnesses. You don't call their families and homes and shit in the middle of the night and dox them and, well, this is his business, such and such. Angelo Clary owns this. Everybody call the Better Business Bureau and say Angelo Clary is running a fake business. That shit is illegal, because that witness and that witness's family is under a protected fucking class. And it's Miss Moore, I'm not swearing at you, but it's very hard for me to impart conversation, because not you, Miss Mo. I know you and Miss Walker are two of the most intelligent people I've encountered. That's why I'm on here speaking with y'all. But it's hard. I would never try to gain favor from the YouTube audience, because most of them don't read. Most of them are not. That's no offense. I'm not saying it in a berating way. I'm speaking facts. They don't read. So when Ms. Walker read Judge Leinenweber's response, his order, the man was detailed. I was listening, hanging on every word that he was saying. When he talked about commerce, and he talked about when you use the phone, that's interstate that automatically constitutes commerce, interstate commerce. Well, I, being a thinking person, would ask, what was that called? Now, I know it's a different venue, but what was it called when Jane Doe number 5's mother was using the goddamn telephone to entice my cousin? What was that called? What the design? Say it again.
You can entice adults.
No. Hold on. You trying to tell me that you can't, God forbid, take your 17-year-old daughter, give her some goddamn fake ID, saying she's 21, and tell her to go up in a strip club and shake her ass? You trying to tell me you're not enticing adults? If you were to do that, I'm going to say it again. If you were to take your 17-year-old daughter, get her some fake ID, send her up into a strip club to make some money, she gets on stage, shaking her ass, niggas are making it rain, giving her money, did you or did you not entice those men who were giving that woman, that child money thinking she was 21? You dealing with a legal scholar, Missy Mo. You ain't dealing no fool when you deal with me.
Huh? And I always
Well,
know
actually, that is enticement. The Merriam-Webster dictionary definition of it, not as the legal standard, as it appears in the law, Levi.
Thank you. Can I also say one other thing, Mr. Levi? I gotta hit you with this part as well. And I keep going back to this precedence. Okay. You keep using that term, and you just said that it was about him being a celebrity, that sort of thing. And the first thing that comes to my mind as, again, a true crime person, but it's an easy lob, especially in our community, O.J. Simpson.
Okay.
They called it the trial of the century. That's where this whole thing of like podcasting that we do now in true crime, it started on the web. What did we used to have? We used to have chat groups. There were chat groups that went 24 hours a day just talking about the O.J. Simpson
on MySpace. What do you listen, Miss?
No. Like it used to be, like those, like it was like message boards and stuff.
Social media was not established during the OJ trial. Listen,
no. But my point is, there were whole clubs, the Free OJ Club, that they met in person and went out and tried to solicit information.
Hold on, hold
on, Mr. Levi. But so you can't sit here and say that this is the first time in his celebrity. OJ is still OJ because of what all happened, because the nation caught hold of, and it was at the beginning of AOL messengers and all that stuff like that was budding, and there were social media communities that happened way back then. It was just on message boards. It was just in those chat groups that it was happening, and then it was, of course, still happening in person. And there was a whole chapter of an organization that was founded out, and they met in person in California, and they called it sleuthing back then, and they would go out and hit the streets doing the exact same thing in trying to solicit information and intervene and talk to witnesses. Kato Kalin just did another interview on Vlad TV the other week here, and he talked about how after, he goes from the whole thing of when it first happened, the night of, all the way through the trial, and he talks about people coming up to him, people trying to follow him places, all of these people trying to intervene, all of the people were following, so it's the same. It was, of course, at a different level because we have social media and the way that we do now, but again, for you to say that this is unprecedented, it's not.
It was like what you're comparing this to is like trolley cars to Learjets. You talking about trolley cars. You talking about trolley cars to Learjets. The O.J. Simpson trial, I was an avid, listen, I studied it. You watched it on television, okay? If you load it up to AOL, whatever, you might be able to get into a group or whatever and talk about it. But in real time, no one was able in real time to access Barry Scheck's home address. In real time, access Athley Bailey's kids' school. In real time, access Johnny Cochran's personal information in real time. Listen to me.
Yes, it was.
No, sweetheart.
Christopher Darden just did an interview last year, and because he got on who was that? He was in Nipsey Hussle. He was Chris Darden from the O.J. Simpson trial was supposed to be Nipsey Hussle's, person who harmed him, his defense at one point, and then he said that it was triggering to him all over again because it took him back to the O.J. Simpson days when people were threatening his children on his front lawn, and that they had that's when doxing first started. It was a dark web thing that people would do. You know, that's a whole anonymous. All of that originated from that kind of dark web day where they would pull that information and they would post it. Y'all don't remember that?
I remember it, sweetheart. It was a I want Miss Walker. I'm sorry,
but it's from the dark web.
No, no one could ever compare the R. Kelly case with the OJ case when it comes to the influence of social media. You cannot compare it. You cannot compare. There were there's not even a comparison, sweetheart. I was there. I saw it all. Now, there was a woman when Mark Furman testified that he never used the N-word, nigga.
The N-word. Mm-hmm.
A woman emailed through AOL, O.J. Simpson's attorneys, and said, I did a book with him.
Yeah.
And he said and used the N-word 300-something times. That was through an email.
Yeah.
That is totally different. There was a wall around O.J. Simpson, a legal wall that was unpenetrable. We can revisit this later because I want Ms. Walker to speak. But there is, matter of fact, I'm going to do some research, and the next time we meet, I'm going to explain it in more detail. It is like comparing a horse and buggy to how we travel today. It is literally, when it comes to social media and its influence on cases, that was one of the most polarizing cases in, check it out, in America, without a doubt. NBC, ABC, all of the major news networks, when the verdict came out, all of America was on the edge of their chairs. They sent their legal correspondence to schools and universities and workplaces and barbershops, and they filmed the reaction of that verdict. And they showed black people jumping up, celebrating, screaming, and they showed white people crying. But guess what? Check it out. We were only able to see that during that time period on the new major news networks. Now, as time progressed, you can go on YouTube now and see maybe 1,000 of those clips. You feel me? But we were not in real time. If that were to happen and had it been today, shit, we would have been so up on everything. We would have saw everything. But back then, it was the internet and social media was antiquated back then. It was like a damn antique. It was something that most people didn't even use. But we'll talk about that later. Ms. Walker, I'm so sorry for taking over your show.
Oh, no, that's fine. I don't care. We've been having conversations. I don't care.
But I didn't want you to go on Miss Mo's premise that I was just speaking about these bloggers threatening people and doing this to people. No, I was speaking about witnesses. And in any case, when witnesses are being threatened, the Justice Department normally acts very swiftly. And you can see that in the Young Thug case. They're swift to act because, would you agree, Ms. Walker, that witnesses and jurors are hands off as far as the Justice Department is concerned? Aren't they considered the most sanctimonious?
They hands off when it comes to any type of corruption and things of that nature, unless they have some type of protections or something like that. Yeah, they hands off when it comes to that, because like with jurors, I mean, every jury isn't sequestered or anything like that. Even it ain't even partially sequestered. So at the most they tell them, hey, don't go home and watch the news and don't talk to anybody about the case. So it's not the fact that they just can't be spoken to and things of that nature. It's the action. Like, no, they can't be harassed. It's harassed. Like corruption. What I'm talking about, like, okay, threatening people, and you better testify. You better not testify, or so on and so forth. So they can't be tampered with in that sense. No, they can't do that. They can't be threatened. They can't be all that type of stuff. That's I mean, you can't threaten anybody supposedly, But and again, it depends on that prosecution and who they want to prosecute and for what reason. So that's the that's the whole premise behind that. But what I want to talk about is this thing about here again, right? Just okay, one, you have to, with your theory, you got to prove it. That's number one. You got to prove it. You can't. Now you can put it together and say, okay, well, because I heard somebody say this and somebody say that, I got some other connecting points. I got a few more other scattered pieces of evidence. I can put it together and I can deliver a good persuasive argument, right? As to why I think the way I think, right? It doesn't mean, that it's going to result into saying, hey, something favorable that your the outcome that you would desire, your desired outcome. It's not going. That doesn't mean that. But just say for the sake of argument that everything is true, and I'll even go and say, okay, the prosecution said, hey, there are people out there doing his bidding, right? Doing R. Kelly's bidding. So what happens is it doesn't necessarily mean that okay, that creates a ineffective assistance of counsel claim, or that it at the most it probably, as always, creates an indictment for those people. And maybe if you can connect the dots and indict, an extra charge for R. Kelly. You got to. So just like Mo said, anybody, and just say the same thing with, and I'll throw in the Kim Fox 1-800 number. You could come out here and say, hey, I need help with blah blah squaze and this, that, and the third. If somebody want to take you up on that and help you out, so be it. That's not that interaction is not against the law. Now, if I direct someone to go do something and it's legally sound, that's also fine. If I go direct somebody to go do something that's not legally sound, of course, that's against the law. If I direct somebody to go do something and in the commission of doing it, they commit a crime, and there's another set of circumstances that could be looked at, that maybe, but then but all these things lead somewhere, right? And it's a path that you have to go to get where you're trying to be. And if the optimal, the objective is to free R. Kelly, then those things have to be done in a order, right? In an order. And you can start it based on a theory, but you better have some support. Never just because at that point you got the burden. You just like the prosecutor, you got the burden. In some situations in the courtroom, I know y'all are taught that hey, prosecution always have the burden. It's not all necessarily true. The burden can also shift to the defense. Okay, that's why a lot of sometimes you see a defense may put on 2 or 3 defendants. I mean 2 or 3 witnesses. Sometimes they won't put on none. That's because sometimes what's happening is a little transference, is that now the defense must defend not only what they put on, as well as draw a complete distinction between the prosecution's case and the defense. So with that being said, so it's a lot of little things that go into it. Levi likes to see things black and white, cut and dry. It should be sterile, pure. That's it. Unfortunately, the law is not like that. You may argue that it should be, but we got a lot of years under the law that, hey, I mean, to unravel that, to get it to where your standard is, we will all be dead 10 times.
Exactly.
It would never. I mean, it would never happen. It would just never happen. So, you know what I'm saying? So, we got a Larry little ass sighting in the building. What's good with it? What's good with it, Martin? JoJo's back. He probably done nodded off and woke back up and said they still on here.
Who's in the thing? Who's in the thing right now, Miss Walker?
Yeah, we got Larry little asses in here.
Oh, he's scared of me.
JoJo ass done woke up.
Nobody's scared of you.
Oh, he's scared. You see him come up on the thing. You see the thing and the thing, but he didn't come in because he's afraid of me because he don't want to address what I just said. Larry, the grown man, sat and watched those terrorists commit all kind of crimes, and he knew when I was on that show with Team Truth and them breaking it down how this was appalling and it was absolutely illegal. And I said to Larry on his show, I said, guess what? In the end, what they're doing is going to aid my cousin because he doesn't even know what's going on out here, but I do. And it's going to ultimately is going to oppose as a very strong argument. I'm going to erect a very strong wall. He's scared to come in.
Goddamn all-star site. Now we got Skylife in the building. I'm sorry, Levi. We got
what's up, Sky?
All-star site.
Atmos, what up, though? What's up, Atmos? But I want to be clear on something. I'm tired of these split decisions with Miss Walker. I want to go for the knockout. You feel me? You're tired. You're tired. Waiting for the judges to say, okay, Levi scored a round. Oh, the hell with that. Let me go straight for the knockout. Go for the knockout. That way it's undisputable. Miss Walker, are you saying in front of these very nice, kind people on YouTube, are you saying that an attorney, it is not illegal, forget unethical and immoral, illegal for an attorney to commission a group of individuals to go after government witnesses in their client's case? Are you telling me that that's not illegal?
I didn't say nothing like that.
Well, that's my question.
You said no. If an attorney say go after this person and do this, that, and the third, which are illegal acts,
yeah,
of course that's illegal. Yeah.
All right, that's all I need to know. I'm gonna keep it to myself. I ain't talking.
Right, Mr. Levi. That's what we were just talking about. Is that what you're saying? They said go after is not what they said. What you're saying is that they actually said where we need these things in the case. And then these people, went out on their own and took that. Like, for instance, I even remember at one point, this was the first time I'd ever seen Sylvia. It was during the trial and something happened and she came running outside to give her updates. And she told people, we need everybody to go search for something because she heard them say they needed some sort of case law in the court. And she came out, jumped on Instagram or somewhere and was like, everybody, we need you, everybody to go and look up this case law. Go look. Do y'all remember? I know I'm not making that up. Everybody go and look it up. Everybody go and look it up. They're going to need it. And if you find something, send it to the attorneys. Now, in that courtroom, they were not saying we need Sylvia to go out back, holler at YouTube, and get us something. They were just saying we need this information as a general statement to the court, which is very different. Now, Sylvia took it upon herself as an individual wanting to help Robert Kelly, and she went running outside and got on YouTube and had everybody Googling and schmoogling case law that they do not know how to read. And I'm not saying that people don't know how to read. I'm just saying that case law is very complex. It's not something that you're just going to be picking up and flying right on through. So that's what I'm telling you, Mr. Levi. When you're saying some of these things are them sicking, they stick these YouTubers out on people, I feel like you need more. No, you need some harder evidence that those attorneys actually said they go out and harass such and such and such.
Miss Mo.
They said, but I don't care about them like that.
Miss Mo.
That's not the thing.
Miss Mo, peep my style. Do you think I would sit up here and show my hand on this thing?
Okay.
Okay. When it comes to me, if I tell you it is, it is. And you feel, if I tell you it is, woman, it is, woman.
If I tell you milk can pull a truck.
I don't
Hey,
fly blindly, though. I do not fly blindly.
Listen, like Ike told Tina, he said, you gonna listen to the doctor, you gonna listen to your man now.
Oh God, you see what happened to Ike?
You gonna listen to the doctor, you gonna listen to your man now. I'm telling you, we gotta go now. Now listen, but Miss Mo, I don't reveal my hand. But when I say something, I don't believe in accusing people falsely. But I want to dispel this damn narrative and this myth that I hear people make reference to every now and then. I have to dispel this, and I've never done it before. When y'all try to give credit to some of these bloggers and these different bloggers and terrorists and shit, and you try to say, well, she did run out the thing and this, he did do this, and he did say, where are the parents, and he did this, and he did that. Listen, man, I come from a place where the only thing that matters are the results. Everything that those people did, that's all the way from the grease-faced woman in the Carolinas to the snake in D.C., the harlot in Georgia, that fucking Shrek-looking investigator and his attorneys. What were the results? You tell me. What could have worked out worse for him? It was the worst results imaginable. They did not get any results at all. They were instrumental in hijacking the man's case, infiltrating his case. They were instrumental in being influential in having his attorney replaced with another attorney that stood there with a notepad from the dollar store talking about we shall overcome and shit. Giving a Dr. King speech. No.
I don't want to do.
With all due respect to that attorney. Ms. Walker, a lot of times she likes to get amnesia.
No.
She don't want to tell y'all that the superfan, before he was banned from the internet, came on her show and said, well, Levi's telling the truth. I knew about that African-American attorney a year or so before. The other guy said he knew about him. They offer certain hints that Levi is speaking the truth when it comes to the infiltration and the hijacking, and it was a group effort. Now, getting back to my main point, please, don't tell me what these niggas did. Because, you hear what I said, Miss Mo? Don't tell me what these niggas did. Because the end result was catastrophe for him. The end result was absolute horrific for my cousin. All they did was sit and meddle and interfere and attack and violate laws. While the prosecutors knew, and I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna get off here because I'm gonna listen to y'all response. Y'all see grown man, I told you, Miss Mo, grown man ain't coming within 100 miles of me because he know I got him. You feel me? He know.
He I got you tied up for the night.
I'm gonna bring
off.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring up them damn BOP messages and Tasha K. He ever jump on the thing with me.
Nah, he said
yeah.
The grown man done seen that little footnote. Grown man coming up here about that disclaimer. He said, give him a few. He come up here about that goddamn disclaimer. Drink that ass.
He's running and ducking and dodging. He's running, ducking, and dodging.
See that disclaimer, the disclaimer.
Yes, ma'am. But once again, crimes were committed. And Ms. Walker, you're right. When you said, well, there's a process. But I would hope that you would think enough for me to know that I'm engaged in that process. I'm not, listen, man, I am, people say I sound like a preacher and I talk, man, listen, I think and write more than I talk. You feel me? I engage in a lot of animated speech. I do. But at the same time, I am no fool, Miss Mo. I am one of the most intelligent. And people say, well, if you're intelligent, why you call yourself intelligent? Hey, when you're intelligent, you have to identify yourself as intelligent when you're amongst a bunch of ignorant motherfuckers. They kill me with that. Well, if you was intelligent, you wouldn't call yourself intelligent. Well, I call y'all ignorant. Are you ignorant? Shit, if I could say you're ignorant and you're ignorant, I could be intelligent, I'm intelligent. However, Please don't tell me what these people did, because all they did was criminal acts, and it resulted in the worst of the worst results for him. Unbelievable, Miss Mo. But understand this: I don't show my hand, and you should know that about me.
Mhm.
You heard these people for 4 years say I didn't know that man, and that's not my cousin. I could have. What did I do? I don't care about these people on social media. I don't listen. As much as I love the 30%, like you guys who are intelligent and fair and honorable, the 70%, man, I don't try to listen. At the end of the day, I deal with the people who matter. I deal with the law professors, the legal minds of America, as I appeal to them. And when I speak and write and do what I do with them, I would be a damn fool to come on here and show my hand for the terrorists to see. This is why they lost their goddamn minds. They lost their minds because they never met a nigga like Levi. They probably ain't never met a Detroit nigga in their fucking life. We don't do a bunch of talk. We show. And when we show, it's over. You understand? So that is inconceivable for clout chasing people and people who want to be next to R. Kelly. I know R. Kelly. It would have been inconceivable for them to sit on the phone with him prior to him going in, and all the while he was in, I was speaking to the man damn near at least 3 times a week. But I never divulged that. I never spoke about that because the man's my cousin. That man ain't no celebrity to me. But they never seen a nigga move like me. So when I say to Ms. Walker, I got the info, I got the intel, I have it. When I say the directives were given, I don't speak words, y'all, unless I can back it up. Everyone heard the baby killer say to one of R. Kelly's attorneys, "Don't play with me." I have the emails. I have the proof. Remember, you sought me out. I did not seek you out. I wasn't looking for you. You were looking for me. And I'm going to leave that there. If that's not a cause for suspicion, then I don't know what to say. That R. Kelly's attorney, one of the greatest entertainers ever walked the planet, is seeking out a goddamn homeless man who raped his own goddamn kids. Now stop it. Now y'all know, wait a minute, am I on another planet? Am I crazy? Or am I speaking the truth?
No, there go Atlas. I ain't saying you crazy or anything. I'm just saying you got to, Atlas, I see you got to prove what you're saying. You can say it's not enough.
Yeah.
It's not that you're gonna get something overturned because you got a theory, and because somebody said this, blah 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 blah. That's all fine, good, well, and dandy. Just as easy as you can say, yeah, well, they said this, that, and the third. That's what it is. They can come right back and say, hey, we said this, that, and the third, and this ain't what it ain't. What he's talking about, it's not what it meant. We meant something else. We was talking about, we're going to talk later about chicken.
Right.
I'm telling you, I'm telling you how it works.
Ms. Walker.
Ain't no Ms. Walker, nothing. You always, see, this is your problem. You want to come against the process, the procedure that I did, that I'm telling you, that we're witnessing. I ain't got to tell you. It's unfolding in front of your very eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't say shit and it don't come back and not be true. Right? So you want to go against the process. And I keep trying to tell y'all have a problem with the law itself, how it's written, the procedure, and all of that. Y'all got a problem with the whole goddamn thing. What's up, Atmos?
Yeah, Larry done sent his what they call it in the mafia. He just sent his what is it called? What is it called?
Consigliere.
He just sent the consigliere at me. Now what's going on, Atmos? Talk your talk.
Hey, Miss Angie, how you doing?
Hey, all right.
Miss Mo, how are you?
Hey, how are you, Admin?
Levi, hold on.
What up, though?
Now listen, I just been listening, right? But today was a bad day.
Mm-hmm.
because if you really just sat there and really spliced, separated, thought about what Leonard Webber was saying, it's over, man. He's letting you know I don't see him doing no concurrent.
You think it's gonna be consecutive albums?
I do.
Oh, no.
I do. I don't think he's gonna have no mercy on him. And I think the reason being is because I really think he has a detest for men that mess with children. And I don't think that there's gonna be any room, any mercy that's gonna be put for R. Kelly. And I hate to say it like that, but I'm just telling you, I did not expect him to break that thing down as easy. The way he broke that thing down, a third or second grader could understand it.
Yeah.
He's like, how could you even come to me talking about this man didn't use any things for across state lines? How can you even come and say that he didn't use anything? Dang, Levi ran you off that quick, bro.
He
Well,
left.
he be having technical difficulties. He be
Damn.
very.
But no, today was bad. Today was bad.
Yeah.
Today was bad.
He simplified the language of the charges, and at some point simplified the language of the mandatory law, which is the Constitution, and he backed it up. He had his own case law. He had like, and I was surprised he did it within 10 pages. He handled 3. And I think Judge Donnelly, I think her, just to respond to 29 and 33, I think she used it was 103 pages.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
It was great detail. You know what I'm saying? But I think in some of those points where he's, of course, I'm not going to ever say, okay, not all the time. I might say, okay, now this don't make no sense. Wait a minute, because I be trying to figure out where she's trying to go and whatever, because I know the difficulty of going there, right? But him being the judge, he's like, now this don't make no damn sense. That's pretty much. Now you trying to make an argument with this. Is that anything coming in? You trying to make an argument with this, but the law means this. You know
right.
That's what he kept saying. And I was like, oh God.
Miss Angie, when he said your argument don't hold water.
Yeah. I picked that up and put it on the wall. I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah. And here's the thing about this judge, right? When we was reading them transcripts, we just kept laughing at him because they kept acting like he was falling asleep and all this. Well, we come to learn that when he's meditating, he has has case law going through his brain that he remembers over all the years, and that's how he meditates. And when he opens his eyes, that's when he comes back, and you be like, "What? I thought he wasn't even paying attention." That's how he does his business. And so, with the way he responded to this, and he did not use a lot of words.
No.
He was very precise, and it matches up with his style of how he runs things in his courtroom. Listen, Get to the point. I don't want to hear all that extra stuff. Hurry up, get to the point. This got to be scary for the R. Kelly supporters. It's got to be.
I went back and looked to see, do we give people a break during sentencing and stuff? And I found some highlights where he hasn't always been the lifer all the time in every situation. They're throwing the book at everybody. Get out, throw the book, whatever. So I am eager to see, if that prosecution and I'm doing everything, y'all, in a few minutes, in about 30 minutes, we're gonna start exercising. I'm trying to stretch it out for them to drop this paperwork. we're gonna start with leg lifts and shit, okay? Because I don't know what else to do, what else to talk about. But he like the now here's the danger. The danger, and he's very well, this might not be a danger because he did support his opinion with a lot of case law and things of that nature. And he explained it and all of that, because like I was going to say, see, a lot of times when you file those post-conviction motions, you run the risk of a judge like Judge Ann coming out, laying out, well, I did this, pretty much talking to who's ever going to get it next, which is the appellate court, and and then when they file 2255 right after that. So you lay out, you telling the next set of eyes, hey, you tell, there go the disclaimer. Disclaimer.
Yo.
There go the disclaimer. Oh God.
What up?
What up, bro?
What up, Atlas? What up, man?
Chilling, man.
What's up, Miss Mo? What's going on? What up?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing all right, hanging in there. Can't kill nothing, won't nothing die.
Oh Lord. Oh,
Levi must have heard my footsteps.
Levi, so he's still listening, honey. Levi, his communication devices, honey. I don't know. Get that interstate commerce together, sir.
Miss Sanjay, that's a good attempt to try to save him.
Hey, I have to look out for it.
I know you do. I know.
Hey, the boys club, y'all be about to drive me crazy. Like, oh Lord, here goes some more infighting. But no, so, and what runs when the appellate judge sees, okay, so well, this judge, this is the reason why they made this decision. This is me, they made this rule. This is me, this is their opinion. Blah 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 blah. When they see that and they have a detailed explanation, whatever support they use to make that judgment, okay. So him, now this could cut either way. Was it detailed enough? I think so. Could they find, some openings there? I don't know. Because this is where J-Bo sometimes get, she got to go for it. One thing about it, she got to go for it. Where she kind of sometimes get into when she tries to switch the meaning of the law, change the statutes, and then make your argument based on what you done changed it on. Well, he did, and what the prosecution does, we seen it in New York, when she took over then, and then we see a little bit now, is that what they do, just come right back to it, like, no, you are understanding it, wrong. You're understanding it incorrectly, right? This is not what it says. You know what I'm saying? It's just like Skylight asked the easy question about enticement, right? I gave you the Merriam-Webster dictionary version definition of it. What it says, pretty cut and dry. Hey, somebody enticing somebody, and trying to lure them to do whatever. Then I gave you the legal definition of enticement. It arrives to the same conclusion, but it got a whole lot of other little things that must be proven, right? Maybe not each one of them, like inducement, enticement, coercion, whatever, maybe one or whatever, however it's laid out. But so you got to, if the government meets their burden, whatever, then hey, it passes through. That's the easiest way I can make y'all understand it. It just passes on through. She likes to change the meaning of it and then make her argument based on what she thinks it is. That's why I call Levi J-Bo, 2.0 sometimes.
Because he's definitely doing that with this witness tampering thing. I personally feel, based upon what we know witness tampering to be. And I gave him, and quite frankly, I think we could go round for round quite a bit more, but I gave him multiple examples of worse crimes, quite frankly, because I think, Scott Peterson and Menendez brothers, O.J. Simpson, you have no victims still here to even speak for themselves, right? So you have those situations, and the same sorts of interventions took place, and it was not deemed witness tampering because it's not. What Mr. Levi seems to be actually looking for here, he's looking for reform. He's not looking, quite frankly, to interpret the law as the purist he says he is, because if you're looking at that law, there's no way that you could say that that was tampering or that there was prosecutorial misconduct based upon what he himself just described and what we just described. And then I gave him several other situations that were, quite frankly, those names. Who has not heard of the Menendez, like, of our generation? O.J. Simpson is still popular off of what he did back then, and the white Bronco is still a joke. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Menendez brothers, Peterson, all of those people, they are very big names. You know what I'm saying? And quite frankly, you can't tell me that pound for pound, or if we scale O.J. Simpson in his day and the R. Kelly case in the way that it is, I would actually say O.J. had a bigger case pound for pound for what we had in that day. But again, we still had a similar interventions, and he never looks at those situations and says, okay, well, yeah, I get it, but I want R. Kelly's case to be separate anyway. I want to still keep calling it prosecutorial misconduct when those people did not tell them. At least he said he has the information, so I do believe he may. But he's saying that, Doug Anton or whoever got online and told somebody to go and harass somebody on tape. I can't see any decent attorney for R. Kelly not standing up in the middle of trial. Someone saying, like, look at this. Even quite frankly, the prosecution side would be saying, look at this. He's, even his own attorneys are trying to attack witnesses. They didn't, because it doesn't seem like that's truly what was said. I think it's the interpretation.
What's up, Lar?
What's up? Excuse me, I'm sorry. Hold on one second. Okay. I haven't been speaking on this stuff lately. I did read what the judge said today, and not because I'm so-called on the other side that I agree, but when I read what he wrote, it prompted me to go back and read her testimony. Now, things became sexual with RL and R. Kelly when she was 13. So I had to go back and I had to think, like, damn, how old was I when I was 13? I had to be in like the 6th or 7th grade. And the conversations that he was having with her over the phone, the reason they made it interstate commerce is because he was asking her questions like about her breasts. He's asking her questions about her titties. That's what she testified to. And he was supposed to be the godfather, and she did testify on the oath that he was having sex with Stephanie, and he was asking her questions like, and I'm reading it actually right now. What color panties are you wearing? Things of that nature. And then she did object to that. What was the foundation of the specific call? She wants to know, I guess, on the call. I guess it was on the call. So the question was, what are some of the other things that he would say that you said that were sexual in nature that were different in the way that he started to talk to you? And she said that at the age of 13, as a 30-something-year-old, he was asking about my breasts growing, like I said, the content of my undergarments, like the color of my panties, or if I need to be wearing bras and things like that. Did the conversation on the phone progress to something more sexual on the phone? She testified, yes. What? Phone sex. When you say phone sex, what do you mean? He would start asking me different questions sexually, and he would let me know that he was jagging off. and you said about how long after the conversation about him being your godfather until these sexual conversations occur, about how much time? It was weeks. And did this type of stuff continue, this type of talk continue in person? Yes. And where would these conversations happen again? Were you 13 or 14 at the were you 13 or 14 at the time? Yes. I'm sorry, what was the questions? Where would these conversations occur? It would occur at the studio, or if we were riding in the car and over the phone. Did conversations about things that were sexual in nature that you described earlier, did they become more than just talk? Yes. And when did they become more than just talk? Around the age of 14 years old. So 14 years old is a 8th grader or a 7th grader, right? Am I right about that?
A 7th
Yeah.
or 8th.
7th or 8th grader, right? Because they said he was attending a
Yep.
middle school when she played
Yeah.
basketball on the team.
7th or
Can,
8th grade. Yeah.
can you tell us about the first time that the talk became more than just talk? It became physical. Yes, we were in the studio and we were like watching TV and chilling, and maybe after a session that ended, it began with like rubbing and touching. Can you be a bit more specific about how the encounter happened, how it went down? I can't believe she said how it went down. Okay, we were sitting in the office area of the studio on the couch talking, watching TV, and obviously we had began phone sex at the time, so it would start out like a regular conversation like we would be having during phone sex, and this particular time it became more physical with touching on the breast and him rubbing on my genitalia area. Where was he rubbing? He was rubbing in my genitalia area as well on himself. He was rubbing himself. Yes. Where? On what part of his body? On his genitalia area. Were other people around? Let me back up. You said this happened in the studio. This correct? Yes. At Chicago Track? Yes. And was it one of the rooms that we saw in those pictures? Correct. Did you say this happened on the couch? Is that what you said? Yes. And it was the couch in those pictures that we saw? Yes. What is the date? What time of day was this, if you recall? Hold on, let me time out right there. He an idiot. Because I would have got rid of them damn couches. I would have had them couches in there. Oh man, hold on. It was like the wee hours of the night, like after a studio session. Were other people meeting in that room or in that general vicinity? No. How was it that you were able to be with him at night? You said this happened at like the wee hours of the morning. Is that what your testimony was? Yes. How was it that you were able to be with him at night? Well, by him becoming my godfather and spending time around him casually, like at the gym, my parents felt comfortable enough at that time to let me stay there because I was there for the sessions. And it was like normal for me to be there watching him produce. And it was just when he became my godfather, I was able to do that without my aunt being involved. So your aunt wasn't around during this time. This encounter that you're talking about happened on the couch in his studio, sorry, or in his office space, correct? Was Mr. Kelly married at the time? Yes. Did your parents know that you were at the studio at the time? Then Bunjean objected. The court overruled. Can you repeat the question for me? Sure, I can rephrase. Did you tell your parents you were at the studio at that time? No, they would think I was going back to the house with the family. And when you say the family, who you're talking about? His wife, meaning Robert Keller's wife. So let me start right there. She's at the studio doing sessions. She said that her family knew that she was there, but she was supposed to leave with Drea and go back to the house. But she didn't. She stayed at the studio with him. His wife, meaning Robert Kelly's wife, yes. After that first encounter, that happened on the couch there in his office lounge, that things progressed sexually. Yes. How and where? They started to progress vaginally. We started penetration. That was at the George Street house. Before that was penetration, we were talking about vaginal penetration, sexual intercourse. Is that right? Yes. Before that, there were other sexual acts that you engaged in before getting to that point. Yes. Can you describe those acts and where they would occur? They would occur at the studio at the George Street house, and it was though like different sexual acts being filmed. Okay, let's back up a little bit and talk about the progression of time. So you were again, this was around the time you were 13, 14, correct? Bunjean objected, she said she was 14. The court said, excuse me, leading is inappropriate. Okay, all right. I guess she wasn't, be more specific, 13 or 14. What age are you talking about? Yes, Your Honor. When you were 14, so we're talking about when you were 14 years old. And Mr. Kelly was engaging you in sex acts when you were 14. You explained that at some point it turned to vaginal intercourse. But before that, there were other sex acts. Is that correct? Yes. Okay, so what type of sex acts before intercourse? It would be like oral sex, kissing, hugging, sucking on breasts, sucking on, oral. They blanked it out. How would you know what to do with him sexually? Because he would tell me what to do. Were you familiar or you had heard of sexual requests that he was asking of you? No. You had mentioned that so as some and where these sex acts happening. Again, before there was sexual intercourse at the studio on George Street house. How old when you began having sexual intercourse with you? 15. How do you know how it was that you were 15? Because that's when I lost my virginity. Now, you told us that these sexual encounters at the George Street house and the studio. Now, how was it that you would meet up with Mr. Kelly to engage in these sex acts? Can you repeat the question for me, please? Yes, I can. You had mentioned that you had sex acts with Mr. Kelly at the studio at his home on 10 George Street, right? Is that correct? Yes. And you weren't living at either of those places, correct? No. At this time, again, 14, 15, correct? So how is it that you all hook up and connect to meet up to have sex, engage in these sex acts? Usually I would go to the basketball gym with my parents or my auntie still, and we will leave there, maybe go to eat or go back to the studio. And then it would be like a weekend situation where my parents knew that I was going to my godparents' house for the weekend. So they would pretty much drop me off and then leave. Okay. And how would you communicate with Mr. Kelly in advance of these times where you would meet up? It would be over the phone. I would just ask him if it was okay for me to come over for the weekend, and he would say yes. And he would say, you can meet me here, whether it be at the studio, the gym, or whatever pretty much was happening at the time. How would the invitations go? He would sometime invite you to come over, and you would sometime ask to come over, yes. And were you meeting up so that you can engage in these sex acts? Yes. Would you discuss that over the phone? No. Where would you say your parents would drop you off? I'm going to eject. We're talking about, I don't know if she's a minute. She's talking about 13 for no foundation. She needs to be some foundation. We were talking about when she was 14. No, we weren't. She said 15, leading up. I was finishing up my sentence, leading up to when she was 15, engaged in sexual intercourse. All right. We haven't gone. That's the time frame we're in right now. Okay, you're asking whether she was 14 or 15. Make sure. I think that's what we need to know. Yes. So we had talked about your sexual intercourse occurred when you were 15 years old. Prior to that, when you were 14, he was engaging you in oral sex and other sex acts, right? Yes. So between the time you were 14 years old up until the time you turned 18 years old, were you having sex was Mr. Kelly engaging you in sex acts? Yes. Including oral sex? Correct. Sexual intercourse? Yes. Is that right? Uh-huh. And what was some of the places that Mr. Kelly would engage in his sex acts during this time period? At 14 up until 18. At the studio, on the bus, at the George Street house. Are there any other places that this occurred when you was between the age of 14 at the time you was 18? Hotels? Where would these hotels be? Different places, Florida, New York, different states. About what frequency was the sex acts? Very frequent. Let's talk about in terms of like times. times a day or times during the week. Okay, I'm going to object. Is this between the age of 14 and 18, that entire 4-year period? Between the ages of 14, yes, Your Honor, she has knowledge of what happened to her during those years. She can testify. All right, ask her that. We'll go ahead. Objection is over. We'll go ahead and ask the questions. About how many times did Mr. Kelly engage you in sexual intercourse during that period from 14 years old to 18 years old? Okay, I'm going to object. The intercourse started at 15, so the question is misleading. I will ask for proper foundation. The details are, I believe it was 15 to 18. Yes, from 15 to 18. How many times did Mr. Kelly engage with you in sexual intercourse? Insurmountable amount of times. I'm sorry, like uncountable a lot of times. Are we talking about tens or hundreds of times? Hundreds. So it's fair to say that you can't recall every instance, every single occurrence. Is that correct? Yes. This is, and I'm gonna stop reading right there, but this is over. Like it's at that point, it's over. And I'm not saying that from a YouTube, and I got people that I absolutely hate. I'm talking about from a perspective of being convicted and a perspective of going to trial and having the opportunity to take the stand and defend yourself, facing video and audio and your court record, telephone record showing that you spent hours on the phone with this minor from your phones that was entered into evidence. After I listened to that judge today, one thing I do know is I gotta agree with Adams. It will not be ran concurrent, and it will not be 30 years. If they gave him 30 years for a 17-year-old for basically 1.5 months of abuse and 300,000, I can't imagine how much money is gonna be suffice for 3 minors that was sexually abused over 20 years and hundreds of times and hundreds of engagements.
But that was New York, though. New York.
I get it. This ain't New York. This is Chicago, and this is a Republican judge that been sitting on the court 20 years before that Georgia judge in New York, with a nickname and a history and a record of giving motherfuckers life. So,
but I seen where he gave people breaks too, Larry. I don't know. I just can't get a. I would think that it's going to be. Oh God!
After reading that today, do you think that he's going to get a break? After reading what you read today, do you think that he is going to get a break?
Now you gotta know about me. A break to me is 20 to 30 years. That's a break.
Ran concurrent, right?
Ran consecutively. What?
Concurrent is ran together. So
I know it is, but I'm just saying what I consider a break in this situation. A break in this situation would be, well, who is that? Well, let me say this. If it's going to be run concurrently, it's going to be 30 or more.
Ran consecutively.
30. If it's going to be run concurrently. Consecutively, I could see between 20 and 30. And I need them goddamn prosecutors to drop that paperwork so I can see what your ask is. Okay?
So anything ran concurrent is a break. In my opinion, anything ran concurrent is a break. Anything ran consecutive north of 30 years is not a break.
Right. Because he could, do the easy thing and hit him with 10, run that consecutive. That would still be, a de facto, the de facto life sentence. That would be
no, that's not. No, I don't want that, Miss Angie, because then I got to deal with these bloggers fucking with me for the next.
I got nothing to do with that.
End this shit next week, so we can move on to something else.
Oh, we ain't moving on. That ain't gonna happen. Shit, nigga.
You
Hey.
gonna
Nigga, please. Nigga, please.
Hey,
by
nigga, we
yourself.
moving on to something
Nigga,
else.
please.
That judge is ending this shit next week.
Man,
I think
you
it's
know.
gonna be 90 consecutive, and then this shit is over.
You know what I find interesting?
Oh my God.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. What you
I'm
find
gonna let
interesting,
you- let
Levi?
you guys-
What do you find interesting?
What I find very interesting is that you just talked about the 30 years that he received in New York, and you talked about 1.5 months of 1.5 years of abuse.
Stay in Chicago, Levi. Stay in Chicago.
Oh, so you just
No,
so you just talk.
You want to go to New
So
York.
you could speak about New York, but I can't, right?
Stay in Chicago. Stay in Chicago.
Oh, wait. You opened up the scope, right, Miss Walker?
No,
He opened up the scope. He brought the goddamn scope.
He opened the door.
He opened the door. So I can't speak on New York.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
We always got to run to New York. I be want to talk about other things sometime when I do come on these panels. I don't just want to talk about New York.
I'm going to talk about Chicago also. However,
let's talk about Chicago, period, because that's what happened today.
You can't restrict me. Tell me where to stand in the ring where I would knock you out at.
Hey, man.
If I choose to knock you out in the corner, the middle of the ring, I can stand anywhere in the ring and knock you out.
You know what? I'm just saying, man. Every single time I open my mouth now, we got to talk about New York. And I don't be want to talk about New York.
Well, you ain't gotta. Don't. Well, I'm gonna talk about it. It's funny how he mentioned New York.
Go ahead, talk about it then. I'm sitting over here. Look, I told y'all this is the victory lap. So go ahead, talk all you want.
As I was saying, now I want y'all to count the seconds before he interrupts. Just count. Okay, start now. As I was saying, it's interesting that he brings up New York and he speaks about it as if it were one of the most prudently sound cases ever. You know, and everyone knows Jane Doe number 5, at least one of her parents had involvement in that situation. However, it fell on my cousin. That's fine. Now let's get to Chicago. What you, grown man, and Atmos, and those who are like-minded are going to learn is that I listened to Atmos earlier. And I laugh. I laugh. I'm going to tell you why. Because Atmos is a devout spiritual person. And, you know, it reminded me when he was speaking, I said, wow, does Brother Atmos know the Bible? And I'm not going to get deep into this, but I'm going to say this to Brother Atmos. You remind me of one of those who were sitting on the sidelines when Daniel was placed in the lion's den. You remind me of one of those who was sitting on the outside of the furnace when the 3 Hebrew boys were put in the furnace. You remind me of the onlookers when Moses was facing the Red Sea, and Pharaoh and his army was right behind them about to kill him. You remind me, Brother Atmos, of those who said to Jesus, he's screaming for Elijah. Let's see if Elijah is going to come and get him down off that cross. Let me explain this to you, Brother Atmos. Judge Leiden-Weber, Miss Donnelly, the prosecutors, or no one else can stand and raise their right hand and say that they have control over my cousin's life, whether he's going to be free, whether he's going to die in prison, whether he's going to walk out of there, or whether he's going to be there for the rest of his life. None of them possess that authority. When I speak with my cousin, y'all might not believe this, but I say 60% of our conversation is spiritual. It's spiritual. This is a spiritual situation. When you're dealing with a bunch of goddamn liars, when you're dealing with people, when you're dealing with people who can legally circumvent the Constitution, and I sit here and I have to hear grown men read testimony, and I'm not let's be clear, condoning, nor would I ever try to cover for Robert based on what Miss Landfair testified to. I'm not that kind of man. I got to answer to a higher power too. However, it is sickening to hear grown man read, and so how old the prosecutor trying to say 13, 14, then the woman, the young lady, when she's a woman, she says, well, I was 15 when I engaged in sexual intercourse with him. But the prosecutor kept trying to promote the narrative of 13, 14. Well, it was oral, it was this, it was that. Okay. It is sickening to me as an American citizen, as someone who knows the Constitution, to listen to grown men read words that the prosecutors on a state level in 2008 had a chance to bite that apple and they were not able to. But now we here in 2022 and we see a testimony coming from someone that did not testify in 2008. And I know you're going to say obstruction, that's fine. But you're going to learn something, grown man, and all of you who are listening to this who are anti-R. Kelly, when it's all said and done, you're going to learn that this is a country of laws, not a country of men. You're going to learn, you're going to learn that the prosecutors in New York and the prosecutors in Chicago did not dot all of their goddamn I's and cross their T's. Yes. No. I want to see you have the same energy if it goes to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court, if the Supreme Court rules was double jeopardy. I can listen, bro. I could run down a list of judicial improprieties that ensued. A list of them. So if you want to tie a man up, if you want to handcuff a man, if you want to put a man in a box, if you want to do all of these things, you better make sure you do it the right way when it comes to our legal system.
Okay, I gotta jump in because Levi called me out. My brother, Levi. Hold on. Now let me just tell you why I have to say that what you just said was a little disturbing, my brother. And I don't think we should bring spirituality in this situation. And
why not?
Let me tell you why. Because Jesus, David, nor the three kings was dumb enough to record themselves having sex with underage children and pissing on a 14-year-old.
Hold on. First of all, let me say, no. Do you know?
And give her
no. I'm talking to Atmos. This between me and Atmos right now. Do you know how old Sarah's concubine was when Abraham slept with her? Do you know?
I'm talking about this case right now.
No, you said don't bring spirituality in it. Let's talk about it.
We talking about
No, I'm asking you a question, man. Whether whether he recorded it or not, did David in your book have a man killed to sleep with his goddamn wife? Yes or no?
Did Levi just say
whether he recorded it or not? Atmos. I'm talking to you. I'm gonna ask you again because these people want to answer. Yes or no? Did David, who your Jesus and my Jesus? No. Let me speak. When your Jesus and my Jesus walked this earth 2,000 years ago, they referred to Jesus as the son of David. And David was, without a doubt, in his lineage as his great-great-great-great-grandfather. But Jesus never tried to renounce or say to the people, do not call me the son of David. Now you no, nigga. No.
This is a nation of laws and not a nation of men.
I'm talking to Atmos. You'll have your turn. You'll have your turn in a minute. I'm dealing with Atmos. That's what you like to do. No, listen, I got your man in the corner. I got your man. Now let me finish your man off, then I'll get to you. I'm asking you. Can I speak? I'm asking you. If David was the progenitor of Jesus, when God spoke and God said, I'm going to send the people a man that I have found who has my heart. He wasn't talking about Jesus, Atmos. He was talking about David. And David, King David, saw a man's woman, a man's wife named Bathsheba, who was fine as hell. He saw her showering in the midday, naked, stacked, a brick house. And David sent that man's husband to be killed on the front line so he can screw his goddamn wife. So don't tell me nothing about no goddamn spirituality. This is called real life. My cousin is no different from David or any of y'all. He's not beyond sin. But how dare you, Brother Atmos? How dare you say I should not introduce or inject spirituality into this, as if R. Kelly is some kind of goddamn far beyond the reach of God. What are you talking about, brother?
Permission to speak, Levi.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. This is what I'm saying. The story that you're talking about, you may have more knowledge about that situation than I do. Okay, I'll give you that.
Wait till y'all hear the story I'm talking about. Go ahead.
But it also says, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. You don't see too many Romans pissing on kids and recording themselves having sex with underage children. In this case, we are in 2023. We are a nation of laws, as you like to say. And at the end of the day, R. Kelly put himself in this situation, and he filmed it and recorded it for the whole world to see. And I rest my case.
Well, I'll say this again, that according to the carnal mind and man's laws, that's fine. I ain't got no problem with that. But I do have a problem with this holier than thou attitude coming from you. Let me say this to you. Man, if Jesus saves, can he save R. Kelly, nigga?
Of course. I'm not saying, listen.
Okay,
I'm not,
Levi, all right, then.
I'm not, listen, Levi, listen, brother, listen.
I'm sorry I said nigga, too. I was upset.
That's okay. That's okay. Calm down.
I said, can he save R. Kelly, nigga?
Levi, this what I'm saying. This what I'm saying, brother. I'm not saying R. Kelly is not an anointed man. I'm not saying he's not a spiritual man. I'm not saying that at all. That's his relationship with God. His relationship with God. I'm just talking about what we are talking about, and that is this case, and that is the evidence that's against him. That's the stretch of what I'm talking about. I can't question that man's spirituality at all, and I would never try to. All I'm talking about is what we read. I think Larry wanted to speak.
Well, Larry, before you speak, because all the church people coming out, let me tell you about my little church story. It'll take about 1 minute. I'm gonna tell you about Meshach, the other guy, and Abednego. Okay. Now y'all go ahead on with that. I don't know the other guy's name is, but I know Meshach and Abednego and the other guy. Go ahead on.
Shadrach.
Oh, okay, Shadrach. Okay. Well, listen. Hey, that's not my area of expertise. This is not a Bible channel. I don't know all the people. Hey, y'all be talking about in the Bible, outside the Bible, and all that. I don't know all the people.
Let's stay on the Bible for a second.
Real quick, so Admin, so let me give me 10 seconds. Abraham, who was the friend of God, his wife was getting up in age. She couldn't have kids. Abraham went into her handmaid, which would be like a nanny, not a nanny, but a servant, Hagar. He impregnated Hagar. How old was Hagar? Google it. Okay, let's not listen, man. This is the problem I have with it, Ms. Walker. We are all black people, and all of our roots are in the South. If we were to run down a list of black men in their late 20s, 30s, 40s who impregnated 14-year-olds were sleeping with 15-year-olds. That was damn near commonplace in the South. That was commonplace in the South. A friend of mine is Lebanese, and she said it's nothing for cousins to screw one another in her culture. All I'm saying is this, is that when you have a court like Ms. Bonjean talked about, and you have these black people like Brother Atmos and Larry
can't fuck kids,
clapping. They say, "What? Say, okay. Well, I tell you what. Then I want you. No. I want you. No. Okay. I want you. I will pay. Listen, nigga. I will pay. I will pay you. Okay. Let's do that. Let's do this then. I will pay you. Listen. No. I will pay you to listen. I will pay you to go to the next Elvis Presley collectors event. I will pay you to go amongst those tens of thousands of people who come out every year to trade paraphernalia on Elvis and stand in the middle of that white crowd with a goddamn microphone and say, Elvis Presley, fuck kids. You can't fuck kids. You wouldn't make it out of there. You wouldn't make it out of there. Them white folks will tear your ass up. Get out of here with that. Get the fuck up out of here with that. What are you talking about?
Levi. Elvis was sentenced. He was convicted and sentenced. He died on a toilet with 60 pounds of shit in his stomach. Let me finish. You cut me off. You're cutting me off. Elvis was convicted and sentenced. He died on the toilet with 60 pounds of shit in his stomach. He couldn't use the bathroom for 6 months. He was an abuser of barbiturates. He died. He was convicted. But we're not talking about Elvis here today. We're not talking about the terrorists. We're talking about this 14-year-old that your cousin is coming up on sentence for having sex with more than 200 times before she turned 18. And he gave her alcohol when she was 14. And she testified to that under oath.
Back up and say that again. Back up and say that again.
What do you mean back up and say it again?
Back up and say what you said again.
What part you want to hear?
Did you say he was having sex with her before what?
From the age of 14.
No. Hold on. You just read it yourself where the woman said as a woman now, she
intercourse,
said okay, what the fuck we talking about? What are you talking about?
Sex with her before then.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Yeah, they clarified that.
Hold on.
It.
Hold on.
He was having a sexual act, doesn't have to be intercourse.
Okay, I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question.
Okay.
Since you just read what you read,
okay,
what you read for Ms. Walker's illustrious audience, what the what the consent ages are throughout the whole country, from Alaska to Florida, all the way up to fucking Maine, all the way back. No, wait a minute, hold on. What you read,
18.
What the state.
This ain't no state trial.
No. Hold on. So wait a minute. Wait. Listen. Okay, wait a minute. So you're saying, listen, Ms. Walker, listen to what he's saying.
The United States.
Ms. Walker, listen to what he's saying. Listen to what he's saying. Listen to what he's saying, Ms. Walker. In certain states, it is legal.
We're not talking about the state. We're talking about the country.
In certain states, it is legal
say United States of America versus R. Kelly.
A 15-year-old, 14-year-old to engage in sexual relations.
We're not talking about states. You keep cutting me off.
I'll be quiet and listen to you. I ain't gonna say a word. Go ahead.
Okay. Did Mr. Kelly ever provide you with alcohol during the times that you were together? Yes. Can you pinpoint the times when you first began giving you alcohol? 14 years old. What effect, if any, did the alcohol have for you? I'm sorry, can you repeat that? What effect, if any, did the alcohol have on you? I don't remember a lot. I used to consume a lot of it during times, so it affected me. It helped me loosen up. It kind of took me away from the moment. During the time when you were 14 to 18 and you were engaging in sex acts with Mr. Kelly, what, if anything, were you shown during sex acts or leading up to sex acts? I was shown other pornography tapes. Who when you say pornography, what do you mean? Can you describe what you were shown? It would be on the television, other pornography going on television while he and I were engaged in sexual activity. And who was, if you can recall, who were you able to identify any of the people in those pornographic images? Yes, some of the people I knew. Without saying, did you know the females and males or just the males? I knew both. Who were some of the people? What you call objects? He said, who were some of the people that were picking in? That's who, wait a minute. The judge had to say, hey, wait a minute. I'm going to object to the relevance. Start the question with, I guess, who was depicted in the videos of pornography you saw that Mr. Kelly would show you when you were engaging in sex acts. She objected again. He overruled by the witness, Robert. Now, at some point, again, during that time period when you were 14, 15 years old, did Mr. Kelly ask you to invite your friends to engage in sexual activity? Yes. What, if anything, would he say to encourage this? He was just like making advance, like, what's up with this person or that person? Like, how would you feel if they were included in our little sexual activity, or would like kind of crush on them a little bit? He would kind of crush on them. Is that what you said? Yes. What does that mean? Just like be kind of flirty or whatever remark he was making towards that person to me. What was your response? I told him, yes, I would basically pinch the idea. Were two of these friends that you pitched the idea to Pinky and Brittany? Yes. And now Pinky and Brittany are not their real names. Is that correct? Yes. Those are their pseudonyms. Yes. Is Pinky your age? Yes. So now we're down to 2 14, 15-year-olds, right? Levi, for Kelly. We down to we down to 3.
Make up your mind now, 14 or 15. Don't do like
That's
the
what the
prosecutor.
court
Don't say
documents
14,
say.
15. Make up your mind, nigga. Let's be specific. Let's be specific. Don't say 14. Because I'll let you get away with that. You're going to say 12, 11, nigga. Let's stick to what the number is now, nigga.
Court document says 14 or 15. When was the first time Mr. Kelly engaged with you, Pinky, in a sex act at the same time? How old were you? About 14 or 15. All right, Levi, explain that. We're talking about Adam and we're talking about Abraham and King David. Explain that.
I'm going to say it again.
No.
Allow me to explain it. Allow me to explain it.
You're running. Explain that.
Allow me to explain it.
Okay. I'm listening.
I, myself personally, cannot, and I'm going to say this emphatically. If you're playing cards or dice.
Here we go.
No. Listen to me. And you just, you playing at the casino or whatever. Casino now. And you see the dealer throw a card on the goddamn floor. If that was recorded and it got out for the public, that casino would be forced to shut down, because they would say, well, they cheat at that casino. That casino would not have any patronage. People would say, I ain't going to that casino because if the dealer is cheating, then that means the machines are rigged and probably all the dealers are cheating. So if you would follow me. So that testimony that you're reading, I cannot in any way give it any validity, because that whole trial to me was put through a illegal process, but they found legality in it, for one. For two, the same fucking construct, the same prosecutors in Chicago are part of the same judicial construct in New York. Can I answer the question, nigga?
Stop right there. Okay. So you're trying to tell me, just like I'm listening, I'm looking at you and I'm looking in the chat, that if someone can't take the stand and say what happened to them, what's wrong with someone going to court saying that, hey, these are the things that happened to me. Your cousin, the fucking defendant that the prosecution is prosecuting, he has every right to put forth a defense based upon what this person is taking a stand saying against him.
Can I respond?
No defense.
Can I respond, sir?
And no one came
May
to
I respond?
say
You asked me.
this did not happen.
You asked me a very valid question. Let me respond with a valid answer.
Okay.
If Miss Rashonda Landfair or her father or her mother woke up in the middle of the night and said, you know what? We were responsible for a miscarriage of justice, and they went down to the police.
Hold on. Time out.
No, nigga. No, you gotta let me. No, you gotta. No. There is no time out. I'm gonna answer the question. No, you gotta let me answer the question. You gotta let me answer the question. Let me answer the question. Let me answer. I didn't cut you off. Let me answer the question. Let me answer the question. Let me answer the question.
Go ahead. Somehow,
what
Levi's trying to explain to you is that
how you gonna tell them what I'm trying to explain? How you gonna tell people what I'm explaining? Let me explain it. Let me explain it. See, this is what he want to do. He wants to engage. Listen, he wants to engage in this kind of speech because he know I'm speaking rationally and logically and legally. Let me finish.
Even though
let me finish. If you gonna throw a ball across the motherfucking plate, let me swing at it.
Wanted me to come on
let me hit this home run. Allow me to hit. Allow me to hit the home run. Okay. Now, if Ms. Landfair or her parents woke up in the middle of the night and said, you know what, this was wrong. We took money or we went out of town. We contributed to Robert being free because we engaged in a process that caused a miscarriage of justice, and they went to the authorities and told them that, and a trial ensued. I wouldn't be on this goddamn phone or on YouTube. Listen to me.
Hold on.
No. You gotta let me finish. You don't want me to talk. You don't want me to talk.
I'm trying to respond to what
you don't want me to talk. You don't want me to talk.
What you just said.
But
go ahead.
In America, when we consider the fact that trial, the trial in New York, the trial that was just that was about to occur in Chicago, along with these two federal trials, that all of this came to birth through a fucking birth canal of a Lifetime docuseries, a fucking reality show. Nothing that is said or done means nothing to me because the process was initiated through an unjust goddamn witch hunt prompted by a bunch of people sitting on a motherfucking television on Lifetime telling goddamn lies.
Now, can I say something?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. I wouldn't give a damn if a dog carried a piece of paper up to the prosecutor's office. The end result is that they started an investigation into your cousin, and they went and they interviewed this little girl who did not testify in 2008 and was sexually abused in 2002. And she decided, you know what? I will testify and I'm going to fuck him up. You might not like the change of events of how it went down because of a docuseries and other people and stories. But guess what? Them motherfucking government officials didn't do what them lawyers did and have a YouTube defense. As you can see under trial and in this judge's motion today, that they are very detailed in the things that your cousin did to this child when she was a child. And they had the videos to prove it and the audio to prove it. So you can talk about they was fucking kids back when Adam and Eve and all of them back there. You can talk about they started this investigation because of a docuseries. None of that shit matters right now today. He had a trial. If they wanted to make this shit about Adam and Eve, they should have did it at the goddamn trial. If they wanted to make it about surviving R. Kelly, they should have did it at the trial. These 12 jurors looked at the evidence that was presented against your cousin, and they came back with guilty verdicts. And this shit is over with, Mr. Kelly. It's over. Mr. Kelly, I'm calling you Mr. Kelly. Leave Mr. Levi for Kelly. This shit over with. Where he go? Where the fuck he go? You better run, Levi.
Yep.
You better goddamn run. I done have me a drink. So what's up? What we talking about? What we talking about? You goddamn got kids at the house. Now you done gave him alcohol. You done been fucking this kid. You told this kid to go get 2 more of her other fucking friends that's kids. What are we talking about? Somebody come on this motherfucker and tell me how he innocent if he fucking a kid and he gives another motherfucker some drinks and now he telling her, get your other kids over here. Now I got a whole bunch of kids and I'm having threesomes and vaginal intercourse with kids. Somebody come on here and tell me how the fuck he innocent about any of that shit. This ain't motherfucking New York. These were kids. They were in middle school. He has the phone records. They fucking subpoenaed it. They got phone records from his phone number calling all 3 of these kids.
Save that bullshit for Oprah. We ain't going, okay? You still have not justified the thoughtamentary. Okay, everything that Levi just stated to you, you just tried to just throw it under the rug. Okay, how do you say that the thoughtamentary? Okay, and I gotta add, I'm gonna add the part that you said too, Angie, with this. You stated, Angie, that it was okay for them to have the thoughtamentary. Okay, you also stated that it was okay for Kim Fox to incite a riot in the manner in which she did. But do you all ever question?
Go ahead.
Yes, it was. That's what she did.
That's in your head.
That's in your head.
That's in your.
Okay, let me
100 of y'all.
Let me explain why. Let me explain why.
I got burned up.
Process. That's what
Let me explain why. Let me explain why. Because she said, I saw the thoughtamentary, and that's what triggered me to come forward to ask for victims. So my question to you all is this. If the thoughtamentary was so solid and so truthful, why did she take those women that were on a thoughtamentary and use them in the case? And then she got them in the case. She got some people to come forward. Then she dropped the bullshit because that's the second argument. Because you all want to make it like it's about the thoughts, but it's really not. Because the agenda is to take R. Kelly down. But go ahead, Angie. Go ahead.
Okay.
Now you're going to force me. Now you're going to force me to go straight prosecution on your ass.
Go prosecution. Go prosecution. But I need y'all to explain it to me. Make it make sense.
God damn.
Make it make sense. How do you have a? Okay,
I mean, this is now somebody got to understand some shit around here. Now I'm delirious. I'm delirious.
I'm listening.
Okay,
I'm listening.
I'm up here. I'm trying to wait for the people to.
Can I explain it? Can I explain it, Angie?
No, I need to get that because Angie said that earlier.
It's gonna be the shortcut version. It's gonna be the shortcut cussing version of what I'm finna say. Listen. Okay. This is 5 years. I don't know how long the goddamn docu-series been going on. It hasn't been there hasn't even been a civil lawsuit in regards to the goddamn docu-series. So how the hell we gonna make it to the leaps and bounds of it being some type of criminal situation where people?
Nobody said it was criminal, Angie. See, y'all trying to twist the words.
No. You don't get to have it 2 ways. When you cite the reason for his charges and blame everything on this and that, it stays in. You don't get to move it out.
Because nobody used that for the reason for his charges.
You don't get to take it out.
My question is, you are saying it's okay for them to have done that, okay? But why is my question? Did they have to do that if the man was so guilty? Why do we have to do all these extra things to show his damage his character and show how guilty he is? That's what I don't understand with everything. You guys are okay with what happened. Why?
Listen,
who did the extra
things? Check this out right here. Did they have to do all of that? The simple answer is no. But was they wrong for doing it? The simple answer is no.
No, and that's fine. But thank you for saying that, because that makes sense to me. Because But because my thing is this, everybody's acting like, oh, it just happened and it's okay. It's not okay. Because it's a man's life that's on the line.
It's
You
gonna
are
be okay.
damaging that man's character.
It's gonna be all right.
Of what,
Yeah,
I don't care if everything that has happened in the
It's okay with me.
facts. Why do you have to damage his character prior to the testimony?
Okay.
Scott, but hold on. Can I say something,
ahead.
Mr. Larry?
Go
Scott,
ahead.
you again, this is another situation where it seems like people are pretending as if R. Kelly is the only one in that situation. Crime Stoppers has been around for I don't know how many years. America's Most Wanted was on TV. The law enforcement have put out salacious sorts of news pieces or what have you for years on top of years now, and solicited people to come forward. And solicited people to come forward.
No, ma'am. No comparison. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
It's a comparison because you're how is it not? Because your point is that if you have to come forward and solicit people to come to you for information, that should automatically be banned. And I'm saying we do it in many other arenas as well. The police have always been able to put something forward either on the news or however the case may be. They can come forward on a press conference
on the
news, and they can request people to come forward. And they're like Angie said, there's nothing wrong with that.
But why are you okay with that? Okay, because this is the thing, and what you said doesn't justify the documentary at all, because you can't compare people using news clips and putting out commentary about people that they feel are predators and compare to the documentaries at the level that it came. Nothing compares to that. But at the same time, I'm sorry. Hold on, wait. Give me 1 second. At the same time, you are okay with it being done. And that's the part that I don't see how you guys are okay with that. But then you want to claim he's so guilty and he did all these other things. But that is a slander piece. Because this is my point right here. If Kim Fox stated in her own admission, she saw the documentary and that what made her move forward, why didn't she take the thoughts from that and put them in her case and move forward with the trial? Why do you have to then see this, trigger that, and say, oh, this stuff is for real? Now let me go see if I can find some more people.
Yes, here's the reason why I don't take exceptional issue to that. One is because we live in a democracy that has an assumption of citizen duty. Also,
it done drop. It done drop. It done drop. Hold on. I get to go to sleep tonight. It done drop.
Okay, it dropped. All right.
Hold on. Y'all keep talking.
Wait, what?
Hold on. I think it's it. I think it's the shit. It done drop.
Okay, go ahead, Miss Me.
Okay, so like I was saying, we live in a democracy. There's an assumption that citizens can involve themselves or do for the greater good of society. The other piece of this is I don't see any harm, nor do I believe it's any direct shot at anybody for any organization to come forward and say, hey, if anybody wants to help us, or if we can help you, come forward with complaints. That's the way our justice system works. They don't go out just digging into stuff. If people come to them, they file a report, they move forward on that report. So I don't see any issue whatsoever with them coming forward, because here's the thing, they're victims. The alleged victims can choose to come forward or they cannot.
But the point is, they didn't, okay? And the problem is, I'm going to tell you the issue. The issue is, had they came forward and just said, we have a problem with this, had Kim Fox not stated that she used the documentary as a basis for her to come forward, you might not even have an argument out of me about that. But the fact that she said that was her reason for doing so, to me, is a problem. I'm not stating that, attorneys don't come forward all the time and say that. But to use that as a what they call the little jumpy board to jump out because of that, I don't see how you guys are okay with that. But I mean,
Scott, Kim Fox's case is over. She threw it out.
You're asking for personal feelings. Someone's personal feelings may be, may agree with you. They may be anti-R. Kelly, but they may agree with you. Hey, that might have been, too much or whatever. But the question is just the fundamental question of it, because you know, a lot of course, I don't know either side, but because of the most of the R. Kelly supporters like to weave it into the legal process, you know, which it could be, you know, you can say, okay, yeah, that's what happened, but it played like a maybe a part at the beginning, okay, but did it result in a conviction? That's something totally different. You're talking about, hey, just say it's a lot of documentaries and stuff like him. They put out all over, you know, they've been putting them out, and it never results into nothing. People that you know, you got people that walk around here that are murdered people and shit, that been suspects for 30 years and shit, they still suspects, okay? You know what I'm saying? The bottom line is, when it comes to the people that controls the law, they can plant shit in newspaper, whether it's true or not, and for the sole purpose to get a reaction. They put something out one time to watch this lady because they thought she was the suspect, and whatever they put out, she went and moved that gun. She went to look for that gun at that damn pond because they had a reasonable suspicion that she had buried that gun somewhere at the pond or whatever, and they put out falsely that, hey, you know, something like, you know, we know, you know, we looking for the gun at the pond and this, that, and the third. And when they sat there and they took refuge at that pond and watched her ass, got on tape, looking, digging for that goddamn gun, they'll get it out of there because they had them put out there falsely that they got her. I'm just saying, so while the game to you may be dirty, maybe it's unfair, maybe it's a slander campaign, whatever, okay, fine. You know, however they get it done, long as they don't break the law, that's how they get it done.
Okay, now, like, let me ask y'all 2 questions.
And this is 37 pages.
And then I'm gonna let Angie get to this paper. I want to ask each of y'all 2 questions. Okay, can I do that? And y'all answer me honestly, yes or no? Please.
Yeah,
that's what I know what I'm dealing with. Okay, so whoever first. Well, let's do Larry first. Okay, so it's gonna be the same question. Do you or do you not think that the documentary had damaged his presumption of innocence? R. Kelly's presumption of innocence.
Yeah, I'll go.
Okay, go, Angie. Okay, Angie. Yes. Okay. So my second question to you, Angie, is: would you want that documentary to be done on you prior to your cases?
Hey, Sky.
No.
Wait, I'm talking to Angie. You ain't answered. So
Sky, let's get it on. It's time to get it on. Let's get it on.
Okay, wait. I need these questions answered. Angie said no. And Angie, the second question: would you want that done to you prior to your cases? A documentary done on you prior to your cases?
Would you want your head to be pushed down to gay dudes' penises and shit?
Larry, Miss Me, Miss Mo, because I'm skipping Larry. Miss Me, Miss Mo, do you feel that the documentary? Let me be professional. Do you think that the Surviving R. Kelly docuseries, do you think it affected his presumption of innocence in his trial?
No.
I said, Miss Me, Miss Mo. You just all over the board.
No. Okay. Short answer, no.
I also agree. I do not.
Really?
The sentencing memorandum gonna sum it up for you.
The second question is: would you want one done on you prior to your case?
No, I would not. But if I do what he did, yeah, it's gonna happen, and I don't get that choice.
Well, wait, hold on. That don't make sense. Hold on. That doesn't make sense.
I got 37 pages, baby.
Hold on. If it didn't affect his presumption of innocence, but you wouldn't want one done on you, why? Please help me understand.
Oh shit! Oh, it's cracking right now. Hold on.
I got to read, Sky. I got to read, y'all.
Okay, but I just want them to answer this real quick. Miss Mo, why would you not want one done on you?
I don't think anybody wants their deepest, darkest secrets of the things that go bump in the night publicized to the world. Nobody wants, like, we all have our own secrets, our own negative things, and so I don't want the worst parts of my life shown to the whole world because it's embarrassing.
Okay, but at the same time, if it's embarrassing, you state that you don't think it affected his presumption of innocence.
Hello?
No, because I believe in
Yesterday?
the jury process, the jury selection process. I believe in the jury deliberation process, and the surviving R. Kelly docuseries was not introduced into evidence. So those are my reasons why I say no. It's not because
Not okay, but
so that's on.
regardless.
I'll leave
I
it
got
at
to
that.
read. I got to read. Okay, that's
Okay,
enough.
okay, go ahead.
It's
Okay.
all it's done with. I don't know what else to tell you. It's over with. The document done ran every goddamn year. I think except one. It's over and
It's
done with. We
still
got to get on
wrong.
to this. Okay.
It's still wrong. Okay.
Okay. Government sentencing memorandum. Is it running? Lord, Lord, the mouse ain't even moving. Hold on for a minute. Is it moving? Y'all still there?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hold on. I'm trying to get it to catch up. I done click. Okay, it says government sentencing memorandum. Robert Kelly is a shit. What happened to it? Okay, never mind it. Okay, Robert Kelly is a serial sexual predator who, over the course of many years, specifically targeted young girls and went to great lengths to conceal his abuse of Jane and other minor victims. To this day, and even following the jury verdict against him, Kelly refuses to accept responsibility for his crime. Okay, they asking for a lot. To the contrary, Kelly brazenly blames his victims and argues that his abuse of 14, 15, and 16-year-old girls was justified because some of his victims, as minors, wanted to pursue a romantic and sexual connection with him, and others remained in contact with him as adults. At the age of 56 years old, Kelly lack of remorse and failure to grasp the gravity of his criminal conduct against children demonstrates that he poses a serious danger to society. Kelly goes so far as to insinuate that he, and not the young girls he abused, is the victim, because the federal government elected to prosecute him for egregious conduct that occurred throughout the United States for over 20 years. Standing alone, a sentence of 300 months imprisonment. Y'all do 300 divided by 12 and tell me how many years is that? Approximately accounts for the indescribable harm the defendant has caused to Jane, Pauline, and Nia. Such a sentence is required to protect Kelly's would-be victims and is sufficient but not greater than necessary to meet the goals of the sentencing. Factual background. Between 1996 and 2001, Kelly repeatedly sexually abused young girls, including Jane, Pauline, and Nia. At trial, each victim testified in detail about the abuse they suffered. The victim's testimony is summarized in the government's version of the offense, and the transcripts of their testimony were attached as exhibits. Jane. Kelly's sexual abuse of Jane. In 1996 or 1997, when Jane was about 13 years old, she was introduced to Kelly by her aunt. GVO, Exhibit A, Jane's trial testimony, blah, blah, blah. At that time, Jane was a musician herself, performing in a group with her cousins that toured internationally. Jane was inspired by music and saw a future career for herself in the music industry. Jane's aunt was also a singer and musician, and in addition to being romantically involved with Kelly, Jane's aunt worked with him musically. Lord, that Sparkles, Denial, and all that, but she wasn't involved with the man, and come find out she was involved with the man. That shit just still takes me out. Jane was very close to her aunt, admired her, and looked up to her. To help foster a closer relationship between Jane and Kelly, who Jane saw as a music mentor, Jane's aunt instructed Jane to sit on Kelly's lap, rub his head, and ask him to be her godfather. Kelly said yes. Shortly thereafter, Kelly exploited this relationship and began sexually abusing his goddaughter. Government Exhibit A, blah, blah, blah. Kelly established an ostensible bond with Jane, and at first would talk to her about things they had in common, such as basketball and music. Then Kelly steered conversations with Jane to become sexual. He would ask her to do things like what color, he would ask her things like, what color panties are you wearing? And talk to her about how her breasts were growing. They must be was listening to Larry and put this shit in. Kelly's progressed the talks to phone sex, where he would tell Jane that he was masturbating during their phone calls. This occurred within weeks of Kelly becoming Jane's godfather. Jane was just 14 years old. That was a joke, people. Jane testified that at first she wasn't sure how to respond, but she just went with the flow because he was an adult and authoritative figure over her at that time. Kelly's conversation about sex progressed to physical touching and rubbing. Then, when Jane was still just 14 years old, Kelly induced her to perform oral sex on him, and he performed oral sex on her. At this time, to facilitate their sexual encounters, Kelly was also giving Jane alcohol and showing her pornography. When Jane turned 15, Kelly took her virginity and began having penetrative sexual intercourse with her. This continued for years, all while Jane remained a minor. Kelly had sexual intercourse with her hundreds of times before she turned 18 at his homes, his studios, his tour bus, and hotels. Did somebody pop up? Hold on. Wait a minute, somebody popped up. Okay, I gotcha. Okay, but Kelly's criminal conduct against young girls was not limited to Jane. When Jane was 14 or 15 years old, Kelly asked her to invite friends of her same age to engage in sexual activity. Responding to Kelly's urging, Jane invited, among others, Pauline and Brittany, who were also minors at the time. Kelly engaged Jane in threesomes with Pauline multiple times when Jane was between 15 and 18 years old, and multiple times with Brittany during that same period. During these interactions, Kelly would instruct these young girls to kiss each other, grab each other's breasts, grind on each other, and ultimately engage in oral sex and other sexual acts. For Kelly, abusing these minor victims was not enough. Kelly sought to memorialize his sexual exploitation of them. To do so, he recorded his sexual encounters with Jane using a camcorder. Government Exhibit A 766 through 85. Jane was just 14 years old the first time Kelly produced child pornography featuring his abuse of her. The recordings of sessions continued and eventually included videos 1, 2, and 3, each of which were viewed by the jury at trial and led to Kelly's conviction on counts 1, 2, and 3. Jane testified that video 1 depicts a sexual encounter between herself and Kelly in a log cabin room of Kelly's home. Video 1 is 26 minutes long. At the beginning of the video, Kelly is alone and testing the camera angle to make sure it is properly positioned to have a clear shot of Jane. In the next frame, Kelly hands Jane cash and then instructs her to perform oral sex. Jane complies. Jane testifies that Kelly handed her money because if anybody saw the tape or if it was released for some reason, he wanted to appear as if I was like a prostitute. The next line in the transcript shows the government asking the court for a break because at this point, Jane was sobbing on the stand, reliving those traumatic events as she described them to the jury. Video 1 then shows Jane dancing in front of a hot tub in the room. She is completely naked. Video 1 then shows Kelly simulating sexual intercourse with Jane while sitting on a bench adjacent to the hot tub. Then Jane again performs oral sex. Kelly ejaculates and urinates in Jane's mouth and on the rest of her body. Throughout the recording, Jane calls Kelly daddy, as he instructed her to. Jane testified that video 2 depicts a sexual encounter between herself and Kelly in the living room of Kelly's home. Video 2 is 21 minutes long. Jane testified that the sexual encounter took place on the floor, laying on the towel in front of a projector screen. Video 2 shows pornography playing on the screen. Jane testified that during this recorded encounter, Kelly gave her crystal champagne, performed oral sex on her, and urinated on her vagina. Kelly also asked her to refer to her body parts as her 14-year-old vagina, which she did. Video 2 depicts Kelly both giving and receiving oral sex with Jane. Kelly also inserts his finger in Jane's anus, and he urinates on her. Both Kelly and Jane are naked throughout the video, several times during which Kelly gets up and adjusts the video camera to ensure the scenes of his abuse are properly captured. Each time Kelly zooms closer. During the recording, Kelly instructs Jane on how to position her body and act for the camera. Kelly and Jane repeatedly refer to Jane's age as 14 years old. For example, Kelly instructs Jane to say to him, "Lick that 14-year-old pussy." God. Jane obeys and repeats after Kelly. Jane testified that video 3 depicts a sexual encounter between herself and Kelly in the main bedroom of Kelly's home. Video 3 is 21 minutes long. She testified that the sex acts included oral sex and simulating sexual intercourse on a bed. The video depicts Kelly receiving oral and manual sex from Jane and simulating sexual intercourse with her. As with videos 1 and 2, Jane is just 14 years old in this video, although it appears to precede the others, a fact which is confirmed by Jane's action and language in the video as Kelly provides more directions, reinforcing Jane's unfamiliarity with Kelly's sexual commands. For example, Jane said, "You said you're going to stick it in this pussy one day. When it wide open for you, Daddy." Kelly told Jane to talk louder as she repeated, "When it gets wide and open for you, Daddy," Jane said. "You said, if I keep practicing, Daddy." Several times in video 3, Kelly adjusts the video camera and gives Jane instructions on how to position her body and act for the camera. One time, for example, Kelly tells Jane to stick her chest out and he says, "Where the camera can see, don't move." And in my opinion, they're going through all of that to say that, this was a young girl being instructed, whatever, just to make sure that the judge get the idea that she was being led into this. She was not, some type of prostitute, someone not familiar with sexual activities, and she had not been sexually active before R. Kelly. That's just my opinion. Jane testified that she was uncomfortable with the sexual encounters with Kelly, including the phone sex, oral sex, and intercourse, the threesomes, and Kelly recording them. But she didn't know how to say no to her godfather, an authoritative figure in her life. That authoritative word will play out in the sentencing. That when it boosts her, when they try to justify how many months they should get. Authoritative is one of the boxes they do check to get extra time. She testified that over time and repetition, the sexual contact with Kelly became normal to her. Kelly obstructed justice. A few years after Kelly began abusing Jane, video 1 was leaked. This happened around the late 2001, when Kelly's career was reaching new heights. In 1998, Kelly performed his hit song "I Believe I Can Fly" at the Grammy Awards. In February 2002, Kelly performed at the closing ceremony of the Winter Olympics. In other words, Kelly had a lot to lose. According to Jane and her parents, Brandon and Susan, by early 2002, when Jane was still a minor at age 17, the public, the media, and the law enforcement had become aware of video 1. When questioned, Jane told her parents the truth. Kelly had been engaging her in sex acts. By this time, Kelly had already directed Jane not to tell anyone, including the police, about his relationship with and abuse of her. With Kelly's career on the rise, secrecy became paramount. In 2002, Jane and her parents received subpoenas to testify before the Cook County grand jury. Jane and Brandon told Kelly about the subpoenas. According to Brandon, after the subpoenas were issued, he had a meeting with Daryl McDavid, Kelly's longtime business manager. McDavid arranged for an attorney to represent Jane, Brandon, and Susan in connection with the state grand jury proceedings. During the meeting, McDavid told Brandon that as a part of his testimony, Brandon was to have to watch the video showing Kelly having sex with Jane. McDavid knew that the video showed Kelly and Jane having sex, but McDavid instructed Brandon to testify that he did not recognize the people on the video. Brandon later told Susan what McDavid instructed them to do. Brandon and Susan were scared to go against Kelly's power, money, and influence and felt pressure to go along with Kelly. And they did. Brandon and Susan lied in the state grand jury and denied recognizing Kelly and Jane in the video. According to Brandon, sometime after he testified in the state grand jury, he had a conversation with McDavid, who told Brandon that he, McDavid, understood that everything went well with Brandon's testimony before the grand jury. Jane also lied in the grand jury. Jane also lied in the grand jury at Kelly's direction. Around the time, Kelly blackmailed Jane with threats to release letters he had her write containing disparaging, embarrassing, and false information about her and videos depicting Jane engaging in humiliating acts at Kelly's direction. Kelly needed assurances that she loved him and wouldn't turn against him, and from time to time would remind her of those materials. Kelly employed both carrot and stick to maintain secrecy around his relationships with Jane. Kelly provided Jane with Jane's parents with money and gifts in exchange for their silence and for them not to cooperate with the law enforcement. Despite these efforts, in 2002, the Cook County State's Attorney's Office charged Kelly with 21 counts of child pornography and exploitation related to Jane and Video 1. Between January 2002 and May 2002, Brandon received approximately $50,000 from Kelly, which was for something other than the work that Brandon did for Kelly. According to Brandon, at the time Kelly gave Brandon this money, Brandon did not view it as taking money in exchange for lying in the state grand jury or for keeping quiet about Kelly's relationship with Jane. Looking back, Brandon believed that Kelly and McDavid viewed these payments differently than he did, in that they gave him the money to make sure that he was on Team Robert, meaning that he would not tell the truth about Kelly, Jane, and the tape to the police. So pretty much they are using testimony from the grave, right? This Brandon, I guess, is the father, okay? And I don't know if anybody testified to this in the trial, so I don't know. Kelly's state court trial was held between May 20, 2008 and June 13, 2008. Neither Jane or her parents testified, and Kelly was ultimately acquitted. At Kelly's 2002 federal trial, the financial records entered into evidence showed that Kelly's company, Bass Productions, issued numerous checks to Brandon in the months leading up to and after Kelly's 2008 state child pornography trial, which after Brandon had become aware that Kelly had filmed his minor daughter engaged in sexually explicit conduct. For example, between February 2007 and May 9, 2008, Kelly paid Brandon $23,300. These payments were made by check, and 4 of them stated that they were loans on the memo of the check. Additional payments were made to Brandon after Kelly was acquitted at the 2002 trial on June 13, 2008. On June 20, 2008, Kelly paid Brandon $3,000. On August 25, 2008, McDavid issued on Kelly's behalf a check to Brandon in the amount of $4,792.92 for 2006 property taxes. On August 26, 2008, McDavid issued another check on Kelly's behalf to Brandon in the amount of $10,000. On September 17, 2008, McDavid issued for Kelly a check to Brandon in the amount of $30,000. There is a memo noted for this large sum of payment. There is no memo noted. All right, so they're sticking to that there was a conspiracy, no matter that he was found to be not guilty of it. They're still tying McDavid to it, which, two or more people is what is needed for a conspiracy. And they're laying out the money and the timeline to show that it coincides with the events that happened surrounding this case. The case in 2008. Okay, so it's in 2014, Jane asked Kelly to help her with rent payments, which were about $1,100 per month. At first, Kelly refused, but Jane reminded him who she was, all that she had given up for him, and what she knew about their sexual history together. Kelly ultimately agreed, and Jane started receiving monthly payments from Kelly in 2014 and 2015. Jane testified at trial that she received payments from Kelly after she contacted him in 2014. Her testimony was corroborated by documentary evidence showing that as late as 2014, Kelly sent monthly payments to Jane in the amounts of $1,100 or $1,150. Some of those payments were annotated with the word settlement, despite the absence of any legal settlement between Kelly and Jane. At trial, Jane testified at length how the tactics, including physical abuse, that Kelly used to control her after his 2008 acquittal created fear and financial dependency. She consistently described an abusive and controlling relationship between her and Kelly continuing even after Kelly's 2008 acquittal, and that testimony provided critical context to reasonably infer that Kelly's rent payments were in fact efforts to continue to buy Jane's silence. Sorry, y'all, my nose stopping up. In addition, Kelly obstructed justice by concealing and covering up videos 2 and 3, visual depictions of Kelly's sexual abuse of Jane. Kelly, of course, knew of the existence of these tapes because he created them. So that's all up in the obstruction and conspiracy, right? They're still sticking to their accusations here. And in finding Kelly guilty of counts 2 and 3, the jury found that videos 2 and 3 were transported in interstate commerce with the context of Kelly's efforts to reclaim the videos. The jury heard evidence that included testimony that in or about 2001, Kelly learned that Lisa Van Allen also stole videos from him. Individuals working for Kelly hired Charles Freeman to recover a VHS tape, and Freeman traveled to Georgia and recovered a tape containing videos 2 and 3 that the jury viewed in court during trial. Y'all, this one, I got to blow my nose or something. If y'all want to talk while I do that, just give me a minute.
Well, why, Miss Walker? Am I speaking while you speaking, Miss Walker? Wait a minute. Miss Walker still going?
I'm trying to get my nose together.
Oh, okay. I just want to say real quick that throw this in there. You talked about how they were bringing this man back from the grave to offer testimony. Basically, the prosecutors was no different than bringing Aaliyah back from the grave. That's for two. For one. For two, I just want to remind grown man that, in our system of law in this country, citizens witnesses are taught or told whenever you testify to raise your right hand and tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So if we as citizens are told that we are to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, I would think that would only fairly be a continuum of the whole entire process. Meaning what? When indictments are brought, if I'm going to be asked to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, if I get on a witness stand, I'm expecting for those who drafted and construct those indictments to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. However, in the New York indictment, you're not going to read anything in that indictment detailing how Jane Doe number 5's mother was on the phone with my cousin, enticing him and orchestrating the goddamn sex act that they say occurred afterwards. Why didn't the prosecutors, if they're so goddamn noble, if they're so decent, why didn't they include that in the indictment? So I'll say it again. When you're talking about Skylife, when you're talking about these people and they don't want to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, then I can't believe, basically, I can't believe a goddamn thing they say. I can't believe it. These people, and I'm not saying that this occurred. I'm going to say this, give me 5 seconds and I'm done. I'm not saying that this occurred, but they will get a person caught up on some shit, and these people will make you testify against your own mama. That's who you're dealing with. You're dealing with masterful tricknologists. They're masters.
And you're right, Levi, because you just heard me ask 2 questions, and they both came back no, which makes no sense at all. Okay,
Absolutely.
It makes no sense at all. Either the docuseries was effective or it was ineffective, but you wouldn't want it done on you, but it's okay for it to be done on him. None of it makes sense. It makes no sense because it either made it.
I ain't say it wasn't effective.
No,
or none of that.
You didn't say that. You didn't say that. You didn't say that. But the other 2 people.
I said no. I wouldn't want it done on me. I wouldn't want no hit piece done on me. And yes, it helped with this situation or whatever. But you got to say, the problem is you can't criminalize those actions. This wasn't,
We're not criminalizing it. You said it correctly.
You're arguing about it's unfair. And unfair is an emotion. That's an emotion.
But that's okay to have an emotion. Why can't I understand what I'm dealing with? Because this is the thing, Angie. If you can't come with a rational explanation of what happened, I know what I'm dealing with. So it might be personal, it might be emotional, or the word that you use. But I need to, if it doesn't make sense, I understand what I'm dealing with. Because you can't say that something didn't affect him, but you also didn't want it to be done on you. The 2 things and the reason for it, they don't make sense, because it affected. The argument is this: did it affect his presumption of innocence? Okay, and that's how we might bring the emotional over into the legal. But did the documentary affect his presumption of innocence? And
it don't say nothing about it in the.
What are you talking about? Listen,
it don't say nothing. I ain't said nothing yet. What do you mean? What I'm talking about?
Go ahead, Larry.
It doesn't say anything about it in the sentencing memorandum.
Okay, that's the end though. What do you mean?
That's the bullshit right there.
Listen. Hey, listen, y'all. Listen.
I gotta get back to reading.
I'm sorry, Ms. Walker. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That documentary, y'all can put that to bed. It is over with that documentary. Y'all gonna have to get another argument. Another argument that's gonna win in the court of law.
And that one ain't gonna do it.
Now I'm hollering like I'm in the people.
I got a question, Miss Angie.
No, shut your ass up. If can't nobody else talk, you can't talk either. Be quiet.
You can't talk either. Don't be raising your hand and shit. We can't talk.
I got some up here. I tried to scan up to see were they asking for it to be run consecutive or
consecutive.
They wanted consecutive?
Yes.
You already scanned it?
Yes.
He's cheating. Go ahead, Miss Walker,
Yes.
and finish reading. He's cheating. He's cheating. Go ahead, Miss Walker.
Well, hell, I really don't feel like reading no damn more. That's the case.
Consecutive.
They
You
want
can't believe what this man says. Go ahead and read it for yourself, Miss Walker.
Levi, I don't lie.
It doesn't
Okay,
matter.
I
This is
told you
go
from
still
with
day
Nia.
one
the
up until now.
government's
Hold on, I got to
persuading
read, y'all.
argument. Remember, these are persuading arguments, okay? So, and they
It ain't
don't
no
Yeah.
hold any
persuading
merit,
Persuading
remember?
arguments.
argument.
But the
Okay,
trial is
persuading
over.
arguments. Okay, let's let Angie read. Thank
I
you
got
and good night.
trouble. All right, Nia. It says Nia met Kelly in 1996 in Atlanta when she was just 15 years old. She saw him in a small when she saw him in a mall. I'm sorry, and asked him for his autograph. In addition to providing the autograph, Kelly invited her to his concert that evening and gave Nia his phone number. Nia did not go to the concert, but the two ended up speaking on the phone numerous times in the weeks that followed. Early in their conversations, Kelly asked Nia how old was she, and she told him she was 15 years old. This did not deter him. After learning her age, Kelly told Nia that he wanted her to travel to see him perform. Ultimately, Kelly enticed Nia to travel to Minnesota to see him perform at a concert. He paid for the flight and put her up at a hotel. Um, Okay, let me read this note before I start into this other sentence. Okay. The court may appropriately consider these facts despite the jury's verdict of acquittal on counts 5 and 6, conspiracy to obstruct justice, and conspiracy to receive child pornography, because those charges require elements beyond Kelly's knowledge of the tapes and his motivation and efforts to conceal them from law enforcement. Moreover, the court may consider this additional conduct under 18 U.S.C. Section 3553A and Guidelines Section 1B1.4 when imposing a sentence. No limitation shall be placed on the information concerning the background, character, and conduct of a person convicted of an offense which a court of the United States may receive and consider for the purposes of imposing an appropriate sentence. 18 U.S.C. Section 3661. At sentencing, the Due Process Clause of the Fifth Amendment supplants the federal rules of evidence, requiring information used at sentencing to be reliable and accurate. Stated another way, facts considered at sentencing must be proved by a preponderance of the evidence. United States versus Lucas, 670, Federal 3rd Edition, 784, 792, 7th Circuit of 2012. See also United States versus Watts, 512 U.S. 148, 156, 1997, providing that application of the preponderance standard at the sentencing generally satisfies due process. Okay, it says Nia went to the concert one evening and Kelly showed up at her hotel room the next morning. Once inside the room, Kelly kissed Nia and asked for her to undress, which she did. Kelly asked Nia to walk towards him and turn around. He then asked Nia to sit next to him and asked her to visit him in Chicago, to which she said yes. Kelly then fondled and kissed Nia's breast and masturbated until he ejaculated. He then left. Months later, in the summer of 1996, Nia traveled to Chicago. She spoke with Kelly on the phone and he invited her to his recording studio. When Nia arrived with her cousins, Kelly seemed upset that she did not arrive alone. While at the studio, Kelly kissed Nia, fondled her breast, and touched her vagina at the bottom. Pauline. Pauline was Jane's best friend in middle school. At Kelly's behest, as described above, Jane introduced Pauline to Kelly when Pauline was 14 years old, the same age as Jane. Shortly after she met Kelly, Pauline and Jane spent time with Kelly and his wife hanging out at their George Street home. One day, Pauline and Jane were at Kelly's home and Pauline could not find Jane. Pauline went looking for Jane and found her in Kelly's basement log cabin room, where video one was filmed with Kelly. Jane was naked and kneeling on the floor in front of Kelly. Pauline ran out of the room and Jane ran after her. Jane told Pauline that it was okay that Jane it was okay, and that Pauline could re-enter the room, which she did. Once in the room, Kelly told Pauline that he was just looking for bruises on Jane because she hurt herself. When Pauline pushed back and stated, "That's not how you look for bruises," Kelly told her it was and stated that we all have secrets, like the little boy you've been kissing on. When Pauline admitted that she had kissed a boy, Kelly pressured Pauline. "Your mama don't know about that, do she? She don't have to know about this. We all cool." Pauline acquiesced and said, "I'm cool." Pauline testified that what Kelly was communicating to her was what he was doing was fine, and it was our secret. Directly after this conversation, Kelly directed Jane to kiss Pauline, which she did. Kelly also instructed the two girls to touch each other's breasts, which they did, and Kelly also fondled their breasts. Pauline and Jane were 14 years old. After that encounter, Kelly continued to engage Pauline in sexual activity. Kelly taught Pauline how to perform oral sex on him and Jane. The three engaged in sex acts numerous of times when Pauline was 14 and 15 years old at Kelly's house and studio. Kelly began engaging Pauline into sexual intercourse when she was 15 years old. During the time when she was 15 and 16 years old, Kelly had sexual intercourse with Pauline at least over 80 times. Sometimes Jane was present for those sexual acts, and Kelly engaged them in threesomes at least 60 times when Pauline and Kelly was between 14 and 16 years old. These sex acts occurred at Kelly's home, at his studios, and on his tour buses, and oftentimes Kelly memorialized his abuse by video recording. At times, Kelly would provide Pauline with alcohol before engaging in sexual conduct. 2. Guideline calculation. For the reasons stated below, the advisory sentencing guideline range is 168 to 210 months imprisonment. So remember, I told y'all I didn't want to stick to that. Remember, because J-Bo added that in her opposition to the PSI, because I said, they could state that is the sentencing guideline, but ask for more. So apparently they asked for more, because we do know that came out to be between 14 to 17 and a half years. The sentencing guideline is to be considered the sentencing guidelines to be considered in this case are those in effect at the time of the offense. Oh, they're going to do the okie doke. CUSSG Section 1B, 11B, and that's just the addendum that goes along with calculating the sentencing, okay? And it says here, there are multiple offenses of conviction spanning different time frames. Reflecting this in its version of the offense, the government employed the November 1997 Guidelines Manual, and in its pre-sentence investigation report, U.S. Probation used the November 2000 Guideline Manual. Defendant Kelly agrees with the government that the 1997 sentencing guidelines should apply, but acknowledges that no ex post facto issues would result from the employment of either the 1997 or the 2000 Guidelines Manual in this case because use of either one results in the same guideline calculation. Right? I think we went over ex post facto a lot. You can't implement ex post facto in new state or federal regulations, and ex post facto must be implemented before a law goes out, right? So as long as it's being amended or whatever, it can't go out of date and then you say, okay, ex post facto, you can't do that. Okay, it has to be currently in force for ex post facto to apply, and you can't apply ex post facto to new state and federal laws. Okay, it says A, counts 1 through 3. For each of the counts 1 through 3, the base offense level is 27, pursuant to guidelines section 2G2.1A. Pursuant to guidelines section 2G2.1B1, 2 levels are added to each count because of the offense involved a victim who had attained the age of 12 years old, but not the age of 16 years. Accordingly, the offense level for each of counts 1 through 3 is 29. Kelly does not dispute this calculation. B, counts 9, 10, and 12. The parties dispute the proper guidelines calculations for counts 9, 10, and 12. Guideline section 2G 1.1 covers prohibited sexual conduct and directs that if the offense involved criminal sexual abuse, attempted criminal sexual abuse, or assault with intent to commit criminal sexual abuse, section 2A 3.1 should apply. In turn, section 2A 3.1 provides for a base offense level of 27 if the statutory provisions of either 18 U.S.C. sections 2241, aggravated sexual abuse, or 2242, sexual abuse, are satisfied. Another 2 levels are added if, as with Jane, Nia, and Pauline, the victim had attained the age of 12 years old, but had not attained the age of 16 years. Accordingly, the offense level for each of counts 9, 10, and 12 is only 29. Kelly disagrees, arguing that the offense level for each of these counts should be 15. That's a big disparity between the two. The counts of conviction involving Kelly's inducement, enticement, and coercion of Jane, Nia, and Pauline readily satisfy the elements of 18 U.S.C. section 2242 and thus qualify for the cross-reference at section 2A 3.2. Section 2242 prohibits causing another person to engage in sexual act by threatening or placing that other person in fear, other than by threatening or placing that other person in fear that any person will be subjected to death, serious bodily injury, or kidnapping. 18 U.S.C. section 2242(1). Let me read this footnote. It says USSG section 2A3.1 may also be satisfied in relation to the elements of 18 U.S.C. section 2241, and they're just pretty much going to telling you how they get in there to their calculation, which prohibits, among other things, knowingly causing another person to engage in sexual act by using force against that other person, or by threatening or placing that other person in fear that any person will be subject to death, serious bodily injury, or kidnapping. 18 U.S.C. section 2241A1. However, the government is not proceeding on the basis of that statute. Okay. The Second Circuit has explained that in the section 2242 context, we define the concept of fear broadly. The Seventh Circuit in 2012, and in a manner which can be inferred from the circumstances, particularly a disparity in power between defendant and victim. And I told you when you do that, the defendant and victim, authority figure, and all of that, that's just advocating for you to get more months. It says, because that's a factor. Being someone with regards to sexual abuse, that's a factor. Being in an authoritative figure. Let's see. It says this can include the fear that a defendant would react badly if she, the victim, did not meet his demands, or the fear that may emanate from a defendant's control over a victim's everyday life. And when an older person attempts to molest a child, there is always a substantial risk that physical force will be used to ensure the child's compliance, which implicitly places the victim in fear of some bodily harm, sufficient to fulfill 18 U.S.C. section 2242. For example, a jury could infer simply from the nature of the circumstances that a male parent attempting to perform sexual acts with his children would place them in fear of bodily harm. Under this definition of fear, the evidence available at sentencing as to each of the victims more than satisfies the statutory elements required to employ the cross-reference at 283.1a. When asked, why did you participate in those sex acts with Kelly, Jane responded, it was out of intimidation. He was an authoritative figure, so I don't know how to respond. I didn't know how to say no. I felt uncomfortable. But at the same token, I looked up to him. I did see him as an authoritative figure, so I just kind of went along with things, and then it somewhat became normal. Pauline likewise testified how Kelly induced her into acts with him and Jane out of fear that Kelly may disclose certain facts to Pauline's mother about Pauline's relationship with the boy. And based on Kelly's imposition of secrecy over the illicit contact, Pauline had seen Kelly's performance on Jane. It was through this coercion that Pauline went from running out of the log cabin room, shocked at what she had seen, to shortly thereafter finding herself engaging in a sexual encounter with Kelly and Jane. And Nia described at trial how Kelly's abuse and his fame placed her in a state of apprehension, and how he had wanted her to visit him alone rather than with the cousins that came along as protection. Nia also told law enforcement that she did what she felt Kelly expected her to do and not act like a baby. She explained this included complying with Kelly's sexual demands because if Kelly was happy with her, he would want to continue to see her. It says noting that fear, okay, there's some case law, and it says noting that fear under Section 2242 can include the fear that defendant would react badly if she, the victim, did not meet his demands. Applying the cross-reference to Section 283.1 and a two-level increase for the age for the age of each of the victims, the offense level for each count 9, 10, and 12 is 29. That's some footnotes. In the sentencing context, the district court is not bound by the rules of evidence, and so long as it is reliable, may consider a wide range of evidence, including hearsay that may otherwise be inadmissible at trial. Remember, I told you that? Moreover, remember we was arguing, I don't know who was up, I think some of the people up here, I don't know. I know y'all in the chat was arguing with me that hearsay should not be included, can't be included in the PSR. Says it right there. Told you that that hearsay is permitted in this PSI, right? And when considering a calculation of his sentence. Moreover, as the Sixth Amendment confrontation clause does not apply to sentencing proceeding, meaning the confrontation clause is you have a right to confront your accuser, right? So typically with hearsay, you can't confront them because it's an out of court statement, right? Offer to prove to the truth of the matter asserted in the goddamn statement, and the statement and the facts must matter in order for it to be admissible as hearsay. Let me keep going. All right, where we are? Okay, okay. The court may rely on testimony or statement of a witness, even if that witness has not been subject to cross-examination by the defendant, which is part of the meaning of hearsay. Even if the cross-reference to Section 283.1 does not apply, another one does, resulting in the same offense level for counts 9, Jane, and 12, Pauline. Again, starting at Section 2G 1.1, subsection C1 directs that if the offense involved causing, transporting, permitting, or offering or seeking by notice or advertisement a person less than 18 years of age, to engage in sexually explicit conduct for the purpose of producing a visual depiction of such conduct, applies Section 2G 2.1. USSG Section 2G1.1C1. Proceeding accordingly, Section 2G2.1 provides a base offense level of 27, which an increase by 2 levels if, as with, let me read this real quick. With Jane and Pauline, the victim had attained at the age of 12 years, but not attained the age of 16 years. As to Jane, the jury convicted Kelly on 3 counts of production of child pornography in violation of 18 U.S.C. 2251A. The precise statutory conduct covered by Section 2G2.1. As to Pauline, she testified at trial how Kelly video recorded his sexual abuse of her and that she knew he did so because he had tripods and cameras in the room. Testifying, okay, so it's testifying that Kelly video recorded himself engaging in threesomes with Jane and Pauline. The resulting combined offense level of 33 after application of the grouping rules nearly matches the offense level of 34 yielded by application of the cross-reference to Section 2A3.1, which further supports the conclusion that an offense level of at least 33 is applicable to defendant's conduct. Okay, so remember, testimony is also evidence. So there they're saying that somebody testified about him setting up the, filming, having threesomes and stuff. I don't know if there was, I don't think there was any tape of that. It says, the other footnote here says, God damn, should the cross-reference to Section 2G2.1 apply instead, the combined offense level would be 33. Group 1, count 1, will still carry the highest offense level of 29, counting as one unit under Section 3D1.3A. Groups 2, count 2, 3, counts 3, 4, counts 9, and 6, count 12 would be equally as serious as Group 1, each carrying an offense level of 29 due to Kelly's conduct in video recording Jane and Pauline satisfying the provision of 18 U.S.C. Section 251A. Group 5, count 10, would carry an offense level of 15 and qualify for 0 units. Under guidelines Section 3D1.4, the result would be 5 total units. Let me get this out. Okay, requiring an addition of 4 levels to the offense level for Group 1 and resulting in a combined offense level of 33. Alternatively, should the court conclude that the cross-reference to Section 2G21 applies, the total combined offense level would be 33, which, when combined with the criminal history category of 2, results in an advisory sentencing guideline range of 151 to 188 months of imprisonment. Now, remember, we still got that, whether he should be in category 3 or category 2 on the table. So let me see, I gotta go up some where I left off at. I started reading that shit. Okay. I read. Where was I? Okay. Let me start here. Okay. Grouping on and about. Hold on. Okay. Criminal history category. On and about September 27, 2022, defendant was convicted of multiple federal felonies offenses, including violations of 18 U.S.C. Sections 1962C, 1963, 2421A, and 2422A, 2422B, and 2423A in the United States District Court for the Eastern District of New York and sentenced to 30 years imprisonment. Okay, so now they're trying to get the extra bump for this conviction, right? His conviction, because now he's a convicted felon, and this plays into him being sentenced. And now it says in in the United States District of Court for the Eastern District of New York and sentenced to 30 years imprisonment. Pursuant to guideline section 4A1.1a, defendant received 3 criminal history points for this conviction. We're going to get into it. Accordingly, the defendant's criminal history points equals 3, and the defendant's criminal history category is 2. This calculation differs from the criminal history category assigned by the PSR, which is 3. So they did the right thing. Okay, remember I said, let's see if they're going to do the right thing and correct the shit. So they did the right thing, Skylight. So don't pass out. They did the right thing. All right, I'm going to read it again. The calculation differs from the criminal history category assigned by the PSR, which is 3, because the government disagrees with the probation officer's assignment of 1 point as discussed in paragraph 94. While it appears that defendant was arrested and charged with simple battery in Lafayette Parish in 1996, the government has been unable to determine the disposition of the case, and therefore in its view, this point should not be assessed. Did I miss something in paragraph 94? 94 of the PSR. Sorry. Okay, advisory sentencing guideline range. Under the approach employing the cross-reference to section 2A 1.3, the total offense level is 34, which, when combined with the criminal history category of 2, results in an advisory sentencing guideline range of 168 to 210 months imprisonment. In addition to any supervised release, fine, and restitution the court may impose. Defendant is subject to a statutory minimum sentence of 10 years imprisonment. 3. Application of these sentencing factors. Nature and circumstances of the offense. To satisfy his own depraved sexual desires toward young girls, Kelly took advantage of Jane, Pauline, and Nia during a time when they should have been enjoying their high school years. Decades later, the effects of the abuse remains with each of them. They cannot and will never be able to escape Kelly's exploitation of them. At trial, each of these women faced Kelly and relived the horrible things he did to them, describing in detail Kelly's sexual abuse to the jury. For Jane, the trial process included watching the 3 lengthy child pornography videos that captured Kelly's sexual abuse of her when she was 14 years old, so that the videos could be authenticated and introduced as evidence at trial. Watching the videos was excruciating for Jane. No child should be abused in the manner that she was abused by Kelly, and no one should be required to later watch the videos of the abuse, thereby reliving all of it over again. At trial, the court saw a series of clips from each of the child pornography videos defendant created. Each of the videos is at least 3 times longer than the subset of clips that were shown at trial. Wait a minute. At trial, the court saw a series of clips from each of the videos. Oh, okay. Not only are the clips a small subset of each of these longer videos, but the exploitation sessions depicted in the videos are just a small subset of the instances in which Kelly sexually abused Jane and other young girls. And as depicted in the clips that were shown at trial, Kelly's abuse of 14-year-old Jane was sadistic. He urinated on Jane's face, vagina, and anus. In the videos, Kelly directed Jane to engage in oral sex and non-penetrative sex with him. As Jane testified at trial, she had never had sex with anyone before meeting Kelly at the age of 13 years old. So I told you they was going to say all of that to establish one of the points I said, that she had never had sex. So, and if they laying that out like that, and based on what the judge say, that's probably going to be consecutive. Let's see. As if a 29-year-old Kelly preying on his 14-year-old goddaughter wasn't bad enough, he used Jane to lure 14-year-old Pauline. Kelly's manipulation of Pauline left her with feelings of distrust and fear, which she carried with her until adulthood. For example, after her child was born, for years, Pauline could not allow her child to be in someone's care for fear that the child would suffer sexual abuse. Kelly's crime had devastating effects on Jane. The presence of Video One on the internet, combined with the heightened interest brought about by Kelly's notoriety, led to Jane's perpetual victimization. More generally, Kelly's actions had the effect of promoting and perpetuating the market for child pornography. Kelly argues that it is somehow mitigating that Kelly was not the one who leaked Video One to the public. While it may be true that Kelly did not actively disseminate the video, the evidence showed that he contemplated that it would one day be seen by others. Ooh. Jane testified that Kelly told her at the time and when they said, let me back up a little bit, contemplated that it would one day be seen by others, that could speak to one's mens rea, what their mindset can say, hey, you can say you ain't intend to and you ain't do all this for it to get out and blah, 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 blah. But you recorded it for you to, you had the reasonable expectation that, hey, unless you guard it with your life, it could be seen by others. So they're kind of striking at the intent, some sort of like how Jabo does. So I guess they're just trying to get one in. So like I said, somebody make it. Well, I make sure some of the video. Jane testified that Kelly told her at the time he made the video that he handed her cash at the beginning of the video so that if anybody saw the tape or if it was released for some reason, he wanted it to appear as if I was like a prostitute. Kelly obviously gave not the slightest thought to the suffering Jane would experience if the video were released for some reason. His only concern was satisfying his depraved desires. Jane, Pauline, and Nia have already suffered so much and will bear the trauma and the scars of Kelly's sexual abuse for the rest of their lives. The nature and the circumstances of the offense support an above guideline sentence of 300 months. So the sentencing guidelines serve as only advisory now. Okay, it used to be that way back in the day. Now it only serves as an advisory. So he can elect to sentence outside of the guidelines north of them, and you don't have to have no 5K or anything like that. And he could sentence him to the 25 years. It says such a sentence is on par with other defendants who have committed similar crimes. Oh, there go the language. For example, in United States versus Osborne, 17 CR 73, Northern District of Illinois, the defendant recruited 12 minor girls to have sex with him and take lascivious pictures of themselves, even filming one girl engaged in sex acts, falsely promising them money. The defendant pleaded guilty to sex trafficking of children by force, fraud, and coercion, and received a sentence of 264 months of imprisonment, followed by a term of 12 years of supervised release. And in United States versus De Leon, 21 CR 70, Northern District of Illinois, the defendant enticed two minor girls online and coerced them to create sexually explicit images and videos on their own, meaning he did not physically engage with them, and send the videos to him. Afterward, the defendant distributed some of the visual depictions. Defendant pleaded guilty to transportation and received the statutory minimum sentence of 20 years, that's 240 months. Kelly has victimized more individuals over a longer period of time than Osborne and De Leon. B. Defendant's history and characteristics. Kelly is 56 years old and has spent most of his adult life as a famous and now infamous music artist. Oh, they're taking digs. Indeed, Kelly's celebrity status was a tool he used to facilitate the sexual abuse of children and is an aggravating factor in many ways. Kelly's celebrity status magnified the power imbalance between Kelly and Jane, Pauline and Nia. Their guards were down because he was such a public figure and in the public eye, and his allure was extraordinary. As an example, Kelly's power and influence over Jane, a girl who had no sexual experiences before Kelly, had her within months of meeting Kelly, inviting her 14-year-old friends into sex acts with him. So remember I told y'all earlier as I read this, they were going to make a point that that Jane had not had a sexual encounter prior to R. Kelly. There's a reason they go through all of this. It says, and video one that was made public in 2001 will forever be sought after and circulated to a significant degree because R. Kelly is R. Kelly. Video one was sold on the streets of major cities from New York to LA. Scenes from the video, in particular Kelly urinating on Jane, were parodied by comedians on nighttime talk shows and even in a feature-length cartoon on a major cable network. And even today, the video is readily available on the internet. The video has in a despicable and insidious way become part of the social record. The very public consumption of video one is something that Jane grew up with and will live with for the rest of her life. The government recognizes that before achieving stardom as an adult, Kelly had a difficult upbringing. In particular, the PSR details the sexual abuse that Kelly suffered as a child. PSR section 141 and pages 145 and 1 through 151. This abuse is both aggravating and mitigating. Although, they worked that pencil because they made his abuse to fall in line with what they say abuse. People abuse others, children of sexual abuse go on to victimize others, that saying. So they worked that in. Although Kelly's past abuse is a terrible experience that no doubt affected him and his mental health, it is particularly disturbing that after having been a victim of abuse, he went on later in life to victimize other children. Kelly argues that because of his trauma, he lacked insight as to his harmful choices and that his intellectual disabilities should shed light on why he engaged in inappropriate relationships. However, the reality is that he engaged in sexual relationships with underage Jane, Pauline, and Nia with eyes wide open, knowing that it was wrong. He knew it was wrong in 1994 when he had to obtain a false documentation to marry 15-year-old Aaliyah to conceal her true age, and that was 2 years before he even met Jane. He also knew it was wrong to have sex with children in 2000 when he became aware that the Department of Children and Family Services and the Chicago Police Department were investigating allegations of his sexual misconduct with Jane. Jane was 15 years old at the time of the investigation, and Kelly continued to engage her in sexual acts. Kelly knew his choices were wrong, harmful, and illegal, and Kelly thought he was above the law. Given the chance to break a harmful cycle that began with his own abuse, he instead chose to perpetuate it. As discussed below, this demonstrates that Kelly poses a substantial risk of recidivism and that the public needs to be protected from future R. Kelly crimes, meaning they want him in jail forever. Let me take a drink of water. Y'all can talk for a minute. Whew.
What's wrong? The cat got your tongue, grown man? Shit, what's going on?
I knew all this. I told y'all this day one.
Here we go, man. Shit. You know what I'm saying, Ms. Walker? What are you talking about? Come on, man. Come on, man.
I knew I told you all this. I told you this day one. I told you everything.
Look, man.
Let me go. I guess cat got everybody's tongue, I guess.
No,
All right, they are laying out an
told you
argument.
this shit. You act like no, but excuse me, Miss Angie.
Go ahead.
They act like I didn't tell them this before I had 30 subscribers. I told them how this was gonna go, where it was gonna go, what was gonna happen, how it was gonna happen a long time ago. Told you, Levi. It's not personal.
Well, you know, when a conspiracy ensues,
okay, go ahead.
When a conspiracy ensues, where the conspirators are operating at the highest level of government, when they are so brazen that they could actually draft indictments almost identical to a docuseries, a theatrical piece, and they have that so-called power to draft indictments, to sit and what Ms. Walker is reading, to most people, they view it as the Bible. To most people, they view it as these people are speaking nothing but the truth. However,
what you gonna do about it? The judge has told you. The judge has told you what he think. The prosecution told you what he think. The lawyer said what he think. The lawyer then got shut down. The judge then ruled on and threw her motions out. And now the sentencing came out, and they're asking for 25 years consecutive based upon what she's reading. What do you have to say about what she's reading?
That's just listen,
not
bro.
The docuseries about
what she's reading is only part and parcel of the entire how it all started. But let me say this.
No. Explain to me how it all started. We're talking about Chicago. You tell me how it all started. Because it doesn't have anything to do with a docuseries. This started, in 2002.
Am I going to take your word, or am I going to take the word of that government official in the Justice Department who tweeted, "We started our investigation after Lifetime's docuseries Surviving R. Kelly was aired"? Okay. Now, that's what he said. I'm going to take your word or his word.
Okay, that's okay. They started their investigation. But what they found is what his ass went to trial for. And what he was eventually convicted on.
No, they found a lot of things.
How? And none of the people that's in Surviving R. Kelly are in the Chicago trial. Not one.
I'm gonna say it again. They found a lot of things, but they omitted, deleted those things that they found that would be would cause any probability of a jury seeing him in a different light. They actually discarded that stuff.
Who? And the court?
Bro, let me ask you. Okay, let's get down to it. Since you want to keep no.
You have the perception that
I'm asking you.
You act like he went to trial at Lifetime.
He did.
Lifetime tried him
in a court of public opinion.
And a court of public opinion is not federal court.
Yes, it is. In this case, it is.
If that was the court of public opinion, then I would be, out of all of the things that these people have personally done to me, I would be done for if it was true.
What are you talking? Listen to me. What are you talking about? Listen, didn't certain jurors in New York admit that they had seen Surviving R. Kelly? Yes or no?
Yeah, it's a fucking free country. What are you talking about?
Okay, so I'm asking you a question.
How many girls was in New York that was in?
I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to ask you a question.
One.
How many people on YouTube have formed an opinion about you? based on what? No. You won't let me answer the goddamn question. Damn. Why do you keep cutting me off?
You know
How
what?
many people you see? Every time I bring a valid point, you want to cut me off.
No, hold on. Let Miss Walker finish reading the thing.
No. Why you want to let her read it now? Why you want to let her read it now? Because I'm asking you a valid question. How has public opinion? How has public opinion been affected? I'm gonna say it again.
Every time he loses, he's gonna say, "Well,
I'm gonna say it to you again." Public opinion. Public opinion is very powerful. How many people on YouTube? What are you talking about?
Now, before all we need is one juror.
You damn right.
One juror.
You damn. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why I didn't get it
twice. You want to know why?
I'm gonna tell you why.
Because the evidence in the actual case, in the actual trial, that they actually got to see the person and the victims and cross-examinations, this and that. That's what mattered in the trial.
Okay.
It wasn't the goddamn television show.
Okay.
You make it seem like Lifetime, like he was at the Lifetime facility, and Lifetime was the judge, and Lifetime was the fucking prosecution. No, it's just a goddamn television show.
So you're telling me, and telling these people in Miss Walker's chat and who's viewing this, you're going to sit there and tell me that the fact that the relationship between Jane Doe number 5 and my cousin. No, don't cut, nigga. You about listen, bro. Why don't you just hang up? Listen, if you're gonna keep cutting me off, no. Listen, if you're gonna keep cutting me off, you're gonna keep cutting me off because you don't want me to speak.
No, she was
Are you telling me? No, you talked about. You just said. You said that he lost in New York and Chicago, so you just brought up New York. I'm saying to you, you said the evidence. You said you mentioned it, so I'm going to speak on it.
Well,
are you telling me?
Chicago, she reading.
Are you telling me? We're talking about one juror. We're talking about one juror.
I'm gonna go on.
See, you can't deal with it. Okay, yeah, because you can't deal with this truth. You can't deal with this truth. You can't deal with this truth. Don't try to put Ms. Walker in the middle of it. You can't deal. Yeah, you always run because you can't deal with the truth. Okay, don't try to deflect and put Ms. Walker in the middle of it.
And you got to read.
Because the Levi wants to talk about surviving whatever. It's gonna be surviving me in a minute. Hold on. So let's see. Need for the sentence imposed to reflect the seriousness of the offense, promote respect for the law, and to provide just punishment, adequate deterrence, and protection for the public, which is what a sentence is supposed to do. Kelly's conduct in this case and the New York's case demonstrates that his desire to sexually abuse children is insatiable. See PSR paragraph 96. The evidence in this case alone shows that he sexually abused Jane and Pauline hundreds of times before they turned 18 years old. And before abusing Jane, Pauline, and Nia in 1994, Kelly, thinking that he was beyond the reach of the law, bribed a government official so that he could secretly marry 15-year-old Aaliyah from the grave, who he had been abusing since she was at least 13 or 14 years old. PSR paragraph 96, page 15. Kelly has been engaging in this conduct for decades, and it warrants a sentence that makes clear to the victims that their lives matter, that they deserve justice, and that victims of sexual abuse should continue to come forward. Kelly's brazen conduct over the last 30 years demonstrates his mindset at the time he committed the instant offenses and well after, a complete disregard for the rule of law and for the gravity of the harm he was causing his minor victims. Kelly's legacy of snubbing societal norms and laws to satiate his desires warrants a serious and meaningful custodial sentence here to convey to him and the public the seriousness of his offense. The sentence here should also provide just punishment, promote respect for the law, and deter others as well as the defendant. Kelly's refusal to accept responsibility for his actions dates back to 2008, when he pressured Jane and her parents to lie to a grand jury. They know he can't really come out here and show some kind of remorse because they know he got appeals on the table. Escaping justice back then only emboldened him to continue to abuse children, including having sex with a 16-year-old girl just 1 year following the 2008 trial. PSR paragraph 96, page 17. While Kelly's abuse of this minor girl was accounted for in the New York trial convictions and sentence, the focus here is the obstructive conduct and the purpose behind it, so that he could continue to sexually abuse children. And on March 8, 2019, after Cook County filed sexual abuse charges, including related to abuse of Jane when she was a minor, and just 4 months before the indictment in this case, Kelly sat for an interview aired on national television and lied to the world, defiantly responding no when asked if he had ever had sex with anyone under the age of 17. Later in the interview, as he does now, Kelly claims that he is the victim being unfairly attacked and that people are out to get him and his 30-year career. See, they got the CBS reference in here. Second, the manufacture and possession of child pornography are extraordinarily seriously offenses that threatens the safety of our children and community. So I'm back up to 30 years consecutive now. I'm about up to 30 years. Congress and the courts have repeatedly reinforced this principle. The legislative history of the Child Pornography Prevention Act of 1996, publication L number 104 through 208, section 121, codified as 18 U.S.C. section 2252A, demonstrates that Congress would recognize the destructive impact that the production of child pornography has on the victim. And the reason why I'm up to that amount, because, like I say, I used to run with this sex trafficking unit. And this is the clause they always cite when they are trying to put you away forever. This is what they cite. Okay, it demonstrates that Congress recognizes the destructive impact that the production of child pornography has on the victim. Congress finds that where children are used in its production, child pornography permanently records the victim's abuse, and it continues existence, causes the child victim of sexual abuse continuing harm by haunting those children in future years. There's case law. So simply put, Jane could not protect herself from Kelly when she was just 14 years old, and the memorialization, of that exploitation will continue to haunt her for the rest of her life. As discussed above, the child pornography video that Kelly produced of Jane in the log cabin room, video 1, is widely available to the public. At trial, the government called a witness from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, NCMEC, to testify about video 1, which she is called the Panel Room series of child pornography for NCMEC's reporting purposes. What is that? What's that?
That was me.
Okay.
I'm
The
sorry.
witness from NCMEC explained that starting in at least 2007, law enforcement agencies in numerous states other than Illinois submitted depictions of child pornography matching video 1 to NCEMEC. Specifically, video 1 was the subject of 232 reports, comprised of 314 individual files submitted to NCMEC by federal and state law enforcement agencies. According to NCMEC's distribution report, depictions of child pornography matching video 1 were submitted to NCMEC from law enforcement agencies in at least 42 different states, in addition to Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico. The trafficking of child pornography affects not only the children involved in the particular pornography, but other children and society in general as well. As Congress recognized In enacting the federal child pornography statute, the trafficking of child pornography inflames the desires of children child molesters, pedophiles, and child pornographers who prey on the children, thereby increasing the creation and distribution of child pornography and the sexual abuse and exploitation of actual children who are victimized as a result of the existence and use of these materials. At Section 210B, further, Congress pointed out that prohibiting the possession and viewing of child pornography will encourage the possessors of such materials to rid themselves or destroy the material, thereby helping protect the victims of child pornography and to eliminate the market for the sexual exploitative use of children. By manufacturing and possessing child pornography, Kelly perpetuated Jane's abuse and helped to preserve a permanent record of it. Congress has concluded that the conduct warrants a substantial prison term. Many courts have explained why. In United States versus Goldberg, the Seventh Circuit reversed the sentence imposed by the district court judge in a child pornography possession case. In so doing, the Seventh Circuit stated the district judge was influenced by the erroneous belief that a sentence affects only the life of the criminal and not the lives of his victim. Young children were raped in order to enable the production of the pornography that the defendant both downloaded and uploaded, both consumed himself and disseminated to others. The greater the customer demand, the greater the customer demand for child pornography, the more that will be produced. Sentences influence behavior, or so at least Congress thought when in 18 U.S.C. Section 3553A, it made deterrence a statutory sentencing factor. The logic of deterrence suggests that the lighter the punishment for manufacturing and downloading and uploading child pornography, the greater the customer demand for it, and so the more will be produced. Wow. In short, the victimization of the children involved does not end when the pornographer's camera is put away. Case law. Here, Kelly's perpetuated the abuse because pornography creates a permanent record of the children's participation, and the harm to the child is exasperated by their circulation. Case law. The pornography's continued existence causes the child victims continuing harm by haunting the children for years to come. Ooh. Case law. The possession, receipt, and shipping of child pornography directly victimizes the children portrayed by violating their rights to privacy and in particular violating their interest in avoiding the disclosure of personal matters. And the reason why you keep hearing me make those sounds is because when I see they are hitting points that, that would normally convince a judge to go their way, that's why, and they're making them stick. That's why I keep making those sounds, not to say, whatever. All of these factors are even more significant in this case because of the market for video one resulting from Kelly's celebrity and fame. Because Kelly is Kelly, more people have watched child pornography than they otherwise would have. Now, that's a statement that cannot be proven and substantiated, so I don't know why they put that there, but they can. The effects of Kelly's conduct are wide-ranging, incalculable, and irreversible. A substantial period of incarceration is necessary to deter Kelly and others from committing similar crimes in the future, to promote respect for the law and to protect the public. Far from being a one-time mistake, Kelly's sexual abuse of minors was intentional and prolific. As set forth above, the danger posed by Kelly regarding the risk that he will abuse or attempt to abuse minors is ongoing. Being sexually attracted to young girls is not something that you can just turn on and off like it is a light switch. The sexual desire and interest in young girls hasn't gone away. It is what he's been doing for most of his adult life and what makes him a danger today. Kelly's lack of acceptance of responsibility for his criminal conduct, despite unassailable video evidence that conduct demonstrates that he possessed a great risk of recidivism. He possessed a great risk of recidivism, meaning he's going to repeat it over again. I thought they were saying that he does not possess it. That's why I stopped and read it again. So to this day, Kelly refuses to acknowledge the wrongfulness of his conduct. You know he can't do that. What he refers to as a relationship with Jane was in fact criminally exploitative child sexual abuse. Kelly continues to believe that he is in control of Jane and has the audacity to purport to speak for her, arguing that Jane would have been happy to put her experience behind her until the government reviewed re, revived the case and insisted that she cooperate with the prosecution, including by inducing her to participate with the promises of restitution riches. Okay, J-Bo, baby, you better watch how you get down with that pencil because now they're trying to clown you, baby. They're trying to clown you now. It said he makes this argument after hearing Jane speak for herself at trial. Jane explained that she chose to participate in the case because she was exhausted living with his lies. More proof that Kelly has no compassion for Jane or remorse for the harm he caused her and others. Kelly's unrelenting abuse of girls and women and his refusal to acknowledge his criminal conduct and the harm it has caused demonstrates that he cannot be deterred. As a result, the only way to ensure that Kelly does not reoffend is to impose a sentence that will keep him in prison for the rest of his life. A review of the factors set forth in 18 U.S.C. Section 3553A makes clear that Kelly's egregious conduct, regardless of how the court resolved the guideline disputes, merits an above guideline sentence of 300 months imprisonment. Above and beyond defendant's egregious crimes, Kelly obstructed justice on multiple occasions over several years in order to cover up his abuse of Jane and other minor victims. As described in detail above, this obstruction was most evident in his efforts to intimidate Jane and her family and to suborn their suborn their perjury in connection with the grand jury investigation into his abuse of Jane. That obstruction was successful for a time as Jane and her father both lied before a state grand jury at Kelly's request, and they refused to testify at his 2008 state court trial, which resulted in the erroneous not guilty verdict. While a two-level enhancement for obstruction of justice arguably should be applied above to the offense level to counts 1 and 9 at the very least, the government's conservative calculation of the guidelines range using the 1997 Guidelines Manual did not include it, as one could potentially argue that Kelly's blatant obstruction of the Cook County's grand jury and criminal court proceedings in the mid-2000s did not obstruct the instant offense charged separately in the federal court. A later application note to guideline section 3C 1.1 plainly sets forth that Kelly's obstructive conduct is exactly the type of conduct that warrants such an enhanced sentence because it was specifically designed to thwart any law enforcement efforts to hold him accountable for his abuse of Jane. Obstructive conduct that occurred prior to the start of the investigation of the instant offense of conviction may be covered by this guideline if the conduct was purposefully calculated and likely to thwart the investigation or prosecution of the offense of conviction. See November 1st, 2006 Guidelines Manual, Section 3C 1.1, Application Note 1. Kelly's obstructive conduct supports an upward variance of at least 2 levels. The degree of departure, and the departure means either a downward or upward departure. I used to tell you about that a long time ago. The degree of departure recommended by the government is also supported by subsequent amendments to the guidelines. It is a case law in the Second Circuit in 2002, stating that later amendments to the guidelines can be considered in assessing the appropriate degree of departure without running afoul of the ex post facto clause. Case law. And it says Seventh Circuit of 1993 abrogated on other grounds by United States versus Viscara or something like that. Seventh Circuit of 2012 approving of the district court applying pre-amendment guidelines and then departing upward on the theory that the earlier version did not adequately figure defendant's offense. In 2003, Congress recognized the need to increase jail sentences in cases where children are victimized by sexual predators. And there's some case law, and it says Senator Rep number 108-2 at 2003, when it passed the Protect Act of 2003, the Protect Act led to the increase of base offense level in Guidelines Section 2G 2.1 from 27 in 1997 to 32 as of 2004, where it remains today. Likewise, the base offense level for Guidelines Section 2A 3.1 has been revised upward from 27 in 1997 to 30 today. And those are just talking about the different levels. Based on the Sentencing Commission's developed consideration of these issues as reflected in these amendments, conduct is similar to that of Kelly would arguably merit an upward variance of 3 to 5 offense levels. I mean, it's an upward variance, a couple levels up. If you're looking at the chart, you'll be down, but it's actually up because it's going up in number, meaning increasing the months. So they are asking for more than what the PSR, what the government calculated, and what the PSR definitely stated. So let me see. To be clear, the government is not now suggesting that the court incorporate revised guidelines provisions into its calculation of Kelly's offense level. However, such developments are useful in determining the degree to which the properly calculated guideline range should be increased, in light of the particularly serious nature of Kelly's criminal conduct and the danger he poses to the community. In sum, taking all of the factors into consideration, the government respectfully submits that an upward variance of 5 to 7 offense levels above the calculated offense level of 34 should apply here. That results in an effective guideline range of up to 360 months to life imprisonment. Oh, Lord, they say they wanted to go up to that. Oh, gosh. All right, it says the term imposed should run consecutively. Oh, Lord. To the sentence Kelly is currently serving for his new. Y'all know. Let me get some water. Y'all know I get nervous. Hold on, y'all. Give me some water. The term imposed should run consecutively to the sentence Kelly is currently serving for his convictions in the Eastern District of New York, pursuant to Guidelines Section 5G1.3C of the 1997 Guidelines Manual. Kelly's sentence for the instant offense should run consecutive to his current undischarged term of imprisonment in the United States versus Kelly 19 CR 286 Eastern District of New York because the instant offense was not committed while he was serving his New York sentence, Section 5G 1.3a, nor did the New York sentence result from the specific offenses that have been fully taken into account in the determination of the offense level for the instant offense, Section 5G 1.3b. Moreover, a consecutive sentence is eminently reasonable given the egregiousness of Kelly's conduct. Under Section 5G 1.3c, a court may impose a sentence concurrently, particularly concurrently or consecutively to the prior undischarged term of imprisonment to achieve a reasonable punishment for the instant offense. In making this determination, the court should consider the factors set forth in Section 3553A and be cognizant of A, the type, e.g., determinate, indeterminate, probable, and length of the prior undischarged sentence. B, the time served on the undischarged sentence and the time likely to be served before release. C, the fact that the prior undischarged sentence may have been imposed in state court rather than federal court or at a different time before the same different federal court. And D, any other circumstance relevant to the determination of an appropriate sentence for the instant offense. Application Note 4 to Section 5G 1.3, citing 18 U.S.C. Section 3584. For all of the reasons set forth below, the Section 3553A factors counsels in favor of a consecutive sentence in this case. Kelly committed horrific crimes against children. He not only refuses to accept any responsibility for his conduct, but repeatedly deflects any blame for his crimes and instead advocates that he is being treated unfairly because, for example, other artists and musicians should be prosecuted for these crimes. Plain and simple, Kelly does not comprehend that what he did was wrong. The court should impose a consecutive sentence in order to protect the community from Kelly, as he has shown no signs of rehabilitation. Substantial incremental punishment is necessary in this case to account for the fact that this case is different from the New York case in nature and scope. Here, Kelly was convicted of sexually abusing minors who were not a part of the New York case and who did not testify at the New York trial. Accordingly, Kelly's conduct in this case involved minors not accounted for in his New York sentence and should be addressed in this court by opposing consecutive sentences. Okay, so that's not a real good comeback for J. Bow's argument that this case should have been in New York, and lined up in the RICO. All right, and then it says 7th Circuit 2008 District Court did not abuse its discretion in sentencing defendant to 200 months imprisonment for a bank robbery to be served consecutive to defendant's undischarged term of 133 months imprisonment for a bank robbery conviction in a different federal case. 7th Circuit 2022. Kelly's argument that a consecutive sentence would be improper because the offenses charged in this case were covered by EDNY's RICO prosecution or were tantamount to predicate acts incorporated therein. It reference 410 at 17 is completely unfounded and runs contrary to well-established Second Circuit precedent, which establishes that the government can, without running afoul of double jeopardy, prosecute and secure convictions for both racketeering and the predicate illegal acts alleged to be in the racketeering activity required under Section 1962C to secure the RICO conviction. Under this rationale, the Seventh Circuit further explained it seems nonsensical for a defendant to characterize their consecutive sentences as multiple punishment for the same offense and in violation of double jeopardy clause. The district court could, without violating double jeopardy clause, impose a consecutive punishment on both the RICO offense and the predicate crimes, and so holds every other court appeals to consider the question of consecutive sentencing for RICO and predicate act convictions. Whew. Accordingly, Kelly's sweeping references to double jeopardy and cumulative punishment have no legal support and should be dismissed outright, particularly where the specific crimes against the specific victims charged in this case form no part of any federal prosecution elsewhere. Okay, meaning it does not, double jeopardy is not a factor here. In other words, they did everything to avoid double jeopardy. The government recognizes the significance of sentencing Kelly to a term of imprisonment consecutive to that received in New York, but Kelly's conduct in this case on its own is deserving of a 300-month sentence. There is no reason that the consequences imposed for his heinous crimes here should be discounted due to the sentence imposed for harming different victims at different times in the New York prosecution. Restitution. Restitution is mandatory in this case. 18 U.S.C. sections 2259, 2429, 3663A. In each order of restitution, the court shall order restitution to each victim in the full amount of each victim's losses as determined by the court and without consideration of the economic circumstances of the defendant. 18 U.S.C. 3664. Oh, I'm sorry. F1A case law. The Seventh Circuit of 2004. The economic circumstances of a defendant cannot be considered by the court when fixing the amount of the restitution. The text of the Mandatory Victims Restitution Act seeks primarily to ensure that victims of a crime receive full restitution. Pursuant to 18 U.S.C. section 3664D5, if the victim's losses are not ascertainable by the date that is 10 days prior to sentencing, the attorney for the government shall so inform the court, and the court shall set a date for the final determination of the victim's losses not to exceed 90 days after sentencing. The MVRA imposes a deadline to give victims timely relief. It is not written to give defendants an absolute deadline after which they are freed from providing restitution to the individuals they have harmed. Excuse me. Seventh Circuit of 1999 noted that the intended beneficiaries of the statute are the victims and not the victimizers. On February 10, 2023, the government informed the court that the victim's losses had not been fully ascertained and, citing Section 3664D5, requested the court to defer the calculation of restitution in this matter until approximately 30 days after sentencing. Reference 412. The court denied the request and ruled that it will consider restitution at the sentencing hearing scheduled for February 23, 2023, reference 417. That's the reference in the PACER. As such, the government will promptly supplement its prior submission on the issue of restitution with additional information related to the victim's losses so that the information can be considered at the sentencing hearing. Supervised release conditions. The government agrees with the proposed mandatory, discretionary, and special conditions of supervised release set forth in the PSR, which are appropriate to facilitate the probation officer's supervision of the defendant, support the defendant's rehabilitation and reintegration into the community, and ensure that he is engaged in lawful pursuits rather than criminal activity and help ensure the safety of others. Conclusion. In this case, the above guideline sentence is sufficient, is necessary to achieve the statutory purposes of sentencing, and is just. Standing alone, a sentence of 300 months will reflect the seriousness of Kelly's crime and deter him and others from committing child exploitation offenses and protect the public from Kelly.
Well,
Well,
I want to say this before I get off. That the reason why I brought up spirituality with Atmos is because I understand what most people don't, as it pertains to not only our justice system, but every so-called justice system on this planet, on this earth. God is the only one who is just. If you want to get technical, when you look at the dirt, the blood, the sweat, the tears that this country was founded upon, then most intelligent, sane people would say, well, this justice system or any justice system on this planet is not in a position to render justice. Now, I hope Brother Jojo is listening to this, because as he understands and I understand, if you listen to what Miss Walker just read and you look at the premise of what these entire cases, all of these cases and charges against Robert Kelly, and I want you to remove R. Kelly from the situation, you will find that the government chooses to pour at the heartstrings of citizens, of us, all of us, and say, these are children, these are children, these are children.
They was.
You've heard, can I please finish speaking, sir, and I'll be quiet and let you talk?
Hey, look, I'm lit.
Okay, let me finish.
Live.
Let me finish. Okay.
I'm on my
So,
JoJo tonight.
All right, so when you keep repeatedly hearing the word children, kids, 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 it will cause one to think that the government,
kids,
brother, can I finish? God damn.
Go ahead.
And I'll let you talk.
Go ahead.
It will cause one to think that the government is so
13,
concerned.
14,
Jesus
15
Christ.
kids, right?
Ms. Walker, can you mute him, Ms. Walker, so I can finish? Please.
I'm trying to get me a little expensive little popsicle that I bought. I was trying to ease on out to get that little expensive popsicle. Lord, let them talk.
It is the hypocrisy that I have a problem with, and Brother Jojo will tell you this, that most people only are knowledgeable or receptive to the cosmetic government, the cosmetic Justice Department, the cosmetics. This is what most people believe. You listen to Adams, you listen to Larry talking about. Can you mute your thing, Larry, please?
Oh, me? I don't have anything.
It's feedback.
That's me.
Oh, hey, brother. Check this out, Jojo. It is the cosmetics that we get caught up in by thinking that these people are so noble. However, what we as a people must understand is that America has never gave a goddamn about children of color, especially Black children. They can put it in an indictment and it'll read to the weak-minded person that they care so much about children. But I remind people now, as I have in the past, that there was no daycare during slavery. From the time you were able to pick up a rock, they had you out there picking cotton at age 2, 3. Now, I say all that to say this. The same government that Ms. Walker just read their documents as it pertains to how much they love children. As she was reading it, I went on my computer and I pulled this up. It is an article concerning minors, children, the same children that Atlas and Larry talk about. Minors, children, who right now are sitting in prisons throughout America, Brother Jojo. It says approximately 10,000 minors under the age of 18 are housed in jails and prisons intended for adult offenders. And juveniles make up 1,200 of the 1.5 million people in prison in state and federal detention centers, including children in adult jails and prisons, creates a variety of risks and issues for these juvenile offenders. And it says, for example, listen very closely. For example, minors, those who are right now sitting in prison, kids, children that Atlas and them talk about, are 5 times more likely to be sexually assaulted in adult prisons and 36 times more likely to commit suicide in adult prisons. Then it goes on to say, states have different practices in regard to housing juvenile offenders with adults in prison. While some states prohibit this practice, other states will regularly jail minors right along with adult offenders. Check this out. The United States government has passed legislation to end this practice. Specifically, the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Act of 1974 and the Prison Rape Elimination Act of 2003, which requires that juvenile offenders be housed separately from adults. Check this out. Even with these federal statutes, some states continue to house juveniles with adults together, and some states have deliberately chosen to forego federal funding rather than comply with these laws. Did you hear that, Jojo? So they're putting children in prisons knowing that they're going to be raped. But when you look at what Ms. Walker just read, it will give the average person the impression that they're so concerned about children. But I say to Brother Atlas, to Larry, and to anybody listening to me, those young ladies that were named in those indictments as accusers of Robert Kelly, your children and mine, your nieces, your nephews, you let one of them get in the car and go with their boyfriend or their friend, and that person that they're with robs a liquor store, shoots somebody. Do you think when they find that 14, 15, 16-year-old, they're going to say, well,
time out, Levi,
you're just a child? No, let me finish, man. Let me finish. No. Every time I'm making my point, you want to cut me off.
Man, bro, you got
They don't give a damn about children. Don't be fooled. They will lock your child up and give them life in prison in a twinkling of an eye. This government has never gave a fuck about black children. So y'all could be fooled with all that. And they're minors and they're children. They're 7th graders. They'll lock a black child's ass up for life. You understand what I'm saying, Brother Jojo?
Oh, they both of them dropped off. I don't know what happened. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, so that's all I'm saying is that let's not be fooled into thinking that these people care about children. Let's not be fooled. But it is what it is. Larry asked me earlier, so what are you going to do? Well, Larry must understand that as inept as this judicial system is when it comes to black people rendering real justice, there is a such thing as legal recourse. This government, this Justice Department has its flaws. But at the same time, like you said earlier, Ms. Walker, there are processes, things that one can do to remedy situations like the one Robert is in. There is a such thing as legal recourse. And that's what I'm focused on. I'm not focused on being on YouTube beefing and all of that, bro. I'm focused on pointing out those areas where there can be an escape, not literally, but a legal escape, and there can be a window of opportunity by which he can go through in order to get out of this conspiratorial, unjust, or these unjust prosecutions. Plain and simple. That's why I stand with it. You know, I'm just looking at the laws and that which is readily available.
But now you don't. Now this is just my opinion. Okay, so you do know that when, as far as appeals go, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could probably take issues with the law off the back. So remember, you bring appeals when it has something to do with the law, issue with fact. I'm sorry, not take issues with the law off the table. Take issue with facts off the table, and judicial discretion, abuse of power, things of that nature. Your only recourse at this point would be issues with the law. Was it applied correctly? Anything to do with Constitution, no, anything like that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's like, what you got for that?
Well,
because talking about what you're saying, and Elvis Nim, and now the BOP, all of that, I think that is quickly being shoved in the trash can. Now you got to deal with what you got to hit. You got to shoot for the goddamn stars. You got
yes, ma'am.
what you got with in the line of in the Constitution.
Yes, ma'am.
You got with violations. Where's the technicality? You got to go find that. That means you bear the burden to find out what in the process was done wrong.
Yes,
Find
ma'am.
that out.
Yes, ma'am. And I'll say this to that point, Ms. Walker. You know, there is an advantage when a Justice Department acts where there is a rush to judgment, when they draft indictments due to public pressure. All the things that I talk about, what we must understand is that we are not privy to the same information that Ms. Bonjean is privy to. I suspect that Ms. Bonjean is playing the long game. I suspect that a lot of things that, she has several forms of artillery that she's not releasing right now. But one thing I do know for a fact is that the government engaged in overzealous prosecution. One thing I do know for a fact is that they put together a piecemeal, if you used that word earlier, prosecution due to public pressure. I believe that. And I think in the process of doing that, they've made several errors. And I think that is going to come out as the days progress. A lot of their errors, were made. And I'll be quiet and listen to you and Brother JoJo.
What's up, JoJo?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear. No, you sound underwater.
A little muffled.
Okay, hold on.
JoJo.
Yeah, can you hear me?
You low.
Yeah, I got a lot of shit going on in here.
Well, cut some of that shit out.
I'm gonna try to leave and come back in. That's what I'll do.
All right. You keep coming in under two different things.
I did what?
You keep coming in under two different logins.
Yeah. I told you I got a lot of shit going on over here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Larry earlier, he talked about Well, all you said, before you said all we need is one jury. Yeah, one juror. And that's absolutely true. But, listen, Ms. Walker, I'll say it again, which I believe in the thorough process. And I just feel that he had absolute, prior to Ms. Bonjean coming in, absolute inadequate legal representation. I ain't got to go down that road. I've talked about it for years. I mean, it was just a circus. In addition to that, those jurors were not made aware of a lot of things that took place. Who do we fault? I don't know. But a lot of things that transpired, they were not aware of, like the absconding of his private communications. The fact that when Jane Doe number 5 allegedly left his home or residence, she absconded thousands of dollars from him. There's so many things that were left out that is mind-boggling to me that it was that these things were allowed to be left out. But when you have attorneys,
what mind-boggling? What things? What things you talking about?
Okay, if we go back to the New York trial, I mentioned that all we need is one juror in New York, and all we needed was one juror in Chicago. However, there are circumstances where a juror will vote not guilty once they find out certain things that they didn't know about, like things like, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense. However, one of those things is the fact that when Jane Doe number 5 was testifying, had he had adequate legal representation, that defense attorney would have asked her, so what changed between the time you spoke on Gayle King and now you're here testifying? Well, she'll offer an explanation to that. Then a good defense attorney would have said, well, is it true that you were able to read months and months, over a year, of his personal communications between him and his other girlfriend? That good skilled attorney would have made her appear to be scorned and disgruntled at the fact that she read certain communications.
But Levi, you framing up that argument in a weird way, because see, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, you act as if that is a crime.
I never said it was a crime. What did I just say? I said.
So what you're saying? So are you saying that then they're going to that will strengthen their argument with regards to reasonable doubt? We'll have the jury asking the question, well, wonder why they're testifying now, whatever. Okay, fine. Just say they wonder why they're testifying now. Okay, but we're gonna go into the jury tonight, because that's where you want to keep going. And I'm tired of you fucking with me. I got this expensive popsicle, man. I'm gonna take you out your ass tonight.
All right.
So just say you got a jury on there wondering that. Oh, she mean to tell me, I'm gonna use your arguments, that she got hold of the illegal BOP emails and shit and found out about the other girl or whatever. Fine, not a problem. What does that have to do with proving the elements of the case? What does it have to do with the rest of the evidence that they are going to as well put on? What I got to do with it?
I'll tell you what it has to do with it.
Please.
For one, there would be no case for Jane Doe number 5 if it were proven that he did not have sex with her until she was 18. Okay, there will be no Jane Doe number 5. The whole Jane Doe number 5 witness testimony relied upon her being 17 when he slept with her. Okay. So when you know that there is an insurmountable amount of circumstantial evidence, a media frenzy, a public outcry, a lynch mob mentality that exists within a country, and your client, the defendant, is the object of that lynch mob, all you have is reasonable doubt. So many people have been found not guilty because their attorney was skillful in raising reasonable doubt. Now, the reasonable doubt with Jane Doe number 5 was the 17, 18 age. Well, you said before that. Would you agree with that? Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't want to cut you.
They're successful because they are challenging the evidence, and they have something to challenge that evidence with. Just say, for instance, something as simple as a timeline. If they say, okay, that's where they do all the analysis, and okay, it took them 2 hours to clean up the murder scene, get to the murder scene, leave, and be back to work and whatever. They go and show out, okay, hey, I got a time now. That's impossible for them to do that because my client was working 4 hours away, and he has a time clock to show that he was at work all day. That's something totally different. You're talking about flipping. You're talking about flipping or influencing a witness, however you want to put it, and saying that if she's on the stand and found out that her sole motivation, or maybe not her sole motivation, maybe her motivation was taking a stand now is because she got mad at her boyfriend because finding out that, hey, he wasn't being 100. And so just say, okay, that's fine.
Okay. So I'm sorry. You are a juror and you're sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
And Jane Doe number 5 is asked, how were you when you had sexual relations with the defendant? I was 17. Isn't it true that you, on Gayle King, you've publicly vocalized that you were not 17? You were 18. Yes, I did say that. Okay. Now, as a juror, you're sitting watching this. You're watching this now. Is it or is it not true that when you left the defendant's home, you left with thousands of dollars that was hidden in a sofa? Yes, I did. That, in a juror's mind, what you're trying to do is discredit the witness. You know that, Ms. Walker. You want to discredit the witness.
Right. And I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said it because I'm ready for you. I'm ready for the dark-skinned brothers tonight. I'm ready for y'all bullshit. I can go to sleep.
Hey, can y'all hear me now?
Go through this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Anyway,
You know what's crazy? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You know what's crazy? You keep trying to get them to understand this thing started with that documentary, and I don't know why they can't get that and really conceptualize that, because that is the root cause. People say, well, he didn't get convicted because of the documentary. Well, if the documentary wasn't now, so you have to understand where the seed was planted.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to Kim Fox. Kim Fox put that 1-800 number up there. How many people came forward that was used?
I don't know. Cause seems like she had no. I don't think unless.
Zero.
Come on now. We don't know.
Hold on.
Following
Wait
this.
Wait a minute. Unless
See, that's what I'm talking
because
about.
listen what I'm going to say. Because you heard her say that she worked with her other partners, the feds, right? So we don't know if any of those people came through that 800 line, did they turn it over to if they turned over people to the feds or not? So we don't
how many
know
was
that.
used? Let me reword it then. See, because I know how this wordplay game goes.
How many was
as far
used?
as how y'all that systematically been taught this game through their system. Yeah, how many was used? That's the question.
Levi's ass.
No, I'm just asking the question. How many was used?
I can't wait.
Oh my God! See, you not listening.
I'm listening to you.
See what you're doing right now. What you're doing, you backing up an answer.
I ain't backing up an answer. What I'm gonna get your ass.
Zero were used. Zero, Joe. It was zero.
Did nobody want to answer that, particularly her?
No, because I don't know. You know, I don't speak really.
What you mean you don't know? How many?
But if we can go along with that, I can go along with that. Zero was used. Okay.
No, I'm finna tell you. I'm finna tell you the significance of it if you allow me to do such a thing. It's not so much that wasn't no one used. It's the power of putting that out there to persuade the American public.
Absolutely.
For us demonizing.
Absolutely.
If you got somebody coming forward, we talking about a world-renowned singer, and you can't find one that you use.
Absolutely.
Not one person.
Absolutely.
But he's running around town doing all this. But what you did find, you go back to that surviving R. Kelly. How many was used out of that? You see how the pieces of the puzzle, exactly.
A whole bunch of them.
So what I'm saying, it's a construct to put things together, to demonize a person. See, that's what I mean by the power. That everybody's not looking at. You say it's not significant. You say it's part of law. Yes, that's part of law. But do you see? Well, what I'm saying, it was law. It wasn't breaking the law that she did it. So that makes it a part of the law, right?
Right.
Okay.
It's part of you get
the process. Let's just say process then.
Get them how you get them.
See, but that's what I'm saying. When you have that kind of mindset, you have a blockage on how they do it.
No, I don't. You got
and also yeah, I get that. And see, you've been taught that.
But do you know how?
That's how they say catch a slave. However you can catch a slave. Just get the slave. See, you're missing it. You see, I go deep with this shit.
Listen, do you know how hard it is to get a motherfucker?
No. I just seen how hard it's not. All you gotta do is have the right Negroes on your team that's gonna turn against their own kind, as we see.
Oh no, this ain't
absolutely
issue.
No, it's not about black or white, but it's funny how they use this. We love black kids. You see, that's what I keep trying to tell y'all, man. You sit back and you marginalize how they abuse their power. Because in some ignorant way, you are part of that power construct.
Absolutely.
You.
Me?
Yes, you.
No, I'm not.
Do you understand what I mean by that? See, because you can read these laws and break them down to a science. You know why? Because you was taught it.
Yeah, but
yeah.
No, I'm rusty as hell. But listen to this. What I'm trying to tell you, all of the but you just don't understand. Nobody.
Yeah, that's the same thing I'm saying about you.
Ain't too many people that's gonna walk into the office and say, "Hey, I need to turn myself in," because especially some serious shit, they ain't gonna do that. So you got to do a whole bunch of shit.
They've been setting it up for 30 years, but go ahead.
Yeah, you got to do a whole bunch of shit to get what you gotta get. You turn and the whole part of an investigation is that 800 number and all kinds of things and what comes from
keep
that.
Throwing that shit back up.
But Miss Walker, but Miss Walker, are you telling me that fundamentally in our nation, under our system of justice, you don't have a problem with a media machine targeting an individual, creating a well scripted theatrical piece where the majority of the American public, after they see the theatrical piece, they leave out the theater, so to speak, viewing that person as a monster. And then, because of the public outcry, the Justice Department literally draft indictments that are reflective or damn near identical to the theatrical piece, such to the extent, as Miss Javante Cunningham said, the door of the tour bus came open and there he was having sex with Aaliyah. So now you just read, as they now are at the end stage, we also must seek justice for the sexual abuse against Aaliyah, who he was screwing since she was 13, and she's not even here to substantiate, confirm, deny anything. Are you telling me, when you say get them how you can get them, that you're for something like that?
No, that's not what I
That's
said.
exactly what I'm saying.
That's not what I said.
Catch a
Because
slave however you
again,
can catch him.
you're leaving out pieces. I said earlier, I am not for nobody running a hit on somebody. Because to me, that does put out, regardless of how they look at it in the law, that does cast doubt already over somebody. And to me, they're not going into the process with a fight and with a fair fight. I feel that they're already they're going to be hampered by the prosecution, and definitely when they got all this shit everywhere, whatever, it's going to be a problem. But it's really no different now. If I step on the other side, it's really no different. And when they putting shit in the paper, you know, the suspect, what the whatever, they think somebody is a suspect and blah blah blah. They come on, they say we're looking to talk to someone, that's a person of interest and shit like that. To me, that's really no different if I put on the other hat. I mean, personally, that's just not my thing. But here's the thing, right? With the parts that you're not getting. One, what has happened? The documentary, of course, the documentary played a significant part of him getting prosecuted or whatever. Anybody knows that. I don't know who's gonna say that wasn't whatever. But here's the thing, right? They were able to come up with evidence to substantiate their claim. Now, if Jane Doe number 5 was the only one in the case, and it was just her testimony they had to rely on, then maybe it could have went somewhere if some things would have gotten in and whatever, and the line of questioning would have went a different way or whatever. Maybe reasonable doubt would have been something that would have overtaken the prosecution's burden. But you had Jane Doe number 5, and then regardless of however y'all look at it, I'm pretty sure they substantiated her birthday by either her birth certificate, a driver's license, or that thing where she was when she graduated, whatever. That was enough to prove however old she was. Okay? That was
But
enough to prove however old she was.
I
So
really
by
think.
using that, and remember what the law say, you have an adult should reasonably know when they are dealing with an kid. And that's posted up on Nicole Blank Becker's website as well. Because that's
I
just
mean,
a
of
part
course.
of the law. I'm not making
Okay.
this shit up.
Okay.
Okay, let me ask you this question. What deems a suspect?
Huh?
What deems a suspect?
Suspect is somebody who the um who the prosecute who the investigators or the police or whoever's working on it, the anybody on the legal team, put it like that, have a reasonable suspicion that a reasonable suspicion that that person have committed a crime. You know, um, they get cleared by. Where I'm getting that echo from? That you with echo, JoJo?
I don't hear an echo.
I hear it when I talk.
I'll push mute. Let's see.
You still
I
here?
don't. I don't hear. Yeah, I hear it now. It could be me. I don't know.
I don't know where that's coming from because
It could be me.
I was just speaking and you ain't there. I don't know.
Hold on, let me close that window. Okay. So, but when it's a little bit different when you have Jane Doe number 5. I'm hearing an echo. I think it is me. When you have Jane Doe number 5, and then whatever evidence they got from her outside of her testimony, you know, the game it gets a little different. Then add in the rest of the Jane Does. Then you got evidence that intertwine with each other, corroborates each other. You got other witnesses that are backing up Jane Doe number 5 story. You got the Mayweather. You got too much going on. So just asking a question about, you know, because here's the thing, what I was going to tell you. Just asking a question about, you know, well, you know, to try to come at her credibility, whatever, that's what you're supposed to do. No doubt, that's fair game. But any smart prosecutor is going to sit up there and say, hey, we ain't going to tell you that we got the perfect witnesses, the perfect victim witnesses. They're going to jump in front of it before the motherfucking car take off the goddamn fucking street. So they're going to counter your ass, Levi, when you try to come up there with trying to make them look guilty. They're going to already say, we know she looked guilty.
But you just jumped some exercises.
Yes.
You
what?
jumped a whole lot
I
of
went
them.
through it.
You jumped a whole lot of processes that goes along with that.
Absolutely.
You
I
don't
took you
think
through the
this
process real quick.
you don't think this government understands that and they coerce these witnesses to do as such? Because I heard Levi speak on this earlier. They'll make you tell on your mother.
You're in line.
You got to understand what kind of system you in. And I think people really take that for granted. And then you give in a profile of this situation. What's at stake in this situation? A lot of people overlook that and think we're using that, particularly me, because I'm speaking on it right now, as some scapegoat as far as what's really behind the Iron Curtain. I'm not using that as no scapegoat to say, okay, that means he didn't do anything wrong. If you're going to play ball, but play ball fair. But this system has always shown you over and over, just like you say, get them however you can.
That's right.
Catch a slave however you can. I don't give a damn. Catch him. And that is the ideology they've been having. And it's interesting you said that. But see, they don't say it like that anymore. They just use it in terms that you just said. Get them however you can. Convict them however you can is what they're saying, basically. Because you repeated it. I didn't. I'm just repeating what you said.
Well, that's how it is.
And that's how they teach you.
January, February. We in February now, right? 2.5 months ago. 2.5 months ago, Google it. Steven Tyler from Aerosmith was sued 2.5 months ago. The case just started. It was just filed 2.5 months ago. I'm a huge fan of Aerosmith. I got their greatest hits. Walk This, you know, people saw that. People that don't know who Aerosmith is Steven Tyler. I think he was on
Run DMC.
Run DMC, right? Walk This Way. 16-year-old. She said he forced her to have an abortion. Tried to kill her. She's suing him for sexually assault of a minor. He met her when she was just turned 16 at a festival, took her to the hotel room, had sex with her. Just a whole laundry list of things that he did, including, according to her, left her in a house by herself while he was on tour. And she was such of a problem to him, she called and said she needed food or whatever. And he sent somebody over there, a henchman, to try to kill her, to set the house on fire, because she was just the problem. That was 2.5 months ago. Have you heard anything about this? No. When you say get him how you can get him, why don't they get him how they can get him? You ain't heard nothing about this. In addition to that, he took her across state lines. He's a rock star. But the feds are not charging him. Every article that I'm looking at right now, Steven Tyler sued for alleged sexual assault against a minor. Sued, not indicted, but sued, right? So at the end of the day, and JoJo can speak on it, it is sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Do I agree with my cousin having sexual relations with anyone under the age of 18 or even 18, 19 at a certain age? No, I do not. However, JoJo just touched on something when he said, you don't think they will coerce a person to give statements? Well, you don't need to show any more coercion than them sitting a person in a room and saying, oh, by the way, if you testify and he gets convicted, you'll get millions of dollars in restitution. That's enough coercion right there.
Levi, but you make statements that you cannot confirm.
I don't think he's to the point he's trying to confirm it to say that's what he's going to fight on. His lawyer should fight on that.
Not at all.
I think it's more based on trying to open the conscious mind of people as far as awareness on how they get down. See, that's the thing. That's why I don't like speaking on this stuff, because it's like it's going on deaf ears. Because see, I know how we are programmed as a people, and I get it. I understand it. It's ran by these laws. I've always stated he's going to have to be exonerated through the law.
But listen, right, and you're right, but listen, if the only kind of evidence, I wish Sponge was still in here, so, because he will understand where I'm going with this.
Oh, yeah, of course he's going to understand it. He's one of them.
If the only type of evidence they had was testimonial, then that would be different. But they had real evidence. They had demonstrative evidence. They had documentary evidence. They had them all.
Wait, back up. On Jane Doe number 5, could you tell me what evidence they had?
With Jane Doe number 5, let me go down the thing. Okay. What do they have with regards to real evidence? What do they have?
Well, you looked that up. They got evidence.
I'm trying to think in my head.
No,
I know they had testimonial evidence. They had that. I know they had documentary evidence. I know they had that because they had letters.
What did you say? Wait, I didn't hear you. You said what?
Documentary evidence, right? Which means like letters and things of that nature to support.
Documentations. Okay.
Yeah, to support what she's talking about. And I'm pretty sure they had demonstrative evidence, right? They had pictures and things of that nature.
Well, did they say it? I mean, y'all had the transcript. Did they say anything about that?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. I have to.
Okay, I got you. Just coming off the top.
Think about
I got you.
I had to go back and think about what all they had.
I got you.
So, you know what I'm saying? So they had visual. They had visuals, which is, demonstrative. They had documentary, which is, paper, letters, shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Demonstrative also
But see, this goes back, and I'm not trying to cut you off and be funny.
No, go ahead. You got it.
This goes back to what we were saying. I don't know if he see it the same way I see it, but they got demonstrative evidence. They got documentation evidence about they beating your ass from the Atlantic Trade Center back to this country. You know what I'm saying? Where the damn uproar against that? They got
Absolutely.
evidence that they raping your kids, raping the female in the household. I mean, this is what I keep saying about this structure.
What are people gonna do?
What I mean, goddamn, they came back 30 years. Okay, they came back 30 years and got robbed. Let's go back for the reparation and get these folks. Listen, the people that benefited, these ancestry people are still here that benefited from these companies that exist today. You don't think they owners and were slave owners? If you go back and check their lineage, are you kidding? Come on, let's keep this shit 100.
But Jojo, if you sold dope when you was 18 and built, if Jojo sold dope when he was 17, 16, built an empire, now he owns businesses, would they go back on you?
You damn straight they will.
Shit, they'll go all the way back to the first key.
Exactly.
And take everything you got.
Exactly. See, that's why I said they don't understand this power structure in this system. They don't understand it because they protect their own. Now, you might have some racial sacrificing going on just to give the illusion like hey, we come after our own. That's bullshit.
That's right. And you put
also they had prescriptions, prescriptions as well. Hold on, as well as text messages and shit like that from a friend,
But Miss Walker, Miss Walker, here's the deal. The herpes only carries a year in jail, if that. When you say they had this and they had that on Jane Doe number 5, what you have to understand is that it becomes a moot or almost a moot issue if he did not have sex with her. Listen, I'm gonna say it again.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. I want to hear that argument. Go ahead.
Please speak on it, because I know where you're going.
It becomes almost a moot issue. The cake, the crux of the matter, the reason why she was there is to substantiate the claim that he had sex with her as a minor. So if that small window was non-existent, where it was proven that he didn't have sex with her until she was 18 years of age, she would have been like Faith Rogers they threw in the herpes with Faith Rogers. They threw in the Aaliyah. They threw in all of these things as icing on the cake. Okay, they used that as icing on the cake. But the real cake was one, Jane Doe number 5 saying that he slept with her as a minor and transported her across state lines, coerced, set it up, even though they knew that at least one of the parents set it up. So I can't stress this enough, Ms. Walker. They're so skillful, as Brother Jojo so eloquently explains. They're so skillful that it's kind of like a person owing you $5,000 and they bring in $5 to your house every month. Well, here's 10, here's 20, right? And then when you say, wait a minute, you still owe me $4,650. The person says, well, I got footage of me bringing money to your house every month. And you say, now, these weak-minded people will say, well, she did come to her house 45 times, bringing her money. And the average person will see the footage. Well, she's got an envelope. She's bringing her money. But then you come back and say, well, yeah, she was bringing me $5 and $10 goddamn dollars. The big bulk of what she owes me is the $44,650. But they want us to focus on the $5, the $10 that she brought you. That's the small stuff. All that shit is small stuff. The herpes thing with Faith Rogers. Listen, man, he had already served enough time to cover that. It was they hid the big cake up under the icing and the candles. They're so skillful in what they do, brother Jojo, that
You know, I know what
it
they
is
do.
almost impossible to explain it to
I
people. They
said
just
That's what
skillful.
I keep. That's what
you
I
need to get
struggle
you
with.
a job in Von Jean's office because now you're talking about okay, but he done spent his time. But yeah, that's if he was sentenced in that particular jurisdiction. He's not sentenced in that jurisdiction. He's sentenced with them goddamn people in New York.
Well,
It was
okay, what is the penalty for that? Just passing a sexual transmitted disease in New York.
across state lines. Shit, that ain't
I
shit.
mean, you see how these people. I tell you,
And
you
then
don't
You see the
Levi
understand.
tricks
and Levi tried to put an enhancement on it.
Right.
across
You know
state
what I'm saying?
Levi
lines.
You
gonna
gave
send
it
some
some extra
guidelines.
too.
Levi
That's what
gonna
I'm
he
Mhm.
gonna
saying.
send some
If you
guidelines. What the hell is I'm caught up in this morning?
That's how they trick you to across state lines.
yes,
Okay,
yeah, they put that extra sauce on it. I tell you, if you don't
absolutely,
understand what you're looking at, you're gonna be confused. I'm telling you. And listen, I understand it for as the law goes and all of that, but hey, like I said, they whoop your ass from the Atlantic Trade Center all the way here.
yes, sir. And you have to admit, Jojo. Let's be honest, brother. For the last 4 years, if we're going to be honest, we actually witnessed a high tech lynching, didn't
You
we?
goddamn straight we did. I've been saying it the whole time. I
Yeah,
said, do
we
y'all
witnessed it.
understand what we looking at? They are breaking this down in front of all of y'all. And
Yeah,
then they're getting some of our own kind to participate in it. Look, they used
absolutely,
to have the slaves whoop the slaves for the slave owner. That's all you're looking at now. And if he don't
absolutely,
whoop him, they gonna whoop him.
absolutely,
That is the bargaining chip when they get him in them back office and say, hey, look, we have this on you. Either you're going to tell on him or we're going to whoop your ass. Other words.
absolutely,
You don't understand this. They just put different paint on the house. They reconstruct the car, put a different motor in it. It's the same vehicle. They're just changing the paint up on it. And then they give
absolutely,
some of you Negroes keys to the vehicle to ride Miss Daisy around. And y'all think y'all a part of it because they show y'all a little construction of how they put the car together. You know why they tell you that? So when you ride Miss Daisy around, if that car breaks down, you better get your ass out there and change the oil or fix the flat while she sits in the car while you're doing it.
absolutely,
You see how it works?
absolutely, absolutely, brother. You know, it's sad. You take
It's
you take Jay
sad.
Z. You take Jay Z, for instance. Jay Z. If they wanted to come get him right now, they could break him and put him in prison because he's made enough songs about selling dope. You see my point? The same way Rob made enough sexual songs. If they wanted to say Jay Z was involved in a drug trade in Vermont and a person was killed and he was with the two guys, every nigga in America would believe it because they said it. You understand? If they said it, it's so. Um, so I've sat and watched this play out. I've watched it play out. Um, and I'll say this that we as a people, we are really, I hate to say it, we are on the edge of the abyss. I try to give a I try to have some hope, but we on the edge of the abyss. We,
But
Absolutely.
Levi, you said something very, very good. You said because they said it, they'll come get him and so on and so forth, whatever.
yes,
Okay. But if they prove it, which is what they have to do, most likely gonna get convicted.
Miss Walker,
That's what I'm. Go ahead, please. I
Miss
know
Miss
where you
Walker, Miss
finna go.
Walker, Miss
I
Walker.
don't understand what part. I'm just
Do
trying to figure out y'all because this is what your argument assumes that there is nothing else out there to substantiate the prosecution's claim. And put it like this here. I go for, even if you say that all the evidence was manufactured. Okay, well, they did a damn good job. I go for deep fake. I go for all the other shit you say.
You know, I'm not even going that far because see, that's just that would be stupidity.
No, but I will go for it because I don't want nobody saying like, okay, whatever, right? I mean, because I'm just trying to try to be as stupid fair. I'm being stupid fair.
No,
Your argument would say that there is nothing else, no other evidence that will substantiate. Okay, put it like this. Okay,
that's why I asked you, what do you consider the suspect is? See, it's a reason why I said that.
Yeah, suspect is.
But no, go ahead, because see, the suspect part is coming back to full circle. They've been doing this for years. And where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? We'll look back at history. Hearsay has been there. The evidence for, as you said, the documents. And then they got recordings too, because how do they show you what they did to you back in the day? Yeah, you see, I asked you that for a reason.
Dead, JoJo.
It's not about that. You're missing my point. You are strongly missing the point.
No, I'm not.
You're strongly missing the point. They just dug up Aaliyah.
So did.
They dug up Aaliyah and talking about that ain't no more than reparation they're trying to give to her.
Yep.
Okay, how do you view that? Okay, well check this out.
Oh, okay, let's check it out.
If ever they were to march us in there, or somebody that was still alive, been beat down and hung and all that, whatever, then I guess they can use
Miss Walker, you're being intellectually dishonest. You're being intellectual. Yes, you are. Because they can't even listen to this part. They can't even march her mother in the courts. You can't even get her mother to come to the courts, but you're gonna dig her up. Come on now.
The mama don't want shit to do with it.
Well, okay. Do the math on that.
There you go.
The mama don't want shit to do with it,
but they dig her up.
Right, but that does not mean that they don't have some type of legal argument.
Okay. So, Ms. Walker, I'm glad you said that. I'm going to tell you why. Let's say if they do have a legal argument and evidence, what was the charge? Falsifying a marriage certificate or whatever. What does that carry? Right now, if someone falsifies some ID or whatever, you a one-time offender, you'll probably get probation for that. Or say if they did give you a year or two, that goes to one of the candles. That's just a candle. That's just icing on the cake. They're projecting to the people he slept with Aaliyah.
See, that's the whole thing right there.
You see, that's the trick.
That's it right
That's the trick. But they don't charge them with it.
I'm not giving you all about that extra or whatever, because it would even it's a mute point. It's a mute point because if it was prosecuted as you state, one, it would probably run into statute of limitations because it was charged with bribery, nothing to do with sexual exploitation of a minor.
Absolutely.
But that's not the power. That's not the power source of that argument, though, Ms. Walker.
In that jurisdiction, it wouldn't even be a crime. But since it was prosecuted under RICO, as a President Act, probably 10 or 20 years.
Okay, now check this out. You just said it was bribery of a government official for the marriage. But what did you just read to show you the tricks? What did you just read that the prosecutor submitted to the court? He was having sex with 13-year-old Aaliyah, so he has to pay for that, even though that wasn't even the charge.
They ain't say that. See, you don't be listening. And let me tell you something. You Detroit
I'ma take
Negroes are right close to Chicago, and y'all heads are built the
Let,
same
let,
way.
let me show you what they did, Miss Walker. When they brought up the 13, 14, I was listening very extensively. They threw her name in there as
yeah.
trigger. Them
Yes.
triggers.
Can you
So
reread it, Ms. Walker?
you might as well say he was said because see them trigger points. You gotta understand these people are trigonologists.
I get that, but you do
Just
know,
like you
and you
said.
don't like this answer.
No. Wait a minute. Before you go there, put a
Go
period.
ahead.
Put a period right there. Just like you said, and I was waiting on you because I was gonna eat you up behind the scenes. When you said, and I said she better said that shit. They brought that up because they knew he couldn't get up there and show no remorse because he's gonna file an appeal. He still has, but they kept on saying he showed no remorse. He showed no remorse.
Yeah.
Them games. Do you understand that? You and I know
I
that.
know.
And I'm
I
sitting
know.
back waiting. I said, okay.
It,
And they use that. They use that. Do you know how damaging that sound to people? Like he don't even care. Look, he won't even say nothing.
Right.
He won't even have no remorse. He shows no contrition. God damn it, they know that system. That's their system. You see? You see what I'm saying? I was sitting back where I said she better point it out because I'm gonna have a field day.
Absolutely, and
you see what I'm talking about, bro?
Absolutely.
Crazy, man. Now go ahead and speak.
I think that the premise by which I can only speak for myself that I operate under is that we must first understand that we're dealing with magicians. Okay? When we understand you're dealing with magicians, the Bible talks about Pharaoh and his magicians. You're dealing with tricknologists. You're dealing with the same people who sat and signed treaties with the Native Americans and broke not 99.9% of the treaties, 100% of the treaties.
It's crazy, man.
You're dealing with people. See, I look at the blueprint, Brother Joe. Let me explain something to you.
I know you do.
And that is this. I always make reference to the Bible, even though I was raised Muslim. We taught the Bible. And one thing that stands out with Robert, when I saw the Huffington Post interview, I said to my girl, I said,
they coming for him.
Yeah, I said, oh, shit.
I said they coming for him.
Yeah. And I tell you something, Jojo, about this power thing with them. What did it say in the Bible? It says they wanted to get Jesus about a year earlier, about a year before they got him physically. And they were about to move on him. And the wickedly wise scribes and Pharisees said, no, we can't get him right now because the people are with him, right? Mm-hmm. We have to turn the people against him first.
Boy, that's profound. That's deep.
Ain't that deep?
That's deep.
So the same people, when he rode in on a donkey into Jerusalem, who was saying, Hosanna, Hosanna, and praising him, if you fast forward to the end of his physical life, they said, who do you want us to free, Barabbas or Jesus? They said, Barabbas. Shit. You feel me? The same people, the sentiment had changed 180 degrees. That is a blueprint. That is a blueprint.
I keep saying it, bro. They
for
do.
Us.
That's what they do. And to expand on what you said about the natives, this is interesting. I don't know if people really caught this. When they signed those treaties and gave them fire water and then gave them blankets filled with smallpox.
Yes.
And then this is what we do. This really finna mess your head up. They call it Thanksgiving and we celebrate it. Mm-hmm. We celebrate that day.
Absolutely.
Thanksgiving. We don't even know the meaning behind that. They gave them Native Americans blankets filled with smallpox.
Absolutely.
I'm not making it up. Go look it up. Y'all read everything else. Read the tricknology and what they do.
They want me to read the part about Aaliyah.
Aaliyah, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Let me make sure I got all of it from the beginning. Hold on. Let me make sure I get it all. Okay, so it starts there. Okay, where is the period? Okay. He knew it was wrong in 1994 when he had to obtain false documentation to marry 15-year-old Aaliyah to conceal her true age. And that was 2 years before he even met Jane. 2 years before he met Jane. Oh, okay. And then what else in here? Okay, about Aaliyah. He said, okay, let me read this part. It said, the evidence in this case alone shows that he sexually abused Jane and Pauline hundreds of times before they turned 18 years old. And before abusing Jane, Pauline, and Nia in 1994, Kelly was thinking that he was beyond the reach of law, bribed a government official so that he can secretly marry 15-year-old Aaliyah, who he had been abusing since she was at least 13 or 14 years old.
Okay. What kind of abuse? Beating her? What kind of abuse? You see the tricky
game?
word?
You see the game? Them games right there. Right there.
Yeah,
in your
that's it.
face.
What kind of abuse? What did he say? He beat her?
They put it right in your face. They put it right in your face, and you don't even see what they doing.
They just said it. Abusing. How is he abusing her?
They already tied everything to sexual abuse, so when it does, it has the mind already there.
Yeah,
man, they can't play with
Well, that's what they're talking about.
No, but Miss Walker, 15 minutes ago, Miss Walker, they said he was having sex with Liz. She said they did not say that, Levi, but you just read the tricknologist, how they word it.
I keep saying it, man.
How they word it.
No, I said they ain't say how you said it.
Oh my God, there you go. It's that filibuster. There you go, filibuster.
You just got the you know the reason why you two I'm gonna call y'all the N-word, motherfucker.
We backed in the corner and she don't know how to get out. But we just said it. We just said it.
No, because I
oh my God.
What he said, how he said it. They didn't say
it doesn't matter how you get to point A to B. It is the vehicle that you use.
Abusing. How was he abusing her?
Right, sexual. Right, of course.
Because that's what this whole thing is about, sexual abuse. So you got to understand how these people think.
Absolutely.
You got to get it. See, I get it. They don't have to say the word because they've already painted the picture.
Absolutely. And when you understand that you're dealing with tricknologists, I peeped it day one when they said middle schoolers and they use middle school, they use school. Say the age. You feel me? Middle school, school age. What's the age? You feel me? So everything is tricks. Their whole language. Listen, I'm gonna say this and I'm done. The Bible says that their whole that the language is a damn lie, Joe, that they speak. Listen, when I read that years ago, I said, "Wow,
it's crazy."
God says through His prophets that their language is not English, French, or
forked tongue. Right, that's what the natives say. They speak in forked tongue.
The language is really called a lie. That's crazy.
Hey, what the natives say? They come speaking in forked tongue.
Absolutely. Which means the first word to come out of your mouth is a lie. You know, and it's sad that he had to get caught up in this. It's real sad, but I'm not discouraged. And he's not, well, he's in that situation, but I'm just that kind of person. I'm going to see a light at the end of the tunnel.
You are.
I am. I was always, all my life.
What? And I feel like come hell or high water. Come hell or high water.
That's just me.
But
That's
I
just
mean,
me.
that's crazy though. How you read that, and not to kind of disparage you in any kind of way. You did an excellent job reading, first of all. But to overlook that, and it's not your fault. That's why I say you're a part of that power structure. You don't know what I mean when I say that. But to skim through that, that was a ooh moment.
The skim. Well, I mean, they just. I know what they're trying to do. They trying to, lay they
Exactly.
out.
But
They're
see, to
asking.
understand how they put their tricks together, that's a whole different facet of the game.
Yeah.
Well,
So that's
we,
Go ahead. I'm
They're
sorry.
I'm sorry,
trying to.
brother.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm going on mute. Go ahead.
No, they're trying to get something more than what's in the advisory sentencing guidelines, right?
Get
So
him
they
by
got
all
to
means,
lay it
as you
out.
said.
Huh?
Get him by all means. Hang him
Yeah.
high. Yeah, I know how the game is.
You know, a street woman,
Oh,
let me say this, a street woman, and Jojo will tell you this, a street woman speaks differently than a regular woman. Street women have their own language. How they speak, their cadence, the meaning behind their words and shit. And when you are dealing with groups of people, when you know what you're dealing with, you're going to be very attentive to that person's speech or how they write or what they're writing. And I think what Jojo has been trying to impart to you, Ms. Walker, for a long time is that you have a compromised ear. You have compromised eyes, meaning that you read and listen to what they say with the predisposition that they are beyond the goddamn lie or deceit.
Please keep speaking.
But with
that's
me,
amen. Keep speaking, bro. That's real talk.
with me, I'm opposite. Like I know, okay, hey, every time y'all read them documents, I say, here go the bullshit. Let's go. Let's go. Here go the bullshit. Because they really, I'm baffled at how the people are so receptive to it, where I've listened to commentary on these indictments and motions and this and that and that. And I'd be like, wow, don't the people know? Don't you know? Listen, when that prosecutor said he deserves life, do you think I was shocked? What that prosecutor wanted to say that he deserves death.
Bam.
You understand? Listen, let me tell you something. My mama taught me as a child to respect the law. I'm 7, 8 years old. She said, listen, respect the law. Policemen, as I get older in my teenage years, she said, policemen pull you over? Yes, sir. Be respectful. Show them your ID. Show them, always comply. But she said, don't you ever, I don't care what they say, ever allow them to lay you on the ground. Ever. And handcuff you. You fight like hell. Don't you ever allow them to lay you down on the ground. My mama told me this when I was 13, 14 years old. And when I saw George Floyd, I said he wasn't raised like me. Because motherfucker, you gotta kill me. Before, now wait a minute, I'm complying. I got my hands up. I'm whatever. But what you need me, hey Jojo, what you need me to lay on the ground for?
Right. Exactly.
You understand? So when you're taught, my blessed mother teaching me the way she taught, it always caused me to read their writings and to everything they say. Mm-hmm. And I've met some noble ones. Real noble, decent. You too. Like noble, decent ones.
Absolutely.
And when you when you like ourselves, when you can conversate and you meet some decent ones, they'll tell you about them dirty
You
motherfuckers.
damn straight they will. That's why I've always made that statement. Not all of them. It's the
That's
ones
right.
that practice that.
That's right. They'll tell you what you up against. They'll
Yeah. So
tell you
I
what
make
you up
that
against.
reference. I make that reference by all means. Look, I'm not speaking to all of them because see, it's an artificial construct off the basis, off the top, off the rip, colorism and all of that. That's a game, man. It's a game.
Man, you asked these people over a year ago. You say y'all know who John Brown is? Man, I'll never forget that. That was the first time I said, "What the hell am I in?"
That's
Not
crazy, man.
one person was able to tell you who John Brown was, and I said, "Oh my God."
You already know my black history ain't nowhere
Miss Walker,
near.
I'll do respect, Miss Walker. You was in the house. I
Whatever.
keep telling you this.
Not in the house.
Yeah.
I was
You
not
was in
in
the
the house.
house.
But the thing about it is, my eye
You was
is now what you
contraband.
call it? What you say? I read with it's skewed. What you say? It's compromised.
Compromise. Yes.
It is not compromised. It's compromised because I don't see can't agree with everything you say to the T. That's why it's compromised to you.
Mm-mm.
But I have to read it and I have to speak it to what the way it is written
The way you
and the
come on, say
way
it. You almost said it. You almost had
and
it.
the
The way
way
you've been
I
taught.
was taught.
There you go.
Okay,
that is.
the
That
way I
is.
was taught.
That
That's
And
is.
there's
what it
nothing wrong.
is.
And there's nothing wrong with that. But see, like
But
I
that's what I'm
said,
saying. But
I
y'all
would be the
try.
spook that sit at the door. If you
Yeah,
understand what that is, you need to read that book. The spook that sit by the door.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
don't
And
got nobody
it's
behind no damn
what a
door.
lot of people don't understand is that I made a lot of money in the hood reading indictments and uh, complaints, and that was my side hustle. Where niggas would say, "Call your man," and I go over there and read their shit. And I never gave niggas advice as to whether they should take a plea. Um, I thank God in all of my conversations with my cousins. God is my witness. I thank God. The one thing that I always feared speaking with him was him asking me, should I take a plea or should I testify? I hope this man don't ask me that, because you're literally taking a person's life in your hands when you offer that kind
Right.
of advice. You feel me, Joe?
Right.
So I was like, God, I just hope he never asked me that. I'm so glad you never asked me that, because had he asked me, I would have gave him my honest assessment. But yeah. So I understand doctors, look, Ms. Walker and y'all, you speak a certain language. Doctors speak a certain language.
I said that.
They do.
Doctors, F with lawyers. I mean, doctors, F with doctors, lawyers, F with lawyers.
Absolutely.
I've been saying this, but they think it's just some kind of sound bite. No, I studied this shit. I studied this shit just as much as they study us.
Well, yeah. I mean, even with when I was up and talking to with SpongeBob, of course, our conversation was a little different because we we was talking
You
whatever
can
we was talking.
relate. You can relate, and
Yeah.
I get it. But when I had conversation with him myself, he said, "You caught me off guard." Well, didn't you catch us off guard? And he caught it, but he didn't catch it. He
Oh Lord,
didn't catch it.
everybody, and you can't expect the white people to be
No.
everybody to be to the power to the people.
That's why I ask
Struggle
you
information.
again.
I don't even know it.
That's why I ask you again. What identifies a suspect? It has to fit a what? Description.
Description, right?
Absolutely. I can't be the suspect. You have to
Yes, you
fit the
can.
description. I'm not accusing you. No, see, because you don't know what I'm accusing them and what I've been dispatched
I
to
know
look
what
for.
I know. Trust me, I know about the
Okay,
subject.
so I don't want to go there.
But back to y'all's conversation about me being compromised. No, So, but y'all want to do something that is not going to. The thing that you don't get is I don't really give a whole lot of
Where's Black Panther? I'm just acting silly. Go
Well,
ahead. I'm
I don't.
sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. When I give I don't give a whole lot of time to things that I know that are damn near impossible or implausible, right? It's not gonna, you wanna remove certain aspects of the system, and you wanna change the law right now, and you wanna circumvent some things, and you wanna bypass somebody. You wanna do a whole bunch of shit, and that is just
No,
not
but
going. It's
Miss
not going
Walker,
to work.
that is just the majestic part of it. They don't allow you to have enough time to do that because what? They're too busy building your mind to what? Benefit the system. You gotta
Absolutely.
understand how it works.
Absolutely. In addition to that, Jojo, isn't that isn't it true that they operate that way?
Absolutely.
Isn't it true that they operate from a standpoint where there's a will, there's a way. That's how they operate.
Absolutely.
So that's how
Absolutely.
I operate the same way. I don't listen, man. The reason
They
why
don't want you thinking like that. You're dangerous. You're
I don't trip. I'm gonna say something else too on that quote. What you said, dangerous.
Yeah, they call you dangerous.
What Ms. Walker has to understand, if she adopted our way of thinking, she will be far more dangerous than us, wouldn't she, Joe?
Because you know why? She would be the spook that's set by the door.
Absolutely. You would be.
I don't know nothing about no spooks and about no door. I don't know nothing about none of that.
It's just words. It's just words.
I understand, but you have to be careful.
And it's codified. That's codified language. You
right.
gotta understand
this. It's some meaning behind it.
Absolutely. Because in order to dominate someone, you have to what? Confuse them. That's the first bill of affair.
That's right.
And to dominate you and confuse you, I have to understand who I'm confusing.
That's right.
It's that simple. And then you adapt this formula. Well, hey, I don't have to do so much work. I can have them confuse each other by me just playing my role and exercising my power. You got to understand this. I don't have to step into this so much. They'll do my work for me. I've been having them doing it all these years.
Absolutely.
It's man.
And it's a
sad.
And in addition to that, you don't have to be disingenuous in that thinking. You know, Ms. Walker, she's ultra intelligent, but it's like you're walking out the house with no shoes on. you understand what I'm saying? No shoes, barefoot. Like you have to be able to understand, like Jojo just said, Sun Tzu, the art of war, know thyself first and know thy enemy. And when you operate from that perspective, it makes you just like, it enhances your intelligence, what you are. You understand? That's all I'm saying. And that's one thing that y'all hear me go in on the terrorist, and I get very upset because I've said it 1,000 times. These are intelligent people that got robbed, locked up. These are intelligent people.
Man, I don't think, you know what, it's sad. It's really sad because what the perception they give you is far beyond what they really showing you.
Absolutely.
So we operate on what they show us.
Absolutely.
And what they show us is what they taught us.
Absolutely.
And you think they're going to teach you everything, how to understand what they're doing?
Absolutely.
No.
I thought about you the other day. I thought about you the other day on something. I was telling my girl and she didn't get it. I said, well, JoJo would have got it. That big ass balloon that they shot down.
I spoke on that shit. I spoke on it, but go ahead.
Now, wouldn't
I'm going on
comments
mute. I want you to just go ahead. I'm going on mute because I'll be laughing. Because I spoke on that, but go ahead, man.
certain things are just commonsensical. If China built a big giant balloon like that and they wanted it to go undetected in the sky, wouldn't they have camouflaged it light blue?
I spoke on that shit.
A big white, wait a minute, hold on. You want it to be undetectable, but anyone can see it from the ground, basically. It's a big white balloon. So you would have made it the exact same color as the sky, blue.
Just
you feel
me? Basic shit.
Basic shit. So what was the black emblem on that damn thing? You feel me?
That shit is crazy, man.
What was the black? Man. It was a black emblem. What's the black emblem say?
You got me over here scratching my head.
Shit, I want to know what that black emblem said.
Man, I spoke on this. I don't know which live I was on. I spoke on it. I said, man, come on now. Y'all fall for this shit? Okay.
Man, listen here, guys.
They got shit out here that can see the hair on a gnat's left leg.
That's right.
And they gonna put a big ass. They come in the spot. Whatever the hell they said that balloon was for, man. I'm done, man. They did an excellent job on us, man.
Yeah, they did, and it's sad because God gave us common sense, and it is so. Listen, it is so. I don't know what to say to a people who could see a fake slap from Will Smith to Chris Rock and believe it.
I spoke on that shit, man. I was on Angie Live talking about that. And they was going back and forth. I was like, man, I don't know, man. That's when I said, man, you know what? It's kind of, we doomed, man. It's kind of, it's so much despair out here for our own people. And, you know, when they say pitiful people, what they're basically telling you guys is we are worthy of pity.
Yeah.
When they call us pitiful.
Yeah.
And then we demonstrate it, so I can't be mad at them, you know. It's sad, man. And it's just sad, man.
And I was raised, man, by a mother who taught me to be sympathetic and empathetic to Black people. She would always tell me. She would always say, I'd be like, Ma, I can't believe they down there shooting or this, that, and then she would say, who gave them the guns? She would say, who gave them the drugs? And she would always tell me, like, you cannot judge our people because you were not raised by like they were raised.
Well, I already know what it hit me right there. I already know what that means, basically.
Yeah, and she would tell me that. Do you know the difference between you and them? Is me. You had a mother who didn't allow you to hang out and wasn't a prostitute and drug. Like, you cannot judge people like that. That's how I was raised all my life, to love Black people, to believe in Black people, and to just have that undying love for them. But
it's a sad day in Gotham.
It's like, you know, like, and I still pray on it, but when it gets to a point.
What's that you just pulled up, Angie?
No, I told you how I told you how the R. Kelly people be doing. Here you go. Here go another on that man timeline. Free R. Kelly. I was saying you could be anywhere and just.
Who Twitter is that?
This is Jason Meisner. This is Jason Meisner Twitter.
Oh, okay.
And I remember I was showing y'all early when he had posted the first thing about R. Kelly tonight. We scrolled down. Somebody said, free R. Kelly. I told you could be anywhere. They can be talking about a recipe. They will come through. Somebody from the R. Kelly team gonna come through and hit them with the free R. Kelly and keep it moving. That's all they say, and keep it going. So they got so this is nice right here. I guess people have viewed that and probably shared it. That's a nice little setup right there.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's a positive message. But I just want our people to understand, the sincere people, that um, if an intelligent group of people binds a person with certain ropes and certain, you have to be able to it's going to take an intelligent person to undo. I just keep trying to explain this to people. These are ultra intelligent people, but I don't care what structure you build. There are flaws there now. That's you damn right.
Because if
you
it's
damn
put
right.
together, if it's put together,
That's
it could
right.
be taken apart.
That's it. That's it. And you know, Jojo, back in the day, we had the shade tree. They call shade tree mechanics or hood mechanics. Those men, most of them were geniuses.
Right.
They could take a motor apart and put it right back. They could take a whole car apart and put it right back.
Shit,
And
while drinking a 40 too.
While drinking a damn 40. That's the truth. That's the truth. And that's what it requires. Us tapping into that God-given high intelligence.
Yeah.
Listen, the key is just to outthink them and not believe and quit believing that they so damn smart. Like they smarter than us. Shit. That's high for us.
That's what I'm saying by they did an excellent job on us.
Yeah.
And they go on those premises because it's about, and they gauge it on what? Our activity, our problem solving, our anything they throw out here. How do they come about this? How do they overcome this? And that's how it's like a census. They get it from us. We give it to them. And it's sad, man. Whoa.
Yeah, but I guess, it's up to us, people who are awakened, to try to, I get tired, but to try to wake up the masses, man, and try to wake up our people. I feel now more of a responsibility to, it's hard though. It's just hard,
hell
man.
Yeah, it's hard.
It's hard as hell.
Hell yeah, it's hard.
Why they not? You know what, Matt? Not to change the subject, but Matt Gaetz, the Republican out of Florida, the DOJ decided not to charge him, and I don't think he lost his. He didn't resign. They ain't gonna make him resign or nothing.
Hell no. Ms. Walker.
Yeah.
Every black person in America knows someone through someone that's in, I say 80% of black people in America, you know somebody through somebody that's in federal prison. We all do. If you were to just go out on the street and say, anybody locked up in the feds, they'll say, well, my cousin knows somebody knows somebody. When have you ever heard a black person, I speak street language, a nigga, say, oh yeah, my cousin was locked up with Harvey Weinstein? When have you ever heard a black person, my cousin locked up? All this internet stuff that we watch with black bloggers, black people, you ain't never heard one say, oh yeah, by the way, my cousin's locked up with Harvey Weinstein. Wealthy white people don't go to prison. That is the rule.
That's the rule.
That's the rule. They build them.
You can't. You know what? You can't get nobody to believe
That's
that,
crazy,
man.
though.
I promise.
I'm shocked because it's a year-long federal sex trafficking investigation from minors.
Oh, cute. We said that at the same time.
Right.
Minors. What y'all say? Because I didn't hear you.
We just gave a gesture. Yeah, it was just a gesture. Yeah, this is crazy, man.
And they decided that one said they was gonna bring charges, and then it was senior officials that said that they decided not to charge him. I mean, he's not gonna fucking goddamn resign
Of
or
course
nothing.
he not. Of course he not. Of course he not. Let me
He's
ask
a
you something.
minor
Let me ask you
too.
something, Ms. Walker. Charlie
Yeah.
Sheen, by him deliberately giving out HIV or whatever he had, AIDS, you don't think that should have been federal? Deliberately giving it out.
They could have made it. Most likely, they could have found
They
a
could have did
a-
whatever they wanted to do.
yeah, they could have.
But I mean, what is the penalty if they did make it felony?
Right.
What would you say it should be?
Oh, I don't know. I'm gonna look it up by the.
But
the
hey,
law.
you're giving away. Okay. Look, see, I said that for a reason.
Uh,
You see how they made a big deal of herpes, but you're giving out death sentence.
That's right.
Come on now. I don't get it, man. We are a fucking lousy group of people, man.
But you know what? I don't even, to be honest with you, bro, like, in all honesty, bro, like, I don't fault them for showing favoritism to their own.
You damn right.
I don't. I get it.
And the thing I guess I'm trying to say is how they are close knit. And how they understand the power structure and they stick together and protect their own.
That's it. And we're the total opposite.
Yeah, exactly.
well,
we're the total
so
opposite.
I guess the charge is, I guess, exposure as well. Okay, what is the?
It will be under every umbrella they try to put Rob under. But also make sure you look up death sentence.
Well, only if intention. Hold on. Well, only if the intention is to infect the other person. If the person is actually infected as a result of the intentional HIV exposure, then it can be punished. Oh God! Wait a minute. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go with it. You know what I'm saying? And JoJo, I'm gonna get you because I know it's a setup.
No, it's not.
So
it's just a question.
No, this is set up. I'm gonna get your ass.
Okay, call it.
All right, I'm reading. That's all. Okay. This is out of California, right? So on this state level, okay. But this just caught my eye. It says that PC 120290, which is probably penal code, makes it a misdemeanor to have unprotected sex without telling a partner of an STD, but only if hold on. But only if the intention is to infect the other person. Okay.
Oh God.
So that has an intent element to it, right? Now I don't know how that code and how
here we go with them codes and shit.
No,
here we go with the language and code.
Hold on, JoJo.
Levi, you still here?
I got you.
How the intent is described, right? As far as what levels, right? Okay, so I don't know. It says if the person is actually infected. Now there's a second leg to this. If the person is actually infected as a result of intentional HIV exposure, then PC 120290 can be punished by up to 6 months in jail and or a fine up to $1,000.
Okay.
They got a two-part. So they don't only have exposure, but if somebody get infected, the most that a person can get is 6 months in jail.
And let me give you a reason
and a
why.
Misdemeanor.
Let me tell you something. Because it was more prevalent when it came out around what demographic of people. I don't want to hear it came from Africa. But when they start finding it out in California, because that's where it started coming, far as me seeing it publicized, it was a what? It was a gay thing, right?
Absolutely.
That's how they try to present it out here. And it was prevalent when you start hearing about it. People in California. Come on, let's keep this shit real.
Them bathhouses and stuff.
Yeah, come on now. So, man, I you know what? I don't know what else to say, man. I don't know what else to say. And then they use Magic Johnson as a spokesperson. Where was he based in? California. Yeah.
Easy E.
California.
Yeah.
See, nobody looks at that with the critical eye. Where Liberace, all of them goddamn motherfuckers, Charleston
Yeah.
Huston,
Yeah.
where all of them people are based at?
California.
They're protecting their own. But you gonna
Absolutely.
tell me they wanna persecute this man for herpes, but you got Charlie Sheen deliberately out here, knowingly, as y'all legal language would go, knowingly he have it, and not what? Dispelling it to his sexual partners.
Absolutely. In that same statute that she just read, what they'll do is flip it on a federal tip and give a black person life in prison. See, they'll take something. You see, that's how they do. They'll take something that's small and add it to the RICO. And yeah, he was giving people HIV and this, and then it's just it's
I'm
sad.
still looking for the federal statute for HIV. I'm still looking. It's right
and
now.
The state say a penalty, a fine, and 6-month probation. A death sentence?
You know what? So they would probably. So the sentence would probably be probably like sexual abuse or something federally. So okay, so that's what it probably would be, some kind of sexual abuse or something like that, because they could probably stick something like that under sexual abuse.
They can do whatever they want.
Yeah.
Yeah, you pretty much. Try to tell you that.
No.
So what is the HIV Discrimination Act? Yeah, but ain't that crazy? 6 months if you infect somebody. Up to. That ain't even. They say
that means you get 3. You get 2.
Like what?
Probation.
Yeah.
Ain't that some shit?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
But we run around here hollering herpes.
Absolutely.
This is some crazy shit. That's why I said we are nothing but a bunch of nothing but porch mark Negroes.
It's sad too.
It's pitiful.
It's sad. Hey, remember Malcolm X used to say, when he'd be speaking about black people, he used to always say, I hate to say this about our people. He would always say, I hate to say this about our people, but it's true. Like,
you gotta
damn.
tell the brutal truth.
Yeah.
You got to tell the brutal truth. And I'm still waiting, Miss Walker.
What?
I thought you was looking up that penal code as they teach y'all.
Oh, the California one. What was it? PC. What was it? 120?
Yeah, but go fed with it.
No, that's what I said. If it was federal, I can't find it. I said,
you can't find it. That's all right. I'll figure it out. I'm gonna find it.
No, they'll probably put it up under sexual abuse or whatever R. Kelly was charged with in RICO.
But just look at it.
Sexual abuse.
Look at it in this vein. You're giving someone a death sentence.
Absolutely.
Because see, the last time I checked, I didn't never see nobody die from herpes, but AIDS is a death sentence, as
Absolutely.
they have labeled it.
It's true. Absolutely.
But you got this guy still walking around making movies. Come on, man. Shit, man.
You know how it go. You know how it go.
Man, that's why when I seen you in that kitchen and you was, I might get it. Talking about such and such, I'm like,
man.
Hey. I already seen it. I'm like, wow, this is crazy, man.
I'm gonna contact YouTube. I am gonna ask them. I'm gonna find out, like, how does a video just disappear? Like, they got to have it somewhere now. Damn, you feel me?
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I wish I had just recorded and kept it myself, because it was just a deep video, bro. Like, you know.
Oh, man,
did you play any music in it or anything like that?
No, he just talking. I said, that brother better look out.
Yeah.
Let me see. I'm looking for it. So it probably
I
It's
mean, you don't
all
have to. You really don't have to look for it. But I'm
no,
just,
no.
I'm
I'm
just
no. I'm
giving you a
actually
barometer.
interested. I'm
I'm just
interested
giving you a
now.
barometer. You're talking about some disease that they have already labeled as being a death sentence. I mean, just picture that in your mind. That should be enough right there alone.
Absolutely.
Knowingly, yeah. So that's probably. So what was he charged with? Let me pull up the damn paperwork. Pull up this indictment
You
because
talking about Charlie Sheen?
I'm curious about this shit
Well, he's
now.
still out making movies. He's still making movies.
Yep.
You know, they probably gave him a director's part now. He's probably directing them more so now. But the thing is, where is the uproar with that?
There you go.
Come on now.
Absolutely.
Man, this crazy though. That little bit of time.
Oh yeah.
She said up to 6 months.
Oh yeah.
Up to 6 months.
Probation.
That's the second leg of it. So it's already at its base, right? It's already a crime at its base, right? With the misdemeanor
Wow.
or exposing somebody. But for to
Wow.
bump it up the next level, you only get up to 6 months and $1,000 fine.
That's it.
Ain't that some shit?
Child, to take the
A
nigga
death
out.
sentence.
What?
A death sentence. They labeled it that.
That's
I didn't.
It's true.
That's crazy, man.
I'm gonna put that goddamn.
Yeah, it's a reason. It's a reason behind my method of madness.
Absolutely.
Wow,
Absolutely.
that is crazy, man.
That's crazy. That is crazy though.
Hey.
That little old bit of goddamn time. And you giving somebody that HIV shit, and you don't never know.
No AIDS.
how
He had
that's going
AIDS.
to-
They said he had AIDS. It's a difference. Let's keep it right. Not
Yeah, I
HIV,
know.
AIDS. Now, so you gotta announce it, and they said it.
Absolutely.
You know, they run around here hollering herpes, 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 AIDS, AIDS, AIDS. Show you how they play tricks with your mind.
There you go.
Where's the advocacy for that?
That's true.
See, you know you don't have a leg to stand on when you go over there playing with them people. See, we know what to do out here. Attack your own. We permit that. We permit you to do that.
Absolutely.
You come over here messing with us, well, hey.
Or it's a problem.
Yeah. Well, you said something to somebody tonight. You said somebody tell you, get the fuck out of here. What you said? Something. Who was that? I think you was talking to, I don't know if it was Atmos or you said you come in there with that. God damn it. What was that you said? They'll tell you, get the fuck out.
Get the fuck.
Yeah, this is our business.
Right.
Hold on, what the fuck? Who was that? Was that Atmos? He was talking about, damn. But anyway,
with everybody.
he said if you go over there with them white folks with that shit, they gonna tell you get the
Yeah,
fuck
it's about
out of
Elvis Presley, right?
here.
Elvis
Yeah,
Presley.
exactly.
Oh, yeah, Elvis Presley.
You will make it out alive.
Get the fuck out of here.
Oh no!
You wouldn't make it out.
Ass out of here.
God damn. That was some heavy shit. And you know, it was aggressive, but I don't think people really caught the meaning behind it.
Oh, they ain't going for it.
Hey, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, that's a fact. We can tear down our prominent people all day. They don't care. It's like what did Gayle King do time Kobe died? She tried to bring up the rape stuff. Remember?
Right.
Like God, the man wasn't even in the grave. He's talking about the rape.
Right. See, but you know what? I don't fault Gayle King. It was her handlers. It was that system that told her to go out here and do this.
That's right.
Go out here and do this. They instructed her to do that.
Absolutely.
To strengthen what? Their system.
So
we're gonna have your own kind come out here and tear your prominent people down.
Absolutely.
Well, I say it's like a well-oiled tool machine. They don't have to do it no more. They sent us to do it.
That's it, brother.
And I was looking at, and I don't know if you've seen it. You might have the footage. It was some behind the scenes footage, and I remember you saying you would have had him bring his own camera crew in that interview. But I seen some behind the scenes footage. I said, "Wow, this is crazy."
Yeah, Gail King admitted
that interview. It's some behind the scenes footage.
Yeah.
Guess what? You know what? I got it, and I said I want to show it. That's some shit I was talking to you about, Andrew. I said this shit right here is crazy, man. It's crazy, and I don't know how this particular individual got it. I said if I share this shit, man, it's just woo.
Wow.
Yeah, because I remember you saying you would advise him to bring it. Well, I think you told him bring your own camera crew in there.
I said do it live. Make sure it's live, or if not, whatever contractually you do, you let them know. Well, I'm gonna film it also. So if y'all go back and clip and cut, then I'll put the uncut version out. You know.
Man, they got some clips on this. I'm gonna give a little teaser. Her and him walking down the highway so cavalier, it spooked the fuck out of me, man. But I'm gonna
they walking down a highway?
I'm in the hallway. I'm gonna leave that, and they were just, it was so cavalierish the way they.
I thought I saw that before.
It's spooky than a motherfucker. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit I'm looking at?
I think I seen that. Where they were walking, and then at one point they sit down and talking in front of that Christmas tree and all of that.
No, this is no. That was for that shoot. Now you looking at another shoot for that Christmas album.
I'm talking about with Gail King. He sat down with Gail King.
I think that might be some of it. But I got some extensions. I'm like, who the fuck got this shit? How to get this shit?
Wow.
I don't even want to put this video out. It's crazy, man.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know because it's some more shit behind it.
That's right.
So I gotta look at this shit, man. Hey, I don't want them folks knocking in my door.
For real though.
Oh Lord.
No, it's some shit. I told you about this shit. I said I don't know how to present this shit. Let me shut my ass up.
Yeah.
Okay, what is sexual abuse? Renders another person unconscious and thereby engaging in sexual act with that person. Administered to another person by force, by threat, or without the knowledge or permission of that person. Drug. It could be. It might fall up under sexual abuse. Substantially impairs the ability of that person to appraise or control conduct or engages in a sexual act with that person engages.
Okay, let me ask you this, Ms. Walker. If you was a lawmaker, what would it fall under you making that law? Given the extent circumstances.
What would it fall up under me?
Yeah, what would it fall if you were a lawmaker?
Illegally transmitting a deadly sexually transmitted disease. Shit.
She went dormant on me.
No. I'm reading this thing. No, it would be up on the sexual abuse. If I'm looking at it from federal, it'll be up on the sexual abuse.
Penalty up to what? Penalized up to what? No, see, you're the lawmaker. No, but you're the lawmaker. You gotta give
if it's and like knowingly, like having sex with somebody and not
the whole rigmarole, knowing you got it, knowingly you have it, and
right?
You're transmitting it knowingly.
Well, I like the way California broke it out. Like you knowingly did it. You exposed this to you could be exposing somebody, right? You knowingly got it and you expose somebody. So that to me, I mean,
But you have
a
to
year.
you got to
I
consider
do
the
a
severity of it.
year. I do a year, and maybe a year. And if you
For giving
give
a death
somebody the
sentence.
shit, I probably like maybe 5 years or something like that.
Oh, but that's strange, and it
Here's the reason why,
nevertheless
because
it's interesting too.
it's a disease that you can't get rid of.
Well, they also call it the death sentence that you're
Well,
going
it's
to
not a
eventually
death
die.
sentence now,
No,
though,
I
Joe.
didn't
It's
say
not
no,
a
no,
death
no,
sentence
no, no.
now.
See, you see how they
But you
do
will
this
die
wording.
with it. See, well, you will die with it. It's a difference now.
This is what I mean by that. They came out initially scaring the general public on getting and attracting this disease is more or less than a death. I didn't make this up.
I know.
That's what they're saying. So that's like you injecting somebody with this disease that's going to eventually kill you, and I know I have it. I mean, that's kind of like if you really want to look at it, as far as the law, it's like manslaughter. I'm finna give you this. I'm finna go over here and kill you. This is a form of manslaughter. Because you have
Right.
intent. You have intent because you can't go around that.
No. I'm steady. Depending on the state law, the crime categorized either misdemeanor, offense, or felony. It can be characterized as a felony in the state. Um, shit. Okay, back to that California law. Damn, it's lenient there. But so yeah, face several. Okay, it says several criminal penalties.
This is a state.
Yeah, it's a state, but see when it goes federal, the it's going to change. I'm pretty sure with the how the elements would probably be or whatever, probably going to be up on the sexual abuse. It's not going to be up on the Mann Act because Mann Act involves some type of level of an infraction of the interstate commerce, right?
Mm-hmm.
Interstate commerce. And so no,
I'm
we're not
listen. I'm
talking
about to
about
hang up and listen to you guys. I'm about to hang up and listen to you guys.
All right.
that. Okay.
Have a nice night. Bye bye.
All right. All right. What is the federal?
Well, I mean that's just food for thought. You don't have to spend a
Yeah.
lot of time. I was just asking you.
Oh no. I'm just
And why I say that because they made a big deal out of this herpes situation.
it didn't make the crime exposure to a degree on purpose. Uh, and that's just so weird to me. Now I really want to know what would it fall up under. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe regulation to control that funds under such individuals found to be infected. Oh, I might have it. I might have it. See, I have to find something I trust. I might have it. Hold on. Okay, regulation control. What is it? Judgment, prevent infections. It's critical. That's communicable diseases, right? Okay. It's some kind of code. Nah, that's for communicable diseases. Oh yeah. Okay, HIV is one of them. So boom, got the code. Got the damn code. So it's 42 USC section 264. Okay. So Jojo, that's me. You got something else on?
No, I
You
don't have.
got you probably
I don't
no
have
no you
anything.
probably got that other login you were coming up in. You probably
No,
got that
I
open
don't.
on the
I don't
PC.
have anything. I don't have anything on. But I'm gonna go on mute.
You good. I can barely hear, but I'm just saying I hear it.
I
Just
don't
in
have
case you wanted
anything
to
on.
check it.
I don't have anything on. I'm looking at it. I'm in front of
Oh,
it
let me
all.
see if they consider herpes. No, because this is in HIV, AIDS, influenza, mpox, West Nile, mumps. Well, with HIV, and I think I don't know. You can kind of look at this as they're classifying HIV as something that's less severe as herpes. I mean, if you look at it, but let me see how long it says you get. Okay, provide expression, fumigation, disinfection, sanitation, apprehension, detention, or condition of individual. Uh, may, time to time, application of regular persons, entering apprehension, examination, for purposes of the evaluation respective person. Okay, preemption, nothing in section during regulation promulgated under such may be considered superseding, may be construed as superseding any provision on state law, including regulations and including provisions established by political, except to the extent that such provisions conflict with the exercise of federal authority under section or section 266 of this title. Okay, it's not giving me the time frame, but it seems as though they consider herpes to be something less, more severe is than what's a patient find than herpes. I don't get it.
Well, I mean, I'm
I
just
really
saying.
don't.
I'm saying it from a moral standpoint. And if you're looking at the severity of what they classify the disease as being, the sexual transmitted disease, come on now. That's just more confusion.
Yeah, but I understand that why y'all say, okay, well, if he was charged with this, and I have to say, you have to say it in another jurisdiction because in the jurisdiction he was charged in, y'all didn't like that. So if he was charged in another jurisdiction, what it would be, we get that. I know that Jeff Taylor is one that makes arguments like that and holds on to them. Although we done had several conversations about it, and he still holds on to that. And like other people, I ain't saying what I say is the Bible, whatever. You can just go by whatever they whatever the law states, right? Which, and you, if you don't like the law, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. You know, if he is charged, and here's the thing, right? You don't get to pick the jurisdiction. They get to pick the jurisdiction.
Right.
You can challenge the jurisdiction of venue, right? You can do that, but if you are eligible to be charged in several jurisdictions for the same thing, sometimes that will happen, as you see. You know what I'm saying?
I get it, but
So, or at least for, or I can say for the same behaviors that may affect several different um states, maybe come and may reach the federal level as well. You know, they'll just change the elements, right? They'll just change the behaviors might be the same, but they'll change the elements to get around double jeopardy. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
no, you fine. I'm listening.
So, STD plus section of course. Okay, a felony conviction under the proposed law will hold a prison sentence of up to 10 or in some cases 25 years, depending on the victim's age or vulnerability. Also, it will mandate electronic monitoring. Okay, so if it is determined that it's a um a um a felony, and most likely if it's done with a minor, or there's someone they consider a minor, then most likely it's going to come in, it's going to be charged as a felony.
Well, I don't honestly don't think because I don't know. Well, I do. He wouldn't, charge with. I don't even. Did they charge him? I don't think he was with any minors.
Who?
Charlie Sheen.
Oh, Charlie Sheen. Oh, okay. No, no. So that would probably be some type of misdemeanor. And as you see, California got that second leg of it where, hey, the
America, they protecting their own. That's the end all be all with it. So, okay.
let's see, but yeah, this is the thing, right? Y'all got to understand. Like I was trying to explain, you said I think went all over the place. I just don't put a lot in that which I know is of no consequence of what the actual matter is, what's going on in the instant, right? It is of no consequence. So all of this, if she wasn't in the case and blah blah this and that, and she wasn't ready to remess, she didn't. But if she did it, okay, we got to go ahead with the realization that she was in the case, and based on everything that we know, she was in the case. She was in the case fair and square, based on how she got there. If you, if we are to accept y'all's what y'all say, the free R. Kelly people, that she had some read the emails and blah 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 whatever, or whoever, or some of the people on the team lock them up is kind of says that or whatever. If we accept that on either side, fine, not a problem. How does that mean that there should be a new trial? How there should based on a prosecutorial, based on a prosecution's misconduct? How?
Because see, that's the tricky part that I think we struggle with trying to explain it. Because there's a lot of legal ramifications in that you have skipped over.
No,
You
I
just
haven't.
you just
I have
skipped
broken
over
that
it.
thing down to the least common denominator.
Well, okay. Well, listen. I don't have an argument with it because I understand it. Because I'm not dealing with it from a law based situation, which I know that's where it ends up. I'm dealing with it from a functional level. If you don't put this hose on your car, the car is going to run hot and it's not going to move. Meaning, if you don't have this element in your argument, you have no argument. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So that's the thesis of what I'm looking at it for as. So all of that other stuff that is there, and all of the components is there. Okay, that's fine, because you're looking at it from all of the components being there, versus you're not looking at it if this component of the engine is not there. The engine is not going to start. Plain and simple. You take a simple spark plug out of a Rolls Royce. Trust me, I know. The Rolls Royce is not going to start. I don't give a damn how pretty it looks, meaning all of these things they're saying about the situation. If you take one spark plug out of a Rolls Royce, it's not going to start. Meaning, if you remove a certain element out of a certain situation, you have no case. Or if that is the case and it still remains, your case is weakening. Your case is weaker. Because just say, for instance, that Rolls Royce start off of 7 spark plugs. It's going to what? It's going to misfire in some places. It's not going to get its full potential of all 8 spark plugs being in that car. And in some cases, some of them use 12.
Is that true?
What's that?
About the spark plugs and stuff.
I'm telling you, I'm not telling you something I'm thinking about. Go take the spark plug out of your car and see where your car.
I don't even know what a spark plug is,
exactly.
Joe. I don't know.
So I mean, I'm just telling you what I know. Drain the oil out of your car completely and try to go around the corner 3 or 4 times. Your car is going to start knocking because the engine is not running the way it properly should be lubricated.
Okay.
It's the same elements. How things are put together. And that's the premises of my argument. It's how it's put together.
Okay, but what do you say for this? She was in there before they had her on the stand. She was already in the indictment.
Okay, that's fine. But who knows if she was a spark plug or a what? A vacuum.
I don't want to talk about no car parts and shit.
Well, see, I'm just giving you. It's like this. It's like this. We don't know what she was in the case for. To testify about what? She could have been no more than the air filter in the car. Meaning the severity, how important this piece of evidence, meaning that she's evidence.
Right.
Yes. How important is it to your vehicle? Your vehicle is what you're driving and trying to get a conviction on. And try to convey something over to whom? The jurors.
Right. Okay.
The importance of it.
But the fact still remains, Joe. He still was indicted
You're
for
not
her. That's what I'm trying to say. You say she didn't take the stand. Okay, she don't take the stand. Just say she don't take the stand. She's still in there.
But what do you eliminate? For as testimonial evidence.
Will you eliminate her testimony?
And given what we have seen and went through, how damaging you think her testimony was?
Very.
Okay. I rest my case.
But with respect to charges dealing with her, okay, for them to have put her in that indictment, they had enough evidence garnered from somewhere. They say, hey, We can go to the grand jury to get an indictment, which ain't that hard. But we also, it was several times, and I don't know how many times actually before she, got involved or whatever. But it was several, it was a time where they tried to get the charges dismissed or whatever, normally due to the insufficient evidence or what have you. That didn't work. Okay.
Oh, okay. Look.
So
Listen.
you keep moving with it. You keep moving with it.
I'm gonna stay there with you though. You say
Okay.
testimonial is used as evidence, right?
Yeah.
You have her, or you don't have her saying he had sex with me before I was of age. You remove that element out. So you have to deal with this from a standpoint of the prosecution is anticipating her giving a testimony saying he did. So that kind of start breaking the fabric if you remove that element out, if you understand what I'm saying. That means we don't have her saying he had sex with me under the legal age.
Okay.
So you're starting to break down the fabric of how that prosecution is thinking about the rest of their witnesses. Because they looked at her as what? The key witness, right? Am I wrong here?
Yeah, I'll go with that.
So that means that changes from a humanality standpoint. It changes the way they're thinking about this case and how they're trying it. Because you don't have your star witness, which you are anticipating to build upon what you already have, meaning like the other witnesses. You're not building the same way. If that makes any sense.
True. I get what you're saying. I get where you're going with it. But what I'm still trying to tell you, just assume. But what do you do if she's already? Now listen. Okay, while I got the indictment up, we're gonna see.
You keep saying if she's still there, but how is that indictment telling you what she was going to actually testify to?
But what I'm saying is she's in the indictment when she's still with R. Kelly. That's what it is. So I'm assuming right then we can take it to the full length. We're gonna assume that if she would have taken a stand at that point, right?
And said
She
what?
would have been pro R. Kelly.
And said what?
I said pro R. Kelly.
That it doesn't mean if she pro or against. What would she have said? See, but you can see that's why I'm asking you this. I'm leading you somewhere to ask you this certain question. And said what?
What she
if she's pro, let's deal with it from a pro standpoint.
Okay.
It probably would have broke down some of the strength of the prosecution case. You got to understand where I'm going with this. I don't know why it's so hard.
It's not that hard. If she pro, no, don't say that. It's not that hard. If she is pro, because I'm trying to figure out y'all's argument to make it make sense. So if she's pro R. Kelly, just say she pro R. Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
She gets up there, and I'm glad you said that. Because see, now you're going to have a problem with me.
Okay.
She's pro R. Kelly. She's already in the indictment. So time she gets up there saying anything that is going to contradict that evidence, they're going to knock her in her head. We got that because all they have to do is prove the elements in their case. Prove that, one, she was allegedly underage. Two, that he exposed her because they have confirmed that they done had sex at some point. Either under.
How did they prove that with our testimony? How did they prove they had sex unless she give a testimony saying she did before she was underage?
Listen,
Oh my
because
God.
listen, you can tell that because because I'm gonna pull up this indictment. If she's in there for that man act for being exposed to some type of sex or whatever, that meant that most likely they got her out of her records, they got out of them text messages at the cloud, or something confirming their sexual interaction somehow. They already got it. You just got to understand. They already got you.
I'm
They
listening.
got
I'm
it all.
listening. I'm listening. I'm
But then
listening.
sometimes by the time they come to your motherfucking ass, they already got it. They got it. They got you and they got it.
Okay.
Ain't no way out of it. They got you. I don't know where else
No,
to
no,
put it.
no, no, because no, that's just see,
Okay.
that's not substantiating your argument. What you're doing,
Yes, it is. Well,
you
I'm
just trying to build on it. You're
no,
building
I'm
on
just
it right
telling you
now.
are telling me how would they know if they got her in here? And I'm pulling up the first. Was this the first indictment? Let me see what date. This is either the first or second one. I think this is the first one. Let me see.
You know, normally I don't do this because see, what has happened has already happened.
Uh-huh. So she Jane number
Because
5,
see,
right?
you're gonna what could have happened. You could have opened up a whole different element of this case.
All right, she's
Where
already in
those
here.
text messages could have really came into place just by her up there giving her testimony about them, and then we're starting to raise doubt to those jurors. See, that's
Uh-huh.
what I'm saying. I'm not even tapping in all that. That's just too much
Uh-huh.
right now. It's too many
Right. Okay, well
hypotheticals.
check this out. Well, I tap in for you. I got you. Okay. So she's up there and just say some kind of way they get the text messages in. Don't know how, but some kind of way they get the text messages in. Right? They get the text messages in. She's already in this indictment. This is the first one. She's in there for those no that exposure to herpes. She's in there for forced labor. Let me keep going. She's in there. Oh, that gets better. She's in there under count 2. For man act, she's in there for what is this? This May 17th, May 18th, 2017. Herpes shit. Hold on. Let me see what's the other herpes shit. What date was that?
All that is circumstantial.
This ain't circumstantial.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
And I'm
This
gonna
ain't
explain to you. I'm
circumstantial.
gonna explain to you why I feel it's circumstantial
Go
and
ahead.
where the defense could have built upon that. But go ahead and spill
No,
your
because
greens.
okay, they got that as why they got her in there so many times? East New York. First we charged with okay, coercion. They got coercion and enticement. They got transportation, coercion and enticement. Now you know I'm too sleepy to try to figure this out, but
Maybe you need to
no,
have
no,
a
no.
part two with this. Cause
I'm
I'm
good
not
though.
finna. I ain't
I'm good.
gonna. I don't feel like breaking you down right now. I
Boy,
really
you
don't.
ain't breaking shit.
I said I don't feel like it.
You can't. You know you can't.
I know. Okay.
You because there's no way you ain't gonna be able to do that because
I'm not
listen.
trying to. It's
Okay, this is
easy.
new. Yes, you
You
are.
will
Okay,
break. No, you will
New
break
York
yourself
count
down
2.
just by. Okay, go ahead, young lady.
No, and listen, ain't nothing you could do about
I'm
it.
not
No, we done
trying.
had
I'm
this.
not trying.
You're gonna lose. I mean, y'all be forcing people to go there. Okay, that's New York, New York. Okay, why again was it a duplicate like this? That's New York, New York. The dates are the same. That's transportation. And they came and hit him again with a count 2. It's identical.
Well, when you figuring that out, let me ask you this: How
Go
did she
ahead.
get it? How did she get in there?
That's what if you see. Apparently, you ain't listening to what I'm saying.
I'm listening to
If they see,
everything you said. Go ahead.
if like I said, if she's already in here as an indictment, all up and through this first one, it's the first one. all up and through here, that means they have some type of evidence, and it is supported that something about the interstate.
Which is what? Which is what? So you
Which
can't
is
come out
evidence.
here giving these broad and vigorous statements
No,
without
listen.
being able to substantiate what you're saying.
I am. I'm going to substantiate if you let me. It could have been some records could have gotten from like the prescriptions or something like that. They could have gotten doctor's
How
records.
did they get them?
Subpoena. How else?
Okay, but if we're gonna go on what was said and stated, she introduced them to all of that stuff.
Oh my God! Stop trying. Listen,
I'm asking a
talking about
question.
the first indictment. She was not cooperating.
It seems like you're struggling. It seems like
I'm
you're
not
struggling.
struggling. That's you, because you don't know what you're
You're
talking
not
about.
you're not substantiating your stuff.
Going to work.
I'm just asking a
You're
question.
going to lose. I'm going to make you lose right now.
Oh, okay. I'm asking the question.
Okay, yes. Because this is what happens. You want to fight, here's the fight.
No, I'm asking a question. It's not a fight. It's just a question.
No. Because I know how you know how I know how you do. Listen, listen real closely. If she's already in here and she's not cooperating, it's very easy. Get a subpoena. Mm-hmm. If they have a story being told by maybe the parents or whomever, if they got hold to a phone, if they got hold to an iPad, if they got hold to, and all they need to substantiate her age is her ID, her records, that picture of her sitting on his lap, some kind of way they got that. Maybe got records of the her prescriptions and shit at Walgreens. I don't know, because some kind of way they got to verify that he exposed to the herpes, but they don't even have to expose the fact that they had sex, right? That they had sex and he gave her the herpes. They all had to do is confirm that he had sex with her. That could be done by a text message. That could be done by the Meriwether story. That could be done by a whole bunch of shit. It's a lot of ways that she ended up all up and through here on the first indictment. She was already in here. So you have to come up with another argument about what if she wasn't there. She wasn't.
No, we're establishing that she's there now. We on the same page? Yeah, that's where we at right now. Okay.
Because she's there now is an argument that I've been having. But I'm just going back to appease y'all with the fact that she wasn't there. That's why I'm on indictment number 1.
Let me know when you finish.
No, go ahead.
Okay, let's establish she had sex with him. And you said they're going to go through that by giving evidence of what, a text message?
Out of the story they got from the Mayweathers, could be text messages, could be.
When the Mayweather physically there to see them having sex? Come on now, you can't. Go ahead.
Dude, it's testimony. It ain't got to be nobody physical. How many people?
But if you have
that freak nasty.
No, but if you have a person up there discredited and said, no, that's not accurate, I didn't have sex with him, who do you believe?
Okay, check this out right here. Fine, we'll go with that. But I'm willing to bet you.
You willing?
That ain't the only shit they had.
I'm saying, what do you have to substantiate that she had sex with him? That's what I asked.
Whatever is in the goddamn transcript,
okay.
It could be testimony. Like I said, it could be testimony.
We just established that from the Mayweathers.
It could be testimony. It could be some type of I don't know if she was in a video or not. I don't know if they have a video of her or not. I don't know that.
Well, if you have a video, that's a whole different element. But you still have to do the timeline with that. You still have to establish the timeline on when she had that sex. Was she underage Or was she of age? If you're gonna go with that
Right. That's
videography
not
shit.
hard to do. Go to their
Okay.
mom and them and say, you got a birth certificate? That's easy.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with establishing when they had sex. For giving a birth certificate, that doesn't say, oh, just because I give you her birth certificate, he had sex with her underage. When she's up there giving a testimony saying, no, it didn't happen when I was underage.
If they have a birth certificate,
we all have a birth certificate.
Hold on. If they have the birth certificate, they have people saying that they had sex at a particular time. They have text messages that says that it's some type of sexual shit that happened between them. Something that went on between them prior to her turning 18.
What you're dealing with at that point is their word against hers.
Right. That's fine.
It would have to be.
Hold on. And I told y'all that most cases are circumstantial anyway.
I just said that, and you said it's not circumstantial. I just stated that. But go ahead.
I said most cases are circumstantial. I mean, we was talking about circumstantial with regard to something else.
Okay,
with regard to circumstantial, I'm talking about most cases are circumstantial.
I'm not talking about most cases. I'm talking about this case.
This would be considered as most cases if you look at the ratio. Anyway, so it's going to be substantiated by some type of testimony, some type of this, some type of that. That's what it's going to be built upon.
I got you.
9 out of 8 out of 10.
So, okay, so let me ask you this. Let me ask you this then. So when they come up and give their testimony that, okay, yeah, she had sex with her when she was underage. Yes, she did. Everybody come up there and said, and she take the stand and say, no, I didn't. How do you deal with that from a juror standpoint? Because you have an eyewitness, meaning a person that should have been in the act, versus someone speculating because of what evidence would they have, unless they were there.
Jojo, their testimony is that they were there.
Oh my God.
So
they saw it. Okay. So they saw it.
Jojo, if you think that every crime is that there's a party that's sitting there watching it, you are.
No. I didn't say that. That's not what I said. Because what you stated was someone is going to give testimonial evidence that it happened. That's what you said, not me.
Listen to this. Because I don't understand how this can be even an argument. Listen, all the times that I done had sex, ever in my life, there was nobody in the room. Okay? Now.
Besides you and the partner and God.
Right. Okay, check this out. Right. Okay. But I could have told somebody that him and I done did.
And you could have lied to somebody.
Okay, but listen, I mean, how likely is that? Just give me.
How likely is it? It happens all the time.
Okay, well, check this out.
You know how many guys I grew up with lied on chicks, cheerleaders, and said they had sex with them so that kind of put the doubts in what you just said.
No, you're not letting me finish. You have. She could have told.
Well, I'm slamming the door on your shit. Go ahead.
No, you're not doing shit, but sounding ridiculous.
Okay,
she could have told somebody that she had sex, or they could have seen her sleep in the bed with him, or retire at night, or be in the bedroom with him, or whatever.
That does not mean you had sex, because you lay in the bed. Let me ask you something. So you lay in the bed with someone that constitutes you had sex with them?
No, listen. I wasn't finished. Somebody can get on the stand.
I'm slamming the door on your shit.
The prosecution is going to ask enough questions that's going to plant in the jury's mind as the same way you're trying to.
Nice the juror. That's why I met with it. That's exactly where I'm at with it. Just as you are planting those seeds in the juror's head, I'm planting the seed too.
Right.
How can you constitute that someone laying in a bed with someone that they had sex just because she told them? Come on now, that shit don't work with me. Because I'm going to challenge that shit.
You can.
I'm going to do it.
Okay.
I'm duty bound to do such a thing. So it's word against word. So who will a juror really take testimony serious? The person that's supposed to have the come on now. See, you backed up. You backed up. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Who they gonna take serious? The person that's supposed to commit the act, or some person that's saying, "Oh, she told me she had sex with him," and you got that same person that's being accused of telling, "I didn't," and she come up there and say, "I told her that because I wanted to." Who a juror gonna believe? Her or the person? I'm just asking a question.
One, R. Kelly ain't gonna take the stand and say shit. That's
absolutely.
He's not.
You can move that element out of it. Move that element out of it.
He don't need to. She's gonna.
Why would he?
And listen, if they got an indictment, if they brought forth charges and had her all scattered all through that in that first indictment, scattered, they had more than somebody. They had more than the hypothetical shit we're putting out here now to make her case.
Okay, so tell me what's more than the hypothetical.
How the fuck I would know? I'm not. I
You well, goddamn it!
I don't have the case. I don't know what all they had at what time.
And at that point, if we are arguing this case, me and you, I will rest my case.
You won't rest shit because you're gonna.
You just said you don't know, so I rest on that.
I don't know, dude.
you said it, not me.
Oh my God!
Don't call on God now.
Shut up! Be quiet. Stop all that extra. You're asking me. Well, what?
I'm going on mute. It's all you. It's all you. It's all you.
You are asking me what actually they had at what time in the first indictment that would get them an indictment. Like the fuck I know. This is what I do know. Whatever they had it. They got an indictment. Her ass is in all through that motherfucking case. And when it's all said and done, it's 30. That's what I do know. I know that.
You do sound defeated. You do know that. You know why? Let me express to you.
Ridiculous.
Let me tell you why you sound defeated. Because we are arguing a certain different circumstances, and you're going on what has happened. That's why you're defeated. Because you're not arguing what I'm presenting. You're arguing what happened.
You asking me.
No, I'm asking you based upon not what has happened.
How would I know?
I'm not asking you based upon what happened. I'm asking you based upon.
I'm not answering based on what happened.
That's what you just said. You said he got 30. That's based upon what happened.
Yeah, that's what happened, but that's not my argument. I'm telling you what happened. What I'm telling you is this. You're not going to win this. I have no idea how you think that you can debate me with this. Then you ain't gonna win it. You're not going to win.
I've already rest.
You can rest, but you're gonna end up losing.
And I've already rest. I've rest based upon what you said.
How in the hell can the girl is all saturated all through the motherfucking thing, and you think this is she on the first indictment? Her ass is all over social media. Oh, that's my baby right there, and her ass is in the indictment. Indictment.
We've already established.
Wait a minute. With the expose, and then here's one thing, and the elements. See, this is what you don't know. The elements ain't that hard.
Well, you just said you don't know. So what do you know?
Would you be quiet? The elements ain't that hard to prove. They
Oh,
already
okay.
got a reasonable suspicion that he got the herpes from the doctor. The doctor said that.
Oh
Okay,
no, we
they
going
put
in. We're
they
going
putting
into
two and
that.
two together. They putting two and two together that he done had sex with her based on whatever information they got to confirm that. Check that box off. They know that she done took her ass all over the country with him. They assuming that she's having sex with him. Check that box off. That's
We
another
wait. I object because you're gonna go with her having herpes because he has it. Okay, let's deal with that element. Who is to say she didn't get it from someone else if she's saying she didn't have sex with him? So
No.
that will mean she got it from somebody else. We go do the statistics on herpes. So if this witness is already stating that she didn't have sex with him, so that will raise the doubt in the juror's head. Well, if she didn't have sex with him, she got it from somewhere else. So get that herpes shit out of here. I'm a close the door on that too.
First of all, everybody in the house had herpes. Everybody he know got herpes.
But you have your star witness, the star witness for me, saying she didn't have sex with him.
People before her got.
You don't think? Well, let me ask you this.
People before her had the goddamn herpes.
I'm not talking about her. The other people. I'm not.
It's all a part of correlating, making a case. That's how
I am speaking to the jurors now.
I don't need to have shit in front of me.
If you have a witness, what you said, her testimony is evidence. Why you not giving a fuck? Because she's up there, she's giving testimony. She's giving testimony that she did not.
She's not even cooperating. I'm not waiting.
Oh my God! Oh, you changing? So you changing the rules of the game as you go, just as they do.
What are you talking about?
If you would listen, if you would, no. I have rest my case. I have rest my case because you said you don't know what the fuck going on.
We are on the first indictment. Keep up.
Oh my God!
This is the problem.
Wait. Okay. Let me ask you this: what is the first? We're talking about testimonial evidence at this point. We already know she's in the first indictment. We've already established that. We're up on a stand right now. That's what I thought. I wouldn't be having this argument with you because we already established she's in the indictment. We're on a stand right now.
From hole to hole, like a rat trying to get through to the cheese and the hole in the wall.
Oh man, that shit sound cute. We gonna still deal with these facts.
Can I say something?
Absolutely.
Well, can you go on mute because you keep fucking interrupting me? That's why you don't get it. We are on the first indictment. Your argument has been, what if she wasn't there? So I went to the first indictment as if she wasn't there because she wasn't. She was already in the indictment. So the argument started, okay, well, how'd she get in there? What did they use to get in there? What did they use to substantiate her art? What her being in there? What did they use to get at blah, 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 blah? We went down that. She ain't on the stand now. Now you want to zoom to now she on the stand, but not cooperate. That's fine too. The same principles still apply. They're going to get up there, the prosecutor, and they're going to lay it all out. And because she was a cooperating witness, they didn't have to really lay it out. But if she's going to be a witness for the defense, they are going to get everything they know about her and him from everybody and find the digital footprints all over the motherfucker. They're going to get those records. If that old doctor with the herpes treated her, they're going to get all of it. And they're going to boom on her ass. There's no way to run.
I thought we just played that out, but okay.
You ain't played out shit. So when you I told you, you're never going to beat me in a debate. I don't know why you keep trying.
This is not a debate. This is not a debate because I thought we just tried to play this out.
Maybe if you debate about Black History Month, then you got me.
Oh man, listen. Jokes and theatrics don't work over here.
Ain't no
I
joke.
thought we was just playing this out as if whatever you
No, but
said.
you always do
Oh
what
my
you do.
God.
You act like we don't go.
I just stay what I feel. We
You
let
act
the
like
jurors.
don't
We
go
will let the jurors
Then
decide
when
this.
I stick you to
Oh
one
my
point,
God.
then you want to now you want to back on the stand.
No. Cause
In every
oh my
scenario,
God.
Get
Okay.
this.
You got it. You won, Miss Walker.
Yes.
Guilty.
Get this.
30 years. Guilty.
I ain't got nothing to do with the
Life.
But just know this. In every now you being funny. Because that ain't what I'm talking about. I'm telling you.
Wasn't you being funny when you said Black History Month? Or was trying to?
Yeah, because you be wanting to battle me and win.
And that's why I just rebutted what you said. So, okay. Fair exchange.
But when I stick you at one point, then you want to move to something else. And I stick you there, then you want to move to something else. That's fine.
I just have an opinion on it.
In all scenarios, you lose. How about that?
I just said you win 30. Life.
I'm not that ain't my sentence. I ain't got nothing to do with that.
Well, you just stated it.
I stated it. No, don't try to go there with it because I know what else you're trying to do.
That's what you said. You said that, not me.
I said based on whatever they had, the end result is 30 years, so it don't even matter. What your argument is irrelevant. Whether she was there, whether she wasn't, whatever. She was already there when she wasn't there. God, I don't know why this is so fucking hard.
I just said you win.
Hell, I told you I won before we even got started.
I know that's what you said. I just fight for a higher court. I will fight for a higher court. I'll fight for a higher court appeal. Because see, all of you guys are systematically set up.
No.
That's why you think you won.
The end result was the damn 30 years. And she was
I just said it, but that was not our argument or our discussion. We was doing something.
No, you was going from one thing to the next. You tell me, what if she wasn't in there? So I take it as she wasn't in there, and I roll it back and I make it bare bone. She ain't in there. So what I got to go off of is the first indictment. See what they got in there for. See what possibly could have been the evidence that they got them in there for. I don't have the motherfucking file. I ain't on the attorney record. I ain't got the shit.
Okay, can I make a statement? I don't. What I was doing is trying to play this out as satire.
Right.
So listen, wait. Oh my God, can I say anything?
Oh, you always trying to debate and
I don't try. I do what I do. It doesn't matter what you say. We were playing this out as satire. If that is the case, we have got beyond what has happened. We are playing this out as if what you were stating, and I said what my defense would have been versus yours. That's all it was. And then you went to, I don't care what happened, it's 30. Huh? Well, that's not what we were discussing.
No, that is not how that played out. I did not say that. I said, based on what happened and what they had, the end results is it was 30. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know what they had against him, what they used to have her in the first indictment. How would I know that? Hell, I don't know.
That's why we was trying to play it out as if you thought you.
But don't try to seize upon, oh, is it 30? Because I know what you're trying to do. Your dog whistling ass.
I don't dog whistle. I just go on what people say. God damn, you said that. I didn't say it.
Shit, you damn right. Let me tell you what you said.
What did I say?
Here with that.
What did I say?
God and shit.
What did I say?
Don't get mad at me because you don't know what the fuck it is you talking about.
What are you talking about? I just gave my opinion?
It ain't an opinion.
Oh, well, shit. My thoughts.
Shit. Tell me one thing, you don't want the girl in there, so I take the girl out there. Now she back on, now she on the stand. So I put it back on the stand, whatever. The matter however you put it, however you place it, the results is probably going to still be the same, whether she's there or not on the stand, because they had enough to put her in the first indictment. Aaliyah wasn't on there. But when did Aaliyah get on there? Aaliyah got on there when they went and found the man that married him and all the ID and all that other shit, which is good old grassroots detective work. That's what they did. They went and found all that shit, got people to cooperate. Come on, do this here. Come on, Mr. Demetrius. Come on, all this, that, and the third. To put that one, all that went into that one count, that one first act of bribery. All that went into that. So there's no possible way I would know what the hell they got. And then you're talking about, well, how did y'all be killing me? Anybody, it don't matter on what side. Oh, did you see him do it? Well, who the fuck is having sex with people standing right there in the room? So you got to put that together. You got to put it in the mind that, hey, to them jurors, that listen, they got up, they proceeded to the bedroom and shut the door. Even if some came out, even if they came out later in a different setup, even if they had a different set of clothing on, they would use that to make their point.
Okay. All of that is hypothetical. All of that is hypothetical, right?
All of it is hypothetical. It's circumstantial.
Okay, well, wait, exactly. So all I was saying, if she was the star witness, given everything you just said, let's take that into account. She comes out and say, we didn't have sex. That's all I was saying. I ain't got nothing else to say after that. You know why? Because you kept trying to push your evidence as
I'm
if
not
she...
trying to push no evidence. You was going back and forth.
It was satire. And you saying, but if they got all this, they've already set it up, and this is what they got. No, and I'm challenging all of it. I will challenge all of it at this point. Given that I have the person that is on my team testifying for me.
Yeah.
And she's saying, no, I didn't. It's that simple. No, I didn't. What evidence? We just went through this. What evidence?
And I went through it.
And I shut the door on it, as far as I'm concerned.
You ain't shut shit.
That's a matter of opinion. That's left for the jurors. That will be left for the jurors.
You ain't present not one.
It will be left. Okay, let me ask you this then. Let me ask you this then. Whatever I said versus what you said, the determining factor will be the jurors, right?
Right.
Okay. That's all I'm arguing to. I'm not arguing against you. I'm arguing your points.
You have nothing to support your argument.
I have my star witness saying, no, I didn't.
And you think that's all you're going to need?
No, because I was giving supporting facts behind that.
Okay. You think that's all you're going to need when you got somebody up there pulling out document, paperwork?
What documents? What documents?
Whatever they got. Whatever that landed her in the first indictment.
What documents that they're showing that she had sex?
What document? Probably testimony from the Mayweathers. Probably some testimony.
Okay, that will be hearsay. That will be, we're going to try it again. That would be somebody telling you that you know you didn't have sex with somebody, but you go out there and tell them you did. Or they think you did because you went in a bedroom with somebody, but you know you didn't have sex. But I have the actual witness saying I went in the bedroom. The Mayweather see me go in the bedroom, but I didn't have sex. But you have the Mayweathers on the other half, meaning the evidence that the government have gathered, saying, oh, I got the Mayweathers on the stand saying she had sex. And they're going to say, how do you know that?
Okay. Keep that.
Hey, wait. No, I'm not finished. I'm not finished. Because I'm going to even play a little game with you. Because she told me I did. She did. But you have that star witness up there saying, I told him that because I wanted to tell them that. But I didn't have sex with him. Okay. I did not have sex with him.
Okay. I get that.
That's the end all be all with that.
Okay,
it's all about
you.
No. Let me finish. No. Let me. I wasn't finished. I was not finished. I was not finished. Because you asking, did I have sex? And I tell you, no, I didn't. And the jurors are hearing this. Not your prosecuting ass, but the jurors are hearing that. So what do you deal with? Somebody that wasn't in the room? Or somebody that was actually there in the room? That's all I'm asking.
Okay. Now you done?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Then explain a text message from you saying to somebody else that you had sex. That's number 2. Explain number 3. Explain your diagnosis with you getting herpes. Coincidentally, you got herpes. He got it too. We're gonna put that together to strengthen the argument.
We're gonna leave that to the jurors, though.
I wasn't done. Be quiet. We're gonna put that together to strengthen the argument that he exposed me, because I got the Jane Doe number 4 that took the stand on the first day that's saying that she had it. So likely, it's most likely, it just say if Jane Doe number 4 that took the stand gave it to him, it's most likely that he is out there. He got it from, just say he got it from her. We'll go there.
Okay, so why would they be?
Hold on. When we know that's not the evidence, but we'll go there. So now he's exposed. I'm checking out the elements.
Okay. Why would they be checking me in the first place if I'm stating that I never had sex with them? What were they checking me for? A sexual transmitted disease? Ain't that's a HIPAA law?
Records.
What records? And if that is the case, I've had sex before. I'm not a virgin.
Right.
So maybe the person that I had contact with gave it to me. But I'm sticking to my case. I never had sex with him.
She is not the defendant. So whether or not her...
No, not that. No, I didn't say, wait a minute, because you're misinterpreting what I'm saying. I didn't say her giving it to him. I'm saying him giving it to her. Because at this point, I never had sex with him. Okay.
Cover that.
Wording.
It's not like she is giving it to him.
I didn't say that.
She got it from can I finish? Because she got it from somewhere else. That's not it. She is not on trial. It's him supposed to be exposing. So she could get it from someone else. And if he still exposed her, he still exposed her. So it don't matter if she got it from somewhere else.
How can he expose her if they never had sex?
When it's put on from the evidence I just told you, keep up.
Wait. At that point, it's left to the jury. Because we went past that testimony.
You're not going back.
Well, why are you going back?
Because you're going back.
No, I'm not.
I'm telling you, you're going back.
I'm only going back because you went back.
Oh my God, Jesus! I'm just telling you to prove that she had sex. I gave you point 1, 2, 3. Okay, to prove
what the
that.
Fuck?
Yes.
Okay.
That's my evidence, not yours.
Well, why you not resorting back to what I said? I object to what you just said because we just went past this. My client said she never had sex with him.
She can say that. Oh my God, what am I missing? She can say whatever the fuck she want to say. Put it like that. God,
So if you go back, so if you go back, if you're going back to a testimony that we have moved away from, I can't go back.
You keep going back, and I keep trying to.
I didn't go back. I didn't go back. I only went back when you went back.
Well, okay, be quiet.
You open that door, I can go back through that door too.
Can you do whatever the fuck you want to do? Listen, if you are bringing up reasons why you saying that no sex occurred, I'm bringing up reasons why I said it did. Okay. That's it. Can we go to another bullet?
That's where I thought we was going.
I was there. You gonna talk about, what if they ain't never have sex? I just told you.
No, I've already made my testimony, and my client gave a testimony saying they never did.
She ain't have sex. We already got that noted on the record. Y'all,
so you went back to it though. You went back to it though.
Cause you went back to it.
Oh, I went back to it? Okay, go ahead.
Damn.
What's next?
This is so ridiculous. I'm telling you. Listen.
This is satire. It's satire.
I don't give a fuck about no satire. This ain't no goddamn satire.
You know why it's not? Well, goddamn it! If it's not satire, that means you want me to listen to you, but you won't listen to me. So it's eliminated.
What I got to say?
I thought you just said it.
Damn. You telling me about some goddamn sex? You say your client say they didn't have sex. I'm saying you did. Fine. Moving on. If I say I'm using the fact that he exposed her to herpes, no matter if she had it first or she get a however.
So we going back to sex. Because the only way you can get it
about sex. The whole thing's about sex.
Okay, so we're going back to sex. I didn't go back there. You just opened the door. Because you're saying exposure.
Herpes. I'm talking about herpes.
Okay, herpes will be in some kind of line.
We already have the argument.
Oh my God.
About sex. We already have that. We're talking about herpes now. Keep up. Keep up. Talking about herpes. I shouldn't have to say the only way that you can get herpes is some kind of sexual something or whatever else they got going on. I don't know.
So if you don't know, how are you going to be on this stand?
I said whatever sexual, whatever, we going to leave it to sexual intercourse of some sort. Either or.
We're going back to sex. One way or the other, you're going back to sex. Sexual contact in some shape, form, or fashion.
I cannot.
I know you cannot.
You don't want me to finish the rest of what I was going to say.
Okay, well, go ahead. Just don't bring sex up. Don't bring sex up.
How can I not bring sex up? I'm not talking about. We already had a dispute whether or not they had sex. That's already on the record.
Okay.
Just because I bring up fucking herpes, it doesn't mean I'm talking about whether or not they had sex.
Okay, let's go.
I'm talking about the fucking exposure to herpes.
Okay.
We already got an argument whether or not they had sex. We got that.
Okay.
Duh. We talking about who gave who herpes in your mind. I'm talking about who exposed to the herpes.
Okay.
In my mind, which is consistent along with the fucking element.
Okay, let's go.
If you read the motherfucker, the indictment.
No. We're not reading that. Because this is satire. See, there you go, resulting back to what has happened. See, that's what you do.
That is not what, dude. What are you about?
You're trying to result back to what has happened. We're dealing with this as this is brand new.
And make a motherfucking situation out of any goddamn thing. We're going off their fucking indictment.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Indictment is what the fuck is we talking
Okay,
about?
go right ahead.
I'm
Go
not gonna
ahead.
make up no extra shit. That's what you motherfuckers do.
I'm not
That's what I
trying.
do.
Well, who is you motherfuckers? That's one
Yeah.
thing.
All you motherfuckers that make up shit.
Okay, well, go ahead. Continue on, counsel. I'm waiting.
Hell. Trying to tell me I'm going by the motherfucking element.
Okay,
What
please.
charged me.
Let's deal
I'm
with
not
the
going by no extra other
let's
shit.
let's
I'm
deal
not
with
talking about no extra other shit.
Can we deal with the elements?
I'm dealing with them.
Okay, go ahead.
Got the herpes down. Then we're doing with interstate commerce. They went across state lines or whatever and we're doing with the Mann Act for immoral purposes or whatever, and they got the herpes or whatever, having sex with a alleged minor, whatever you want to call it. Bam, all the elements check out. Boom, boom, boom. It's not that hard. If you know what the fuck it is you're talking about.
Why are you talking to me? You should be talking as if you're trying to convince a jury.
I'm not trying to do none of that.
Because it's already done. It's already done, right?
No.
So we're doing satire. You shouldn't be talking as if this has happened.
I should be talking like I'm talking to a motherfucker that don't know what they talking about.
I know. I rest, man. You won. 30, 30, 30. Life, life, life. That's it.
Yeah, that's what you say.
I just said it.
Yeah, that's what you say.
I say 30, 30, 30, life, life, life. I rest my case. I appeal at a higher court. I just said
you up that want to go from when you get beat at one motherfucking obstacle, now you want to move on to the other one. Then you want to change the rules, change the information, change what? No, that ain't how it works. If you move from one thing to the next, okay, announce that you're moving on from one thing to the next. But you're not going to give me no debate and win. That's crazy. Should I find that award? God damn. I just ain't never seen no shit like that.
I mean, why are you so upset? God damn, it's just
because I don't like unnecessary.
You don't like it. Why is it aggravating when it's satire? Do you understand satire?
Nothing unnecessary. You should know that by now.
Satire.
I don't give a fuck what it is. If it's unnecessary, it's unnecessary. Satire don't have to be unnecessary. We're dealing with fucking understanding. It's not that hard. You check off the motherfucking elements and you move the fuck on.
God,
you supply what's needed to satisfy those elements and you move the fuck on.
Well spoken from a prosecution. I'm going to challenge your shit. That's just it. I just did. Based upon what? Not because I want to. Based upon this is satire, and I'm going on what you said. Yes, you goddamn straight. Yes, I do.
Okay, then say that.
I just did.
Which is unfucking necessary. When it already done motherfucking like she was in the first indictment by whatever goddamn means necessary. I don't know. And then ended up cooperating and then ended up getting the results. So that apparently would mean that chances are that my argument would be the one that convinces the jury.
Of course. I just said you won. You won. I'm waiting. Hey.
The goddamn indictment.
Oh my God.
What I remember from discovery and that shit. That's crazy. he always like to try to win debates and shit. It's like, well, how can that even be even possible? Not saying it's impossible, but I just don't know. I really just don't know. I don't know. Because here's the thing, right? And this just me. Now, anybody else, y'all might do it different. And I'm going to get them off him because it's almost at the 12 hours and you lose your life. You will never see me check in at the check-in table at anybody's basketball game and on anybody's team. That's not what I do. That's not my expertise. And I know I have no chance of winning. I ain't going to make no shot. I ain't going to make it up and down that motherfucking court. I have nothing. I can't do none of that. So I'm not going to even get in that arena. There's nothing. There's not an ego I have. There's not an arrogance. There's not a, I'm, trying to be, because that's not what I do. I'm not going, there's no chance. I'm not going to walk up into Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, and say, hey, to the broker, listen, give me that motherfucking, give me that index over there. And I'm going to tell you how to bet your client's money. I don't have no experience. That's something I'm not going to break out into an argument with them and challenge them on stupid points just for the sake of arguing and try to make it seem like, well, I may be winning or I got it. I'm not going to do none of that. I'm not going to walk in McDonald's, walk behind the motherfucking counter, and even act like I know how to drop fries, nuggets, flip over that burger back there, put the cheese on there, even know how to arrange the burgers or the standard burgers so the people be ready. And if you like me, because I order mine different, I don't have no mustard or pickles on there, so they got to make mine fresh on up off the thing. I'm not gonna even go in there fucking with them goddamn dropping shit. Because the people, it's gonna be a problem. I'm not doing none of that. I'm not going behind there to kick on that motherfucking register, tell the people move over. I got it. I'm not doing none of that. I don't understand. I don't get this process. I don't. And this is the only place where I've experienced this shit at. This is the only place. I don't do none of that. I would never go outside and just pop the hood on any of the motherfucking cars and say, I know where the battery is, the transmission, the this, the that, the how to do this and whatever. I'd be so confused over the goddamn oil stick. But truth be told, I think I done seen another stick up under there. 2 sticks. So what I do is I leave that. I take that shit on up there to where it needs to go. Where the little sign that somebody done went and had the little sign put on the windshield, and I just follow that. If I have to go up there and do it, I don't do none of that. I have no need to be a winner or to be none of that, because that's not what I do. It's not what I do. I'm gonna go over there to the Jiffy Lube people. Move the fuck on over. Let me drop the oil pan and all this and shit, this whatever. No, you know what? I'm the dummy, because when I go, or the times I have gone, I say, listen, this thing say $14.95. But when my dumb ass get finished out of there, I done spent $100-something. Because they done gave me an air filter, all kind of bullshit. I don't know. I'm not finna get in and argue with the motherfuckers. They've been there, because that man done been there all motherfucking day. Dropping oil, putting in the filters, and doing whatever the fuck it is they do, where the little book clearly say $14.95, but I done gave you over $100-something and looking stupid. Like, huh? I thought this say $14.95. And I buy the story they give. Well, you need this, that. Oh, okay. I don't know. And I goes the fuck on. Anybody understand what I'm saying? I don't understand what it only happens here. Here. It only happens here. I don't even challenge people that have continued to practice in some form of fashion, right? Not a break, not a this, not a that, whatever they continue. When they say something about it, maybe sometimes when it comes to strategy or whatever, I may say something here or there. But listen, I teach 1L, maybe 2L sometimes, and a few times shit that you can get business law or whatever you can get in your 4-year degree. That's it. I'm not going nowhere and say, hey, what you talking about ain't right. And you in the thick of it, that's not what I'm gonna do. And these are people that came out after me. It only happens here. Here. With niggas. Here. I don't have to go through none of that. Outside of this circumference. I gotta go through that. And I don't put myself in that. Like I say, you will not see me at the McDonald's telling the people to move over. I can drop the motherfucking fries. I can come on out there, and the people that order the goddamn snow corn, the ice cream corn and shit, get the corn and try to figure that motherfucking machine out because I know how to do it. I ain't worked there not one day ever in my life. But all of a sudden, move over. Let me drop the motherfucking fries and the chicken nuggets and get the ice cream corn. How does that even? That'd be my frustration. I don't get none of that. That is just unnecessary time wasted. I don't do that. So that being said, it's almost 12 hours. I got to go. Peace and thank y'all for coming on through.